Raindrops fell profusely into bloody puddles, the blood slowly mixed with the water. Among the huge field of corpses, there was one survivor who was still holding on with his last strength. That boy was David. He was leaning on his sword trying to catch his breath, drops of blood running down his forehead. Suddenly David raised his head and looked around, a groan of sorrow escaping his lungs. The entire battlefield was strewn with the corpses of his brothers. Many people died for the protection of humanity. He was very careless. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a voice that called him a very strong man, and added that it turned out to be a great surprise. David looked back at the opponent. He did not expect that this bastard was still alive. The boy approached the giant, who was lying on the ground with his wings spread, and climbed onto his chest. It was the giant Daniel, who 20 days ago unexpectedly appeared in the Empire, wreaking havoc for unknown reasons. This monster was the last of the 3 giants. David said that because of him, half of the Empire turned into a graveyard, but he is still alive. The giant replied that the boy should not worry about this. He did not have long left, and soon he would return to his side. David leaned over Daniel and said that it was good. His dead friends were already waiting for the giant there. Daniel looked up at David and asked what friends he was talking about. The boy replied that he was talking about those who came with him. One of them was fried to a crispy skin by a fiery red dragon. The second winged giant was sealed for all eternity by an old man named Charles. David was smiling. He even forgot about his injuries for a moment. The boy asked if the giant understood him. Daniel replied that a strong person may not try to hide the truth behind superficial words. The children of the stars share their feelings among themselves, and they were well aware that they took their enemies with them to the other world. But this also means that there are no strong people left, such as David himself. The boy was outraged by these words. He shouted that he was still alive and the giant should not be talking nonsense. Daniel answered that the boy could not pretend. He knows well and sees that he does not have much time left. Daniel was glad because if the boy had realized his powers earlier and started honing them, it would have been a big obstacle in the way of their cherished desire. These words of the giant made the boy very angry, and deep down he was chastising himself for it. In the end, David got over himself and said out loud that he didn't care. He knew he'd wasted his life without Daniel. The giant Daniel said that the boy is a great man, and therefore has an absolute right to be proud. But all the same, in the end, his world will soon be absorbed by the starlight and dissolve into it. David decided that he was no longer able to listen to these instructions of the enemy who was killing his friends, and dealt the final blow. Although the killing of Daniel did not sow a sense of satisfaction inside the boy, but now, finally, he could breathe easy. The boy looked around and did not understand how he should change everything that had already been done. David tried to walk, but the road a few steps away caused him to cough uncontrollably. The boy remembered his friends and brothers, with whom he had recently sat by the fire. David remembered the jokes and laughter, the feeling of happiness and togetherness. Life was carefree. The boy also remembered his best friend before they went into battle. Michael was a very cheerful guy, but now he was no longer among the living. David knew this for sure, because at that second he was looking at his body. All his friends were dead. David fell to his knees. They fought to the death because of their pride. Did they think they were strong just because he was strong? How wrong he was. It was necessary first to correctly assess the circumstances and run away. They were both fools and remained so until the very end. The boy did not understand why giants capable of repelling the sword aura of the strongest swordsman of the Empire could only be hit by his weapon. If it weren't for this, ordinary soldiers would not have to stand as a wall on the front line, and all his friends would not have died at the very beginning. The boy's body finally failed him. He fell to his knees, full of despair, and gradually sank into darkness. He was freed from the darkness by someone's voice calling for help, someone shouting that he could not move because of his wounds. The boy thought he knew the owner of that voice very well. David resolutely leaned on his sword again. Some time later, David finally reached a giant stone, against which the still-living girl was huddled with her back. The guy smiled sincerely. Did the commander-in-chief manage to survive this hellish battle? This brave young woman's name was Florence, and she lost her arm in this duel. The boy said that Florence did not look very good. She asked if he was a corporal, and added that he could have been better looking. But for now, the exchange of pleasantries was inappropriate. The most important thing was something else, whether the giant Daniel was dead. David replied that there was nothing to worry about. The giant was dead and his body was lying nearby. The boy had killed him. Commander-in-Chief Florence breathed a sigh of relief. Daniel was finally dead. She thanked David for the good service. The tears that she could not control fell from the girl's eyes. David silently looked at her beautiful face, which, even under such terrible circumstances, did not lose its attractiveness. The boy said that if Florence was so grateful to him, could she listen to his request? The boy was worried about the bodies of soldiers who died. They were usually thrown away or burned. He would like her to take care of them properly this time. Florence said she wasn't sure about that. The boy looked more alive than her. Why shouldn't he take care of them himself? The boy replied that he could not, despite his burning desire, and coughed. A large spot of blood appeared on David's hand. The boy showed it to Florence and said that it was not yet clear which of them was alive. David added that he could die at any moment. His injuries were more serious than he thought. For most of his life, the boy was just suffering from bullshit, so he didn't have time to do much. Even, it's somehow unfair that he would die like that. Florence asked what the boy would like to do if, after all, he survived, and he replied that he had many options in mind. Looking at the sky, David dreamily replied that he had only one wish on his mind right now, which could be called a cherished one. The boy said that he would like to know what it's like to study at the academy. Florence wondered if she had heard correctly. David admitted that he was very affected by the words of that giant Daniel. But in fact, his older sister always wanted the boy to study at the academy. Despite all his dreams, David will soon be reunited with his family. Florence said that a search party would arrive as soon as the rain stopped, but the boy told her not to continue. He would not survive. After a few seconds, the rain stopped and the storm suddenly subsided. The conversation between the commander-in-chief and the corporal stopped. But something else happened, which made the boy and girl open their mouths in horror. David saw in front of him a strange giant that resembled an angel with 8 wings. The most terrifying thing about this sight was that this winged giant was not alone, but with a large number of similar monsters. The boy looked at this crowd and could not understand who they were and where they came from in such a large number. Florence also could not believe her eyes. Surely those 3 giants were not the last, and this was not the end. In the end, the girl never managed to save the world for the 3rd time. She understood that she had one last attempt left, but her strength was rapidly leaving her. Florence plunged into darkness. David's voice shouting in her ear woke her up from her oblivion. David screamed and asked what she was doing. The commander-in-chief had to come to her senses and throw him into the monster with telekinesis. The boy understood that from this position, in which he was now, it was impossible to get the enemies. Florence had to help him. The girl asked if David really wanted to fight in such a position, and the boy answered in the affirmative. It was impossible to sit idly by. Even if it meant his death, he was willing to take a couple of bastards with him to the next world. Florence looked at the young man with wide-open eyes. He surprised her. David did not give up, even in this position. But after a moment she answered herself, he really was like that. Only thanks to David they could go this far. If it's him, her life's work may still have a chance for the future. Commander-in-Chief Florence placed her hand decisively on the corporal's shoulder and called to him. The guy looked around and she said that there was no time, so there was no need for idle talk now. Before David could come to his senses, she pulled him close and kissed him. David was very confused. He did not know how to react to him, and Florence, meanwhile, gave him some energy from mouth to mouth. Finally, David was able to break free and immediately asked what Florence had just stuffed into his mouth. The commander-in-chief approached his ear and began to whisper something. The boy could not believe what he heard. When her speech was finished, David asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about in such a serious situation. Florence replied that if they met again, the boy should tell her not to be foolish and become a seamstress. The girl did a lot of things, but this was the first time for her. That's why she was so worried. One of the giants, meanwhile, began to generate energy for his first attack. The world around began to lose its clear contours. The only thing David could see was a gradual increase in bright light. After a few seconds, the boy woke up in a meadow. It was a bright, sunny summer day. David looked around and saw a very familiar sight not far from him. Some children were playing with a raft in the river, probably learning to swim. David couldn't believe that he suddenly found himself in his hometown of Nimbutan. Did he really go back in time? Time passed, but David did not move. He was sitting under a huge tree on the lawn. It turns out that the commander-in-chief's words were true. The boy remembered how she managed to convey something to him with a kiss at the last moment. Remembering her reaction as well, she then said that the boy had swallowed the time travel sphere. Thanks to this field, she was able to transform from an ordinary seamstress into a woman in the position of commander-in-chief. This sphere allowed the bearer to go back in time only 4 times, and she had already managed to use 3 of them. The boy had one more try, and Florence left it all to him. She believed that David had the power to kill giants. In farewell, the commander-in-chief sincerely hugged the boy. She did not pay attention to the enemies who were behind her. The girl whispered in his ear that she believes that David is the key to saving the world. He needs to sharpen his abilities. The commander-in-chief was very pleased that the boy himself wanted it, because she heard it from him very recently. If David wants to study, he should go to Philian Academy. There are many outstanding people there, so studying there will benefit the boy. Finally, she told the girl that if they met again, he should do something for her. The guy should definitely tell her not to do stupid things, but just become a seamstress. She did a lot of things, but at that moment, she was doing something for the first time. Now 9 understood exactly what Florence was talking about. David started banging his head against the trunk of the tree he was sitting next to. If it was a dream, he needed to wake up as soon as possible. Even if it wasn't all a dream and he actually returned to the past, what did he have to do here alone? David stopped suddenly, the thought that crossed his mind causing his heart to beat faster. If it really was the past, he is completely free to meet his older sister. David ran through the town, dodging the crowd of people, which did not diminish on any of the streets. The boy smiled. If he returned to the past and ran a little more, he would be able to see something that he had not even dreamed of. Suddenly the boy heard some screams, and looking back at the sound he saw the zombies tormenting some boy. The hatchlings were well known to him, but he did not understand why they hung the child up with a rope. This pack of zombies were exactly the hatchlings he remembered them to be. Suddenly David saw that this unfortunate child was not hung from a tree by a rope, but by magic. Mages were extremely valuable on the battlefield, as they were rare to find. And where did they come from in this god-forsaken place? Come to think of it, around this time that boy could have been here. The boy looked at the pack of bullies, not understanding when they would get tired of being bullied. In this case, something very bad could definitely happen to the victim. The boy who was hanging from the tree kept shouting for the hooligans to stop. He swore to everyone in the world that he really had no money. He had nothing to give them. This month, the price of his mother's medicine went up, but the leader of the hooligans didn't care for such excuses. Zabiaka said that he was just ripping him off. Why should he be worried about his mother's health? Suddenly he slapped the boy in the face and shouted that he must earn money if he wants to be a decent son. Under the cries of his followers, the boy unexpectedly looked back at the red-haired mage who was standing nearby. He yelled that the bastard in the tree had passed out and wasn't coming to his senses, so he needed to be lifted even higher. The guy started saying that he can't do it. If you lift the guy up, he's taller, he can drop him, but the bully didn't care. He yelled that he didn't need to be hanging there, so he should shut his mouth and lift the boy up. If the magician Thomas refuses to do this, he will be hanged next to this wretch on the same tree. The red-haired boy began to sweat profusely. He didn't understand how it had come to this. Was learning magic a bad choice? At first, he just wanted to show those around him that he was capable of doing something good, something worthy. Thomas understood that he needed to refuse the bully, but the boy was very scared. He clamped his bottom lip between his teeth. Thomas tried his best to force himself to overcome his fear. But the boy's body betrayed him, and he began to lift the victim upwards. Unexpectedly, his actions were interrupted by a blow on the back with a stick. David was standing behind him. He said that Thomas should stop, because with his actions he will simply kill the boy. At the same moment, as the stick touched the magician's back, the victim of the hooligans fell to the ground. The leader of the zombies turned to Thomas and shouted what the hell he was doing. Had the mage lost his mind? He rushed at the boy with fists and complaints. Thomas began to make excuses that he did it on purpose. David stood in front of Thomas and ordered him to forget about the bully. The boy must look only in his face and speak only to him. Unexpectedly, Thomas recognized the mysterious stranger. David said that he had something to tell Thomas, while the bully meanwhile tried to draw attention to himself. David asked where Thomas was able to learn telekinesis, and he replied that he learned with the help of a grimoire he bought from a merchant. The corporal was amazed. This red-haired boy had learned to do such things with some cheap grimoire. It was incredible. There was an urgent need to see what Thomas was capable of anyway. Sooner or later they would have to face the giants. Suddenly the boy heard a familiar rattle of steel. This sound could not be confused with anything else. It was the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath. The bully decided to use his weapon against those who dared to ignore him. He mumbled that David had only become emboldened to do such things because he had given in to him a couple of days ago. Today the hooligan had the goal of putting the boy, finally, in his place. He rushed at David with a sword. David was amazed. He could not understand where this scum found a real sword, how he managed to get it. Of course, the guy's stance was abysmal, but it wasn't his skill that compensated for his strength, and that, in the context of such a situation, was quite enough. Everything would have been fine if the bully had not swung his sword at David. The boy easily dodged the first blow of his opponent. The hooligan was amazed by the boy's dexterity. He had no idea that he was so fast. David reasoned that of course his body is younger, but the fighting feelings etched from the time of service in the penal club have not gone anywhere. The hooligan laughed. He said that he wanted to beat the boy so that he could not lift the spoon. David replied that today success just flows to him. The bully wanted to force David to his knees and beg for mercy. He threatened to take one of the boy's hands no matter what. David wanted to play surprise and fear, but he couldn't do it. He wasn't scared at all. The last straw for the boy was that the hooligan threatened to take care of his sister after he killed David. The boy asked if the hooligan had really said something about his sister, and he, without even flinching, answered in the affirmative. He continued to say something about his lust and his sister's round ass when David swung a stick at his head. A second later, the bully was still standing there, but his ear was missing, and instead of his ear, blood was gushing out in different directions. The sword immediately flew to the ground, and the bastard grabbed his head with cries of pain. His friends did not immediately understand what was happening and continued to giggle. But when their leader fell to his knees before David, it began to dawn on them that something unplanned was happening. The hooligans could not understand how this was possible. A stranger cut off their leader's ear with a simple stick. After doing what he set out to do, David looked around at the other bullies and asked if the fools liked his show. Pushing their leader, he said that now they all had to get out with that bastard, if they didn't want to end up the same way. When the hooligans agreed, David added that they should keep the boy's money as well as the payment for his spoiled mood. The hunters promised to return everything and fulfill all the demands of the frightening stranger. A few minutes later, the shocked boy got his money back. David said that was all for him. The boy said that there was much more money in this bag than was taken from him, but David replied that he only needed a sword. He added that the boy may not worry. The hooligans will not come back for him. They will not have the sense of humor to wander around. David brushed off all the boy's words of thanks, calling it trifles, and urged the boy to go home as soon as possible. Suddenly, the red-haired boy drew the attention of both boys to him. Their conversation was interrupted. Thomas said that he was really sorry. He understood that such a thing could not be done, even under the threats of hooligans. Tears streamed down his face, and the boy admitted that he was terribly afraid. He could not stop himself. The boy once again apologized for his actions, because he considered everything that happened to be his fault. Unexpectedly, the boy replied that Thomas was crying just like when Paul first brought him here. A recent victim of bullies added that when he saw him for the first time, he immediately thought that the bullies were bullying him just as much. Approaching Thomas, he put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to blame himself for everything that happened. But despite all the above, the boy greatly appreciated all the apologies that the magician Thomas brought him. The boy said goodbye to his savior and went home. Only Thomas and David were left on the lawn, who was looking at him. David nudged the boy with his elbow and said that they needed to talk urgently. Thomas jumped in surprise. Realizing that he would not contradict, he added that in that case they would meet at the same place in 4 days. Thomas looked after his new acquaintance and asked what he meant. David replied that he was busy at the moment. They would meet at the moonrise. Finally, David said that if the boy did not show up on time, he should understand what would happen to him. Seeing that he had sufficiently frightened Thomas, David ran about his business, the mage's knees buckling. Some time later, David was already standing at the mooring of a neat house in the middle of the forest. He could not dare to enter. He was stopped by a bunch of flowers that he decided to pick up on the road, which seemed like a good idea then, but now it seemed like too much. He remembered that his sister was very fond of being given flowers, so he plucked everything he saw on the way to her. In the end, the boy decided that giving her a bouquet of flowers would be too much now, and turned to throw them out of sight. He was stopped halfway by the voice of a girl who said that she was trying to guess who was standing at the door, and it was her precious brother. The guy wondered that when he was in the penalty box, he often thought about what he would say to his sister during their first meeting. He left then, without saying a word. He thought about it all the time, but it was all words that only David could say from the free kick. Looking at the girl, who happily spread her arms in front of him, the boy realized that now he could tell her only one thing. Bowing his head and still holding the flowers in his hand, the boy said that he had returned home. After a few minutes, they sat down at the table, which the girl laid with great love. Suddenly, Willow screamed that she would never have thought that her callous brother would finally give her flowers. The boy saw with his own eyes how happy his older sister was, and kicked himself a little for planning to throw away this bouquet. Suddenly, the girl turned to David. She asked if he wanted supplements. The boy replied that he had already had enough. David asked how old the girl was this year. She answered that it was 22, and wondered why such questions came about. The guy said that he just forgot, and this made Willow very angry. She said that you can't forget such things. Willow got up from the chair and began to fuss. She suspected that the boy had a cold, and he calculated how much time he had left. David realized that if the girl was 22 now, it was about 10 years before those bastards arrived. The boy looked at Willow and understood that his sister remained the same as he remembered her. While the girl measured his temperature with her hand and was interested in his well-being, he saw kindness and warmth in her. This moment was so precious to him that he wanted to extend it for an eternity. He wanted to protect his sister and the whole world this time after 10 years. He only had one attempt. David stopped Willow's hand and said that he had something to tell her. The girl said that she was listening to her brother carefully. Still holding his sister's hand, the boy said that he planned to go to the academy. This news struck the girl so much that she forgot how to move. Will her dream come true? After a second, she started shouting for her brother to repeat her words. She couldn't hear him. He had never listened to her advice before. Suddenly, she let go of his hand and ran somewhere, saying that she had something interesting for this moment. Willow said she always knew this day would come. She had a very smart boy, so everything had to work out for the best. After a few minutes of painstaking searching, the girl brought God's giant cauldron into the world. As the boy came closer and they both bent over the cauldron, Willow said that it was his present. The guy asked where her sister got so much money, and she shyly answered that she was secretly saving it up to surprise her brother. She said she wanted to be able to pay for his education at the academy if he changed his mind. It all seemed incredible for the boy. He was indeed very grateful to his sister for such care, but asked to keep the money for himself, because he would not have enough of it anyway. Willow began to say that the money was more than he thought it should be enough, but David announced that he would enter Philian Academy. The Philian Academy Imperial School was the best leading educational institution in the Empire. Thanks to the best teachers and huge funding from the imperial family itself, this place provided the best education to the applicants. The Philion Academy is so prestigious that it was called the Factory of Heroes. Its status was extremely high. Florence also graduated from there. In addition to the commander-in-chief, the master of the sword, Joseph, the worst of the bandits, the Winter Witch, and others. During the war, the students of the academy performed very well. They were so useful that the commander-in-chief recommended this particular institution. But the problem was its popularity, not to mention the sky-high cost of education and high standards. David was helped and motivated by his sister's reaction to the news that his brother was going to study. He had to cope. The boy stopped and solemnly promised himself that, in spite of everything, he would prove to his sister with his deeds that this study was up to him. Having reached the conditional place, David saw Thomas there, although, in fact, he did not even hope for it, despite his threats. A red-haired boy leaned out from behind a tree and said in a low voice that his name was Thomas. He added that it was not to be wondered at, for David had said himself that he would not leave him if he did not come. He said that they might forget it. Taking the pack off his shoulders, David said that they had a lot of work ahead of them, but first he wanted to test the boy. Thomas, frightened, asked what exactly it was about. David answered that, in fact, nothing like that was waiting for the boy. He pointed at himself and said that the red-haired boy should test his telekinesis on him. Thomas must lift it into the air as high as he can. The young magician was very surprised. He did not expect the use of telekinesis as his test. It was unexpected. Thomas asked why he would do something so dangerous. David replied that it wasn't like that at all. A guy should just do what he's told. To finally reassure the boy, David added that he definitely wouldn't die from this, so he shouldn't be so scared. Thomas announced that he would do so in the next second and cast an invisible hand spell on David. The young sorcerer's energy rays quickly found their target and enveloped the boy from head to toe. David felt his body become light as a feather. The boy turned out to be much better than he thought at the beginning. The height and stability were still limping, of course, but overall it was similar to what Timothy felt back then, in the last fight. It was magicians who possessed the skill of telekinesis that allowed him to fight on equal terms against Daniel. Telekinesis is a very rare ability for mages, not to mention that wizards themselves are quite rare. Based on all of the above, Thomas will be a major part of David's battle against Daniel in the future. Looking at Thomas, the boy said that the boy's abilities were very good. The magician replied that it was quite difficult for him now. The guy begged to let David down to the ground, but he replied that he needed to be patient a little more. He needed to check something. To Thomas's great surprise, David shouted that he was going down to earth himself. A second later, the boy was already on the ground holding a sword in his hands. Thomas was stunned. David cut his mana. The boy asked what he had just done. David replied that it was nothing. It was just an acrobatic trick he had learned a long time ago. Thomas had never seen such a thing. He was curious, but David stopped him with a blow to the head. He said that he himself did not know how he did it. It was really true to understand what this ability was one of the main tasks of the boy for the future. David reached for his sword. He believed that it was thanks to this skill that his weapon worked on the giant. Deciding that now was not the time to think about these circumstances, the boy hid the sword in his sheath. Now he and Thomas had more important things to do. In any case, the boy passed the test. David said that the boy had to follow him urgently. They needed to do something before the moon disappeared. This case may become the first page of the biography of David, the greatest history book of the Empire. Thomas followed his new acquaintance and inquired about his intentions to enter Philian Academy. The boy was interested in whether they were really going there. Only people from the Empire's elite studied in this academy. David replied that Thomas heard everything correctly. Why was he asking questions? It was very tiring and annoying. David looked at the boy and asked if that's why you don't want to go there at all. Thomas replied that that's not the point. It's just that David had a talent in martial arts. But Thomas doubted himself very much. He believed that he could not do anything. The red-haired boy considered himself very cowardly and shy. David interrupted him and asked if Thomas wanted to live like this in the future. He saw in Thomas an innate talent, which the boy used to entertain lowly scoundrels. Did he like it? After a pause, David said that, to be honest, the boy has a lot of weak sides. He is really cowardly and shy. In addition, he is also a crybaby, who is ready to cry over any little thing, and also a loser. These words got right into the heart of Thomas. David ended his speech by saying that it doesn't matter at all, because the boy can fix all this right now. You need to forget about the past because it cannot be corrected in any way. Many years later, Thomas will remember his past and regret it. David knew what he was talking about, because he did the same thing every time he remembered his past life. The boy approached Thomas and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked the boy if he had changed his mind. Thomas couldn't say a word. Suddenly he realized that a person like David was worried about him. David said, "I won't force him," turned around and walked on. It had no effect. Thomas shouted that he wanted to change. The red-haired mage said that he agreed to go with the boy to Philian Academy. He wanted David to teach him everything that was necessary for this. David stopped. It was the first time Thomas had behaved bravely. Now he was facing his first obstacle. The words of the new mentor scared the boy. He really had to do something right now. David was pleased with himself. A few seconds later, they were already standing near the clearing, hiding behind the bushes. Thomas asked if this was really his first obstacle. David believed that the moon goblin was the best opponent to show the skills of the young mage. In addition, it was not about a simple goblin, but about their leader, which made this case even more spicy. David laughed and put a hand on Thomas's shoulder, asking if he liked the task. The guy decided that they should not mess around. They need to start the business now, because time is running out. The lunar variety of goblins often appeared in this area. These creatures created a lot of inconvenience for the locals. Most people distinguish such goblins from ordinary ones by paying attention to their yellow skin and distorted bodies. But their real feature was their boundless love for gold and treasures. These monstrous creatures liked to ambush merchants and steal their valuables, then collect everything they stole in one place. They built an altar for the looted treasures and arranged a real feast around it, on nights like tonight, during the full moon. Thomas finally understood David's plan. He was struck by the master's brazen plan. They will steal all the gold of the goblins. Thomas had never heard of goblins gathering their treasures in one place and having a feast. He asked how David knew about this. He answered that he had his own sources. He could not tell that he had met such a monster in his past life. In any case, all Thomas needs is to transfer their treasures to the backpacks with the help of telekinesis so that they do not notice. David thought the conditions of the test were easy, but Thomas didn't think so. He was worried about what would happen if he made a mistake and woke the goblins. David replied that in that case both of them would be in trouble. Things would be bad. Thomas began to whisper loudly that it was too dangerous, and they needed to plan everything first, to which David replied that he was Cyclo. The corporal told Thomas to watch him closely to get into Philian Academy. They both needed two things. The first condition was money. They need to absorb their insane tuition fees. The second condition was experience. Money was also an issue, but experience was much more important. David said that Thomas should know that Philian is full of aristocrats who have received elite training from birth. The boy asked if Thomas wanted to win from these rich people. If so, then there was only one way for them to do it. From this second, Thomas must start gaining experience, risking his life. These guys are perfect opponents. Thanks to them, guys can get money and experience. Kill two birds with one stone. Thomas cried a lot. David asked if the boy had better ideas. If not, then everything was decided. David opened the first backpack and slapped Thomas on the back. They had to start now. Very slowly and carefully, Thomas used his telekinesis spell. The first backpack slowly filled with treasures. In a matter of minutes, the last coins and the dagger landed in the boy's other backpack. David looked at the treasures. He was satisfied. The task was completely accomplished and accomplished perfectly. The boy ruffled Thomas's hair with his hand. He noted what he said earlier. The main thing for the boy is experience. The magician took his breath away. The plan worked. In fact, David was not sure that everything would work out. Just think. The boy learned very quickly. It turns out that Thomas was even better than he imagined. The boy finally found a wonderful servant for himself. David said that if they filled their backpacks to the brim, it was time to run. Thomas didn't immediately realize they were done. The corporal confirmed that they had done everything that needed to be done, so they needed to flee immediately before something went wrong. At the same time, two boys were running through the forest, trying to catch up with something that was moving at high speed. Unable to withstand such a pace of the race, one of them began to shout that the chicken flying in front of them should stop immediately. This scream was heard by everyone. David did not understand what kind of sick bastards could arrange a firecracker in the middle of the night. While the boys stood with their backs to the goblins, their leader awoke, the same cry rousing him from his slumber. The leader looked around to understand where the noise was coming from, and saw that there were no treasures in the box. His voice, in turn, woke the other moon goblins, who were trying to figure out which thieves had stolen their shiny rattles. Looking around, two of them unexpectedly noticed David and Thomas, who still hadn't managed to escape from the clearing. David was displeased, to put it mildly. Their business was bad. The moon goblins were running to attack them with all their might. The boy dropped his backpack on the ground, while Thomas was not holding his feet at all. David felt that from the very beginning, the events were unfolding very well. He expected a trick and he got it. Thomas asked what they should do. He could throw the treasures and run away. David was against this idea. In this case, they would not pay for education, and this was his goal, to get money. And although Thomas believed that it was not the main thing, they still had no time left. The goblins were in dangerous proximity. Thomas unsheathed his sword. It was made of cheap steel, and with its weight and strength, it would last about 15 blows. There were about 30 enemies, and all of them rushed at a single opponent at the same time, because Thomas could not be taken into account. The boy had only 15 hits, and the first few goblins were already at a sufficient distance from him. Having made the necessary calculations, David, with a sharp movement, finally drew his sword from its scabbard and cut off the heads of the first few goblins with one blow. Thomas silently watched as the heads of the monsters scattered around him, mixing with his own blood. David was smiling. He still had 14 sword strikes left. This number almost equaled the number of enemies. In the end, the last blow came to the goblin leader. The boy's sword pierced his skull. David was even a little disappointed. Everything turned out not so bad. But Thomas was in an indescribable shock in his opinion. What had just happened was impossible. Before his eyes, David decapitated 3 goblins with a single blow, after which a whole horde fell on him. The monster tactic didn't work because when it did, the guy just disappeared for a moment. But when, after a few seconds, David reappeared, there was almost nothing left of the crowd of goblins. This battle, which Thomas thought was their death sentence, turned out to be a death sentence for the goblin leader and his pack. Thomas was even more impressed by the spectacle David gave him. He didn't even ask for help. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by the corporal's voice. David asked why he was standing with a pillar. When Thomas started apologizing, the boy asked him not to do so, but rather to hurry up in collecting his things. David looked back at his new assistant and added with a smile that they were going home. The boys' backs hurt from the large amount of treasure in their backpacks. David was unhappy that he couldn't stick to the plan. Also, he noticed the pain in his muscles that appeared after the battle with a couple of goblins. Was it all because he was still growing? David promised himself to fully engage in his physical training as soon as he returned home. Thomas wondered what the screams in the woods were that had ruined all their plans, but David had no answer. He called those guys sick bastards and promised that they would pay for any inconvenience caused during the meeting. During the conversation, the boys did not notice how an arrow with a red tip flew in their direction. His sixth sense told Thomas to look around at the last moment, and he saw the arrow approaching the back of his head. With a lightning movement, David intercepted the arrow in the air, and it did not reach its target. The boy was very angry. Finally, Thomas realized the extent of the danger only when he saw the arrow in the hands of his mentor. Sweat rolled down his forehead. David had already begun to feel that this forest was cursed. Why were there so many sick bastards wandering through it? In front of them, 2 young men came out of the darkness into the light, who were also surprised that the boys turned out to be human. After taking a closer look at David and Thomas, the young men came to the conclusion that these are not just people, even children. One of the young men, throwing his bow behind his back, asked for forgiveness from the children. He said he just heard some rustling and thought it was a monster. That's why he started shooting. Seeing something shining in one of the bags, the boys began to approach David with the words that they almost killed a person. Realizing what was going on, the boy interrupted these efforts, saying that strangers even do not try to lie believably. David demanded an end to this shameful game. The young men must say directly who they are and what they need. The archer scratched the back of his head, asked him to forgive him, and said that he had forgotten to introduce himself. Suddenly, rushing at David with a knife that he had drawn at the last second, he shouted that they were Calboro. But the boy's plan failed. David grabbed his hand, and with the other lightning struck him in the jaw. One of the Calboros choked on his own blood, which immediately flowed from his nose and mouth. David knew the name well, had he ever met these scumbags again. Seeing that his henchman wasn't doing well, the other Calboro pulled out his knife and charged at David. But Thomas, who was standing not far from him, was not going to give him such an opportunity. The boy yelled at David to beware and cast an invisible hand restraining spell against the robber. The blonde Calboro couldn't believe what was happening. He couldn't move. But David was pleased with Thomas's abilities. He took advantage of the moment and knocked his weapon out of the attacker's hands. Picking up a dagger from the ground a moment later, he struck the blonde with several lightning strikes. Not understanding what had just happened, he asked who they were. But after a moment, Thomas had to jump back, because the young man fell to the ground, disintegrating into several parts and splashing blood in all directions. Stunned, Thomas asked David if he had really killed his opponent, and he answered in the affirmative, saying that he wanted to kill him too. Finally, he added that the boy should also have heard that these two were members of the Calboro. This is a gang that was engaged in kidnapping and selling people. There is no such crime that they would not commit. It was the most frozen group of the Empire, approaching the second one. David stabbed him in the chest with the same dagger. Finishing things up, the boy added that if he hadn't killed them, they would have dismembered Thomas and buried the remains somewhere. Leaving these guys alive, knowing who they were, was like committing a crime. That is why Thomas should not make scenes. You just need to collect all their things. Unexpectedly, the bag of one of the young men began to jump. David looked around in shock. He didn't understand why he was moving. Were the Calboros pulling him? Thomas wondered what was inside. Maybe there was a stolen animal. David answered that now they will see everything and resolutely untied the knot. At the same moment, a bird flew out of the bag. Even David was struck by the beauty of this bird. It was sky blue in color, but resembled a chicken. Thomas was delighted. It was the first time he had seen a bluebird. David added that it was also a first with his experience. The boy looked at the handcuffs on the bird's legs, the poacher's Calboro handcuffs, which disrupted the prisoner's mana flow. The boy always believed that they were used in rare cases, for example, when they caught fantastic creatures. Maybe this bluebird was something unusual. Suddenly, the bird started talking. The bird demanded an answer and finally screamed that it was finally able to communicate. The boys could not move from their place. The first to move was, of course, Thomas, who rushed towards David with a hug, but he stopped him, realizing that it was bond magic. Judging by the fact that they were spoken to, as soon as the bird flew out of the bag, it was most likely able to block mana. The guy asked who he was talking to now. The interlocutor was called Paul. He studied fantastic creatures at the Institute. The bird's name was Marpez. No matter how much he tried to contact her, nothing came of it. But luckily, everything worked out. Lord Marpez asked in turn who the boys were. David replied that they were just passing by. They were shot by Calboro poachers and had to fight. It was the poachers who stole this bird. David didn't want to go into details because what happened was too bloody to talk about out loud. All the bird's owner needed to know was that they had saved her. Paul said that of course he assumed this version of events, but he did not focus on this version after all. He owed them a lot for his salvation. He didn't know how to repay him, but Thomas asked the best way to return the bird to Paul, because Marpez looked very tired because of the handcuffs. David asked if the bird would be able to fly normally if he took them off. Paul replied that everything should be that way. The dream bird has a very good homing instinct, so if they release her, she will find her way home. David cut the shackles that restrained Marpez's paws with one stroke of his sword, and she chirped with satisfaction. Hiding his sword in his sheath, the boy said that the bird was now free and could fly home, so as not to make the owner worry. The bird was not in a hurry. She, for some reason, was putting her dick in the boy's face. Paul said that Marpez asked the boy to pluck her feathers. David did as he was told. Marpez's feather worked like a compass. It would always point in the direction of the bird. In parting, Paul said that if the boys ever visited the Institute, they could visit him with Marpez. The bird quickly flew from David's hands, so that Paul's last words turned into a solid echo. David noted that Marpez was an extremely fast creature, but Thomas focused on what was left in the boy's hand. The corporal said that this gift even pinched his hand, but none of the two boys knew what it was. A few days later, they reached the city, where everything seemed to be as usual. The bazaar was full of work. Porters were unloading carts with goods that had no account. The local dealer, Don Carabel, accepted one of the other ornaments in the purchase, and offered 20 gold coins for it. Turning to the boys, he said that they had brought him a large number of wonderful goods today, that he had a good day. Don Carabel was glad that he met such a valuable client. The guy was also pleased with this acquaintance. He finally met a specialist. All other overbuyers who were currently present on the market turned out to be scammers. They thoroughly bored him. But David realized that he had been hanging around the neighborhood for a reason. If he could meet such a conscientious merchant, Don Carabel was confused. The guy asked if the buyer wanted to evaluate something else, a small thing, and he agreed. The boy took out a gift of a bird from his pocket and asked what it could be. He did not want to sell the item. That night, the bluebird of dreams, or simply Marpez, left him this egg. At first, David thought that she just pissed in his hand, but it turned out not to be so. She returned the favor in another way. He even threw this egg at a stone lying on a nearby lawn. But to his surprise, this purple egg shattered the stone into dust. It turned out to be really super strong. Don Carabel, scrutinizing the egg, said that it was the first time he had seen such a thing, and did not know which bird it might belong to. But it definitely belongs to an extremely rare species of fantastic creature. This treasure can be worth a lot. The color and texture of the egg also caused surprise. They made me think and go over in my head all the knowledge that was stored there. David laughed. He didn't want Don Carabel to say that it was just horseshit a few seconds later. Paracup gave the egg to the boy and said that, in fact, he did not know what it was, but he thought it was something unusual. He asked David if he wanted to take the egg to a special place. David replied that this is the only thing left for him. He cannot sell the egg without knowing what it hides inside. Having dealt with his treasures, the corporal asked if the dealer was still selling books about the Philian Academy. David explained that he and Thomas were going to go there, but they didn't know anything about her. Corabel replied that it was a big coincidence. Don Carabel explained that his daughter was also going to go there, and he was sure that she would not be against helping them. He tried to explain that she should come soon, and at the same moment, the boys heard her voice. The girl asked what was happening here. David looked around and saw a beautiful blonde, whom Don Carabel called his only blood. The girl's name was Marie. Paracup said that the boys were very important customers with whom he had just made a big deal. Mary did not believe her father's words, calling Thomas and David babies, which infuriated them beyond belief. Paracup apologized for his daughter, saying that she grew up in a merchant's house, so she is very sharp-tongued. Thomas replied that everything is fine. But David did not care about these mannerisms. He saw something very familiar in the girl's face, and asked her if she was really Marie. When Marie answered in the affirmative, he asked if her middle name was sometimes Alice, and she answered how he knew that. David replied that it might sound very strange, but she looked a lot like someone he knew. But just to make sure, he needs to ask the girl one more question. Mary Alice allowed David to do this, and the boy asked in a whisper if she had anything unbecoming of a girl underneath. The girl was amazed by the nonsense she had just heard from the lips of an unfamiliar boy. David ignored the girl's reaction and continued to muse to himself that it didn't look like she had a dick. The boy looked at Don Carabella. He would rather believe that this old man had another child that he did not know about. But David's thoughts were interrupted by a punch in the face from Mary. From now on, she considered the boy a sick bastard. But the effect of the slap was completely opposite. This feeling seemed quite familiar to the boy. After physical sensations, the boy was absolutely sure that this girl was Count Mary Alice. When their fine bat was in the city of Armelin, Count Mary was responsible for their provision. With his excellent work ethic and friendly nature, he could make friends with anyone and was an impressive personality. However, it was worth mentioning the member in a conversation with someone, how he, at the same second, became unusually angry. When he lost his temper, he started slapping everyone. Such slaps also went to David. Then he didn't understand why, suddenly. David always wanted to ask Count Mary at the next meeting why this happened, but there was no such opportunity. Earl of Mary Alice died in battle. Like all other friends and brothers of David, he saw his body with his own eyes. But it seems that just now, David found the answer to his question, who would have thought that this was the reason? He looked at Don Carabella's daughter, who was standing opposite, angry, and realized that Count Mary Alice was a girl. Seeing that the boy was smiling, Mary Alice exploded even more. She decided that she needed to punish the boy one more time and rushed at him. The girl's next attack was interrupted by the boy instantly. He hit Mary on the head with words to make her calm down. Mary grabbed her head. David told her not to get cocky just because he let her slap him once. But the boy decided to point out that he too was wrong in some ways. This remark of David incited Mary even more. She shouted that she would be fine if she hit the boy twice. Mary Alice grabbed David's hair, and he tried to stop these ridiculous efforts. The boy no longer doubted that she was seriously disturbed. Tomas and Don Carabel watched in amazement at everything that was happening. They did not know how to react. Finally, recovering from the shock, the boy and the old woman rushed to destroy the two opponents, who finally lost control. A little more time passed, and everyone more or less calmed down. Thomas still couldn't figure out what was wrong with those two. The two had just fought like they wanted to kill each other. Mary asked if they really wanted to sell it. David replied that everything was correct. He was interested to check if everything was okay with them. David assured the girl that if not, he would buy something from them to replace it. Now Thomas watched as these two oddballs seemed to become friends. The boy decided to buy 3 swords and a magic wand from Don Carabella and his daughter. Mary asked why David had 3 swords. It would be very difficult to carry them with him. He answered that it was just in case. They often break. The girl asked how he liked the weapons that she offered. He replied that they were not bad, but this black one was better than all of them. Mary explained that black iron is very strong, so that's why all the famous knights want their weapons made of it. The girl added that she doesn't know how rough the boy is when he uses swords, but this one, most likely, he won't be able to break. And the wand she offered has a very beautiful magic stone in it, so the boy should keep it. Especially considering that there was such a cute guy with him right now. She turned to Thomas and asked if he was a mage. Mary asked what kind of magic Thomas used. He modestly answered that he had the ability to telekinesis. Mary was in awe. This, in her opinion, was incredible. If the boy tried, he could get into the academy without a scholarship. The only question left for David himself was, what technique is he going to show at the practical exam? The girl said that in order to get to Philion, he needs to make an impression and show his techniques in a practical exam. The theoretical was also difficult, but not as much as the practical. Besides, if the boy shows a good result, he will definitely be taken to the academy. If the boy didn't prove his worth, he could forget about joining the academy. David believed that all he needed to do was wield a sword. The boy asked what they usually show professors to the commission. Mary replied that most nobles show their family's secret techniques, but most martial artists and wannabes show their own mana fighting techniques. David didn't know that swordsman children at that age could already use mana even if they weren't mages, but it turns out that he should be able to do it too. Mary said that if he wants to join Philion, he must be able to use his mana in battle. The girl saw David's reaction and suspected that he still hadn't learned to feel his mana. Eventually, the boy had to ask if mana was the same as aura, a question that made Mary's jaw drop. Mary Alice covered her face with her hands and groaned. Was it true that David was going to enter Philion Academy? She said that these were incomparable things, but her reaction even angered the boy a little. Mary Alice stopped her laughter, and suddenly said that they had to go out into the yard with David, who was a little scared. She rose to her feet and grabbed the swords that were lying on the table, saying that she would borrow them. David asked where the girl had such self-confidence she could damage the weapon, but she replied that he could not worry. Mary said that if she broke any of the guns, she would pay triple the amount for them. Looking back at David, who was still sitting in place, the girl hurried him on, saying that it was inappropriate to talk, he should follow her. Mary said that mana is the primordial source of the power of nature. It is like air, and it is everywhere, however. Not everyone can use it. In order to use mana, you must first sense your own mana and develop a mana sense. This can be achieved if you have talent, due to training, strong desire, or something else. Many factors affect the result. Usually people need about a year for this. After a year they start to feel it. And those future applicants who have a desire to enter Philion have already passed this stage. Mary said that David should forget about feelings for now. He doesn't even know the difference between mana and aura right now. Mary, however, recognized that aura was a form of mana, but the difference between the two was, in fact, like heaven and earth. Even with talent and incredible effort, it takes a minimum of 10 years of training to receive the echo of the innate power of the aura. After saying all she wanted, Mary Alice asked if the boy understood anything. David said that he did a little. He remembered that sometimes he met such people on the battlefield. They boasted about using aura or some other unusual powers. They were his opponents, but not that incredible. If you cut them down, they die just like everyone else. Mary Alice announced that the explanations would be over for now and asked if they could begin. The girl was sure that with practical classes, David would understand everything faster, because he would use his body, not his head. The boy did not expect anything extraordinary from Mary because, in his opinion, she was just a young girl. But after a second, Mary Alice made him tense. She attacked David rapidly, and he had to defend himself. He couldn't even gather his thoughts at first. This girl obviously made an impression on him. The boy repelled the girl's first attack, but she did not stop and was already running towards him again. David was amazed that at such a young age, Mary was already able to unleash so much power, even using twin blades. David hadn't noticed anything like that yet, so he couldn't say for sure. But it seemed to be the mana fighting technique she was talking about. But Mary, on the contrary, was impressed. She wanted to end the fight with one attack, to show the power of mana to make the boy refuse to enter the academy. This, in her opinion, was the best way out of the situation, because if the boy was embarrassed in the entrance test, it would be even worse for him. But it didn't happen as expected, and for some reason right now the girl felt that David was pressing on her. He is capable of this even without using mana. Mary Alice tensed. It was some nonsense. The voice of her adversary brought the girl out of her stupor. He asked what she was thinking about. With one lightning movement, the boy knocked both of her blades aside, and Mary was sent back. Yelling that the girl should dodge and not block his blows, the boy launched a second attack. Mary had to jump back. The girl's eyes glowed with excitement. She understood that she was in danger, but now she had a couple of seconds to catch her breath. She asked, looking at David, if she didn't think he was an unusual guy, and he replied with a smile that she did too. She not only possessed mana, but also a sword, although there were problems with the center of gravity. If Mary could solve this, she could become much stronger. Such daring behavior made Mary Alice very angry. Who was not used to losing, she shouted that David did not consider himself a winner. The boy was only worried that the girl kept her word, because one of the swords fell apart, and she promised to pay for it in triple the amount. Hearing the sound of the iron breaking, David looked around and said that Mary Alice should prepare the money. Thomas, who unexpectedly found himself behind the girl, said with delight in his eyes that she was a great fellow. But at the same moment, David shouted that he was very tired, and therefore the boy must hurry. The next morning, David came to the market to collect his money, which was owed to him yesterday. But his surprise knew no bounds. Instead of money, the boy was expected to receive books on theory for admission to the Philian Academy in Mary's notes. The girl said that there was only a month left until the entrance, but Davida was surprised by such generosity. Even yesterday, she was against it. David even threatened her, but Mary replied that there were no ulterior motives. She just liked the boys. She decided to do them a small favor so that they could all join the academy together, and is offering these services for free. Mary would really like to teach David personally, but the business did not want to wait, and it was already time for them to leave. So Mary Alice wished the boys to study well. If David failed after all she had done for him, there would be no forgiveness for him. David laughed back and told the girl to take care of herself. It was strange, but he was starting to like her even more. Jumping on the carriage's footboard, Mary Alice waved them goodbye and said that they would see each other in the capital at the entrance exams. She entrusted the boys with the most valuable things and wanted them to look through and learn everything from cover to cover. David understood that he needed to train his weak body and also study, but he even liked this big brew. When the boy returned home, his daily life began to go on as usual, but still with a few changes. David just loved having lunch with his sister Willow, but the girl immediately noticed that the boy was now stuffing his stomach so that it could burst. And then the boy burned those calories until night, hunting monsters around the village, slowly increasing his adaptability and endurance. In the end, these nightly walks bore more and more fruit, and so it continued until there were no monsters left around the village. In addition, the boy was still constantly studying, which was already an incredible feat, as for a soldier of the penal battalion. He did not understand why he needed the table etiquette of the northern nobility. He did not know what results awaited him, but he made the efforts he was capable of. A month passed, and finally the friends reached the main place of the story, the capital of the Walloon Empire. The best educational institution of the empire was located in the capital, the small city of the White Tower. The eyes of the boys finally had something to look at. The Philian Academy appeared before them. Mage Thomas was full of delight. He could not say anything except how beautiful it is. For the boy, everything that was happening now was like a fairy tale, but David tried to get him out of this state and move him from his place. He said that Thomas needed to stop acting like a village idiot and go inside, because they were going to be late for the exam. Thomas looked at his mentor and said that it had only been a month and David had grown so much. This was the last straw for the corporal. He walked up to Thomas and punched him in the head. It was time for them to go. David understood that if they had arrived at Philian Academy at that time, it was quite possible that they could have met him. The boy was hoping to meet the descendant of a famous family of swordsmen, Geoffrey, a genius who became known as the strongest swordsman in the empire. Geoffrey must be about his age now, so maybe David could meet him at the exams. In fact, for the boy, this meeting was not so important, but it would be a good bonus. Thomas asked if David had taken the same thing with him. The boy did not immediately understand what he was talking about. The young sorcerer had in mind the feather that the dream bird left behind for its salvation. It should point the way to her. David replied that of course he had this pen with him. He took it before leaving for the capital. That old man lived, just like that, somewhere here. So the boy immediately planned to look for him after the exams. He did not forget about their adventure. Now the feather of the blue bird pointed to the top floor of the building in front of which the friends were standing. Meanwhile, in one of the offices of the Philian Academy, the professor was experiencing another crisis. He believed that he was not created for this job. He always had doubts about his purpose. He was very anxious to become a seeker again. Marpez was not against it. The bird began to chirp beautifully, and Professor Paul realized that it was supporting him and encouraging him. Paul understood that he needed to continue working in this position to repay her rescuer. He was a professor of zoology at the academy. It was his biological nature to burp, and now Paul wanted to check his room because it might be uncomfortable. Suddenly, the door of Paul's office opened in front of David, as if he was expecting a guest. The guy didn't even knock. Seeing Marpez, David was happy and surprised at the same time. He said that he had no idea that her owner could be a beastman. Verlev Paul was very scared of the uninvited guest. He ran to the opposite side of the room and asked who David was and how he got here. His office was on the top floor, but his friends didn't take the stairs, Thomas ruefully reminded David, who was trying to regain his hearing. But Verlev Paul did not shut up. He wondered if strangers had come for his favorite bird, Marpez. David showed the pen to Paul, and he understood immediately. These two were his girlfriend's saviors. Verlev immediately began to turn on hospitality. Realizing that he had started the acquaintance with rudeness, David replied that everything is fine. Enough apologies. The guy admitted that Thomas was to blame for everything. He was the one who brought them to the office, although he noted that it was David who asked him. But the boy did not let the magician finish his sentence and, grabbing his cheeks, forced him to shut up. David did not want to elaborate anymore, but immediately got to the point. He was surprised that the owner of the bird was a Verlev, a fairly rare species of beastman. To top it all off, this Verlev turned out to be a professor at Philian Academy, and Paul was also surprised that the saviors of Marpez were their applicants. Verlev noted that if he had known about it earlier, he would have prepared letters of recommendation for them, but the exams started already today. David decided to ask something because they were running out of time. He didn't like what Verlev said about the possible failure of the exams. He took out a dark purple egg from his pocket and asked what it was that Marpez had left for him. Stunned, Verlev Paul looked at the egg in the boy's hand. It was the egg of a fantastic bird. Paul decided to check again if Marpez really laid his egg, and David confirmed this fact, not understanding what was so strange about it. Verlev explained that this is true, but Marpez is not just any bird. She is a bird of dreams, and that is not the most interesting thing. Paul held the egg forward and announced that he had no idea who might hatch from that egg, and David's jaw dropped. David said it was a bird's egg, and that's why it should hatch into a bird, right? But with the dream bird it was different. Depending on the environment, the dream bird absorbs different types of mana and lays an egg. Together with the lava, a phoenix will hatch, wrapped in tongues of flame. If a bird lays an egg in a monster's nest, the chick will look like the monsters that live there. Sometimes it's not a bird at all. Of course, if you analyze the streams of mana that the egg emits, it is possible to predict what kind of bird will hatch from it. In this egg, myriads of mana types are intertwined. They are like raging molten metal. But just now it was difficult for Verlev to say for sure who exactly was inside. David was amazed at the number of problems from this egg. He looked at the blue bird and asked her where she was, why she was able to lay such a strange egg. The boy had never seen such an unscrupulous bird, which just now, looking at him, covered its head with its wing. Unexpectedly, Paul asked David if the boy would allow him to look after this egg. He was absolutely not against. Verleva was satisfied with such an answer. The bird of dreams laid its egg once in its life, and he well understood its value. If Marpez herself laid this egg right in front of her rescuers, he believed that the bird felt something special about them. He scratched the bird's neck and said that he wanted to respect the choice of his girlfriend, with whom he had lived for so long. David agreed again, and added that he also wondered what would hatch from that egg. The boy understood that he and Thomas had little time, so having solved all their questions, he began to say goodbye to Paul, but he asked them to stay. All this time, Verlev was thinking about what to give them as a reward, and just now he came up with a wonderful option. He handed the boys a scroll on which was written everything that would help them hatch the egg. Sometime later, the boys went to the practical examination hall in the main building of Halalion Castle. They sat down in the waiting area for potential students, masters of martial arts. Applicants were invited one by one to the commission. Gradually, the line moved forward, and the guy who announced the serial number called the exam number 111 complete. Having announced this, the boy invited the next entrant, number 112, to follow him. David looked boredly in the wake of the boy who was passing to the next hall. Judging by the number of the predecessor, he was next. The boy was annoyed at having to wait so long, but Mary replied that this happens in all exams. David asked why Mary was dressed like that, because it was uncomfortable, but she replied that she paid special attention to her appearance, because she was Philian. She said that the gentry come here, and they can become their future customers, so she should dress with a needle. Mary Alice lamented that Thomas was not with them now, but David replied that he was taking an exam elsewhere with the magicians. Entrant number 112 finished his exam and left in despair. The boy was sure that he failed the exam. David understood that it was his turn, and Mary wished him not to be nervous, but just to give his all. The girl shouted at the boy's back that if he fails, he will not be forgiven. David thanked her for such support. Already at the threshold, the boy looked back, and looking at all the other entrants, said that he would be back soon. In the next hall, where the admission committee was sitting, the boy finally saw the professors of the Philian Academy. Each of these teachers stood out from the rest. They all had a rather interesting appearance. But what attracted his attention the most was this old man sitting in the center of the table. He was the director of the academy, Archmage Donald. But the woman sitting next to him was also a very impressive person. In the past life, David rarely felt such an aura. The boy respectfully bowed to the admissions committee and said his name. The director of the academy politely greeted him and named his position. He said that the boy's opponent will be a magic dummy, and David must demonstrate his technique on it. They asked what exactly the boy wanted to demonstrate. He answered that a chopping blow, in his opinion, would be enough for such a mannequin. Some professors believed that there was always a guy among the applicants who started talking nonsense when he saw this mannequin. The mannequin was capable of withstanding an aura strike and, on top of that, regenerated quickly, a product of magical engineering thought out to the smallest detail. Even Jeffrey the genius barely scratched this mannequin, I wonder what this boy could show them. Would he cut a mannequin in half? The director of the academy did not like such chatter from his colleagues. The boy was very close, but they did not hold back in their expressions. He didn't want to jump to conclusions because, for some reason, it seemed to him that this child could show the complete opposite result. Taking a closer look at the applicant, the man saw a very strong aura in the boy and was surprised by this, because he was very young. In no time, David was done with his part of the practical exam. He delivered what appeared to be a single blow to the dummy's neck. Turning to the committee and hiding his sword in his sheath, the boy announced that he had finished his speech. Those two skeptical teachers began to laugh and say that it was difficult for them to appreciate such talent. Laughing with pleasure, one of them turned to the director and asked his opinion on the matter. But Donald did not have time to answer, because his neighbor jumped up and rushed in the boy's direction. The woman's name was Emma, and she was a fencing instructor at the academy. She held her sword to David's throat, her eyes glowing with anger. After a pause, David said that she scared him. Instead, the boy heard a question about who had taught him such swordsmanship. David didn't even know how to answer that question, so Emma decided to ask him another one after catching up. The woman asked if the boy saw her movements when she jumped towards him. David replied that her technique was really amazing. He noted that it was difficult to draw her sword very quickly from her sheath, but she managed to swing it 3 more times. Emma replied that David was right. She made 3 swings with her sword, just as narcissistic as the ones the boy had shown. The corporal had nothing to answer this remark, and he did not want to, because this was the test of the best teachers of the academy. The woman continued to say that according to the boy, probably no one would be able to crack his idiotic trick. But in fact, David slowed his last blow, as if to make sure of something, for example, that they would see him. Donald, folding his hands on the table, analyzed everything that had just happened. Emma considered it the highest degree of insolence. The boy had forgotten where he was. The theoretical professors could not at all understand what all these claims were about, what they had to see. But Emma misunderstood David's intentions. He held back the force of the last blow only because he was afraid that his sword would not withstand and break. But now, looking at the angry woman, the boy understood that even if he told it, she would not believe him. Emma's anger subsided as suddenly as it had arisen. She hid her sword in her sheath and said that she would remember the boy. He was surprised. But as soon as David relaxed, the woman turned to him and said that she would definitely teach him personally. The academy's fencing instructor sat down in her seat under the shocked looks of all the commission members, and especially Donald. The principal was surprised. This line sounded as if she had already taken this student among her students. The director thanked the boy for his performance, and he ticked a box in his mind for the future that he should be more attentive. Finally, Donald ended this test with a simple question. There was no right answer. The boy had to answer how he felt. The director of the academy asked why the boy wanted to study at the Philian Academy. The guy, after thinking for a while, said that the question is very interesting. The answer to it will be, not to regret anything. That is why David came to study at this institution in the first place. When the door closed behind the applicant, the director continued to sit motionless in thought. These words surprised him. Suddenly the man smiled. He said that it was very troublesome, and added that he did not know how to teach the boy this. The theoretical professors began to question what this guy did. That they have such a reaction. Did he show some genius trick? The director of the academy replied that it might have been a trick, but he would rather call it talent. In the next second after his words, the magic dummy's head fell off. David also had something to think about. He didn't know if he could have defeated this teacher if he had faced her in his past life. It seemed to the boy that he had already faced enough difficulties, but it seems that he still has a very long way to go. He remembered the words of his commander-in-chief, and concluded that it was not in vain that he came to the Philian Academy. The boy was sure that he would be able to learn a lot in this educational institution. Now only the written test remains. He memorized everything in a row for a whole month, so it will be very easy to do. But sometime later it turned out that his assumptions were wrong. The guy realized that he messed up a lot. Mary was surprised. The guy didn't answer half of the questions. She told him to look at the notes in the bag. Thomas hesitated and replied that, in fact, David took a couple of books and left the bag, then concentrated on studying and forgot about everything else. The magician admitted that it was his fault. He did not remind David about the other materials, and Mary finally understood that the boy was a fool. David was in a bad state since the end of the written test. The girl hoped that the results should be available soon. Realizing that this was not the case, Mary began to bring the boy out of his semi-comatose state. She said that everything would be fine, because the practice test was more important. Suddenly, her speech was interrupted by one of the entrants, who saw that the exam results appeared in the sky above the square. All the candidates for admission to the academy went to the square to the list that hung in the air, trying to make out their name there. Mary and Thomas were also among them. according to the girl. The results appeared much earlier than she expected. Thomas was ranked 12th in the practical exam and 1st in the written exam. Mary was 9th overall. The girl and the boy were wild with joy. Now they could relax a little. They became students of the Philian Academy. Mary saw that Thomas had taken first place in theory and praised the boy for it, even though he had not yet realized his marks. 2 other people shared the first place with him, but still, this did not detract from his merits, although the boy himself considered it luck. Mary Alice, in a good mood, turned in David's direction, about to ask him how he was doing. But the boy was not happy at all. Pain and sadness shone on his face. David was not on the lists. Mary and Thomas ran up to him, not believing their ears in their opinion. Such results were completely impossible. Mary held his eyes open with her hands and demanded that he look again, because David must have just read everything wrong. Suddenly, the sky above the square lit up with flames. All the students closed their eyes from the bright light. Friends thought that it was all just a salute in honor of those who successfully passed the entrance exams. But everything was much more interesting. A flaming phoenix bird hovered over the square. Having found David in the crowd, the bird released a fiery sphere in his direction. The boy did not know how to react. Suddenly, a fiery sphere exploded in the air. The flame covered the entire sky above the square. In the background of this flame came the announcement that David had won 2nd place in the martial arts department and had won 1st place in the practical exam. After a moment of stupor, the friends rushed to each other with hugs. The boy, after all, managed to enter the most prestigious academy in the country. Despite the fact that David failed the theoretical exam, he still managed to take the 2nd place in the faculty thanks to the practical exam. Probably, only the boy himself doubted his abilities, because neither Mary nor Thomas believed in his failure. Suddenly it dawned on David that if he came first in the practical exam, Jeffrey must have lost to him. He understood that this boy would definitely not tolerate such a thing, and it was a little scary, but it did not cancel out the joy. For some time after the announcement, the boy managed to have fun until he heard a question behind him if he was the same David. The corporal suspected that the meeting with Jeffrey would be something like that. He looked around and saw the holy swordsman in person. Everyone at Philian Academy knew what Jeffrey looked like, but admiration was inevitable every time they saw him. Mary noted that Jeffrey had a desire to talk to David, but he himself saw that the boy was the same as he had been in his past life. Jeffrey, from a past life, could not stand those who were better than him in the possession of a sword, and had a vile desire to always win. David decided that he needed to solve everything quietly and peacefully. That is why he replied that he did not understand what the interlocutor was talking about. Jeffrey was not satisfied with this answer. He asked the boy why he was lying to him, but David insisted that the opponent had no evidence. As soon as the boy said something about the evidence, Jeffrey drew his sword from its sheath and charged at him. Mary Alice and Thomas, who were standing nearby, opened their mouths. No one expected that this would be the turn of events. Taking one single punch, Jeffrey said that was enough. If the boy wasn't in first place, he wouldn't be able to react. Meanwhile, a crowd of spectators formed around the 2 rivals, who were amazed at such audacity. Jeffrey demanded that David show him skills that surpassed him. The corporal considered the boy a sick bastard. In the end, agreeing to the demands of the attacker, the boy decided to show him something and threw Jeffrey a decent distance away from him. The holy swordsman barely had time to follow his opponent's attacks, but he still managed to parry each attack. Jeffrey remarked after David's series of shots that the guy had a great technique, and now he understood why he won the first place. But according to the holy swordsman, this was absolutely not enough for him to overcome him in a personal duel. David was already tired of proving something to this madman. He wanted to stop Jeffrey, but he did not back down. The holy swordsman, shouting that he still did not recognize David's victory, struck the boy with his first blow. The corporal didn't understand why this idiot was picking on him. Probably because he decided to die. That's why he didn't want to cross paths with Jeffrey. At this rate, the boy was afraid that he would reach the point of using the aura, which was already a problem, because he himself did not possess it. With one swing of the sword, Jeffrey was able to cause a storm. His incredible aura was therefore called the Sword of the Storm. David could not cope with it. The boy saw only one way out. He immediately turned around and started running away from the enemy. Jeffrey was amazed that his opponent turned his back on his opponent. Did he think he would be let go so easily? Thomas, behind whom the boy hid, was horrified. He did not understand why his mentor chose him for the human shield mission. Jeffrey called David a vile bastard who stooped to using the girl as a shield. He was definitely no knight. Thomas shouted that he was not a girl, but a boy. David noted that Jeffrey's character was just as vile, even on the verge of death, saying that the holy swordsman values nobility no matter what. The corporal tossed Thomas aside and flew into the attack. This unexpected attack caught Jeffrey off guard, and the holy swordsman was hit in the face. Seeing that, the opponent fell to his knees and covered his face with his hands. David looked back at his friends and shouted that this was their chance. When Jeffrey was able to open his eyes, he saw David holding hands with Mary and Thomas running away from the square. A few seconds after their escape, an overseer made his way through the crowd to the holy swordsman. He wanted to find out who made such a mess. But seeing Jeffrey himself on the ground, he forgot all the severity and began to find out who exactly dared to do such a thing to an aristocrat. He began to ask the boy what the attackers looked like and promised that the guards would definitely find them. Jeffrey said that he was a normal student now, and they could not worry about that because it was a fair fight. Getting to his feet, the boy saw that his sword had cracked, and that sword was, for a moment, made of high-quality mithril. All this time, Jeffrey thought that there was nothing unusual about his opponent's skills, but he did this to his sword. This caused great interest on the part of the young duke. He said that from now on he would remember David's name. The next day, on the edge of Shimo Forest, David and Thomas were looking for something with a map. Thomas anxiously asked if the corporal was sure they were going to be all right. The magician meant yesterday's mentor's battle. He heard that the opponent was the Duke of the Gracia family, the second most important after the imperial family. In that duel, David broke Jeffrey's nose. What if he wanted to pay back? But the corporal replied that the Duke was a good guy. The Duke had principles and could be trusted. He served as an example to all who protect the weak, the embodiment of the ideal aristocrat. Jeffrey must have said yesterday that it was just a fight, or they'd be in jail by now. Doesn't Thomas think so? In the end, David told the guy to knock it off. He thought they had gotten to where they needed to be. It was the vein of mana that Professor Paul Varon, Fernando's source, had spoken of. Mana enveloped the entire world, and the place where it, for unknown reasons, gathered and formed a puddle was called the vein of mana. Here, ordinary stones could become a high-class mana stone, and an ordinary thistle could turn into a magical healing herb. Absolutely everyone wants to find veins of mana for these incredible effects. This place is incredibly valuable. But Professor Paul is a very generous beastman. This Verlev shared such an estimated price with them for the sake of some unknown egg. David asked Thomas if he felt anything unusual. The boy replied that it was the first time he felt so much mana gathered in one place. In his opinion, here he can easily use magic that will be much stronger than his usual one. In addition to everything, they also had an egg. It usually always does that. But now this strange object is absorbing mana at an incredible rate, and it seems he likes it. David replied that he still wouldn't understand it on his own, but he suspected Mary would like it here too. Too bad she's busy. Thomas agreed with the boy, but he did it somehow tensely. Something was bothering him. The young wizard asked his mentor if that was why this place seemed strange. Professor Paul said that there is a lot of mana, and that is why many fantastic creatures come here. This meant that there should be plenty of normal beasts here as well. But this picture did not match what they were seeing now. After these words, David realized that he had relaxed too much. He needed to stay on guard. He was hardly surprised that the whole trip was not going according to plan again. It happened everywhere he went. To Thomas's question, the boy replied that he should get ready, because the corporal had already smelled blood. Thomas asked what exactly the smell of blood was, but David answered him with question after question, forcing the boy to guess for himself. Before their arrival at this place, someone had already visited this place, which is why the meadow near the spring was so quiet now. But these guests were completely uninvited, and at this very moment, they were aiming at the boys with their bows. Arrows charged with mana from the source flew rapidly towards Thomas and David. The corporal quickly drew his sword and began to destroy the enemy weapons one by one. The arrows flew into pieces, but the boy, nevertheless, realized that he had seen them before, in the past life of a free kick. One of his comrades presented such an arrow to them, saying that it was extremely powerful and could tear off the head, even of an orc. After finishing his presentation, the boy asked if the captain wanted the same for himself. David was very tired of these daily offers. He said that the promoter with such an arrow was caught for poaching, so he probably had enough of lying, but the guy insisted on his point. The boy swore and swore that such arrows could only be used by hunting dogs, those who had successfully completed 100 sorties. Hunting dogs in this country were called elite units and squads of Calboro, which meant that now the boys faced them. David told Thomas to hide somewhere and be careful. The dogs should not make a porcupine out of the boy. The corporal himself, at that time, was going to leave for a short time. At least that was how he formulated his opinion to the assistant. The hunting psychos, hiding behind the trees, could not understand how this guy could cut down all the mana-soaked arrows with one swing. While the Calboro squad speculated about the identity of the enemy, David was rapidly closing in on them. Finally, the platoon commander saw this and ordered his men to immediately run out, surround the enemy, and attack him. David guessed that the squad leader was quick to make decisions. These guys were different from the little rascals he'd met in the woods before. When he saw that the members of the detachment rushed in different directions, the boy realized that the matter would be a little steamy. If things were going this way, David decided to use a ruse and yelled that the Calboro no longer knew enemies from allies. David continued to bluff. He said it was strange the hunting dogs didn't hear the new introductions. He called himself the youngest hunting dog of the Damas branch named Kenneth. The squad members returned to the lawn and surrounded the boy. They asked if he was telling the truth. David insisted, but the squad leader shouted that the boy probably thought he was a complete fool. Hunting dogs couldn't take such a stinker even with bonds. The corporal replied that he could ask the wolf of his branch. Finally, the boy gave the squad commander a piece of advice that it is not a good habit to consider everyone around as worthless, just because he is one. Calling the leader of the pack a wild dog, David added that it was because of this that he looked very pitiful. The bandit could not understand where the boy had the courage to call him names. Did he really want to die? But David continued to mock. Already even the members of the detachment began to reassure their captain. They told him not to doubt the boy just because he was a child. Still, the system of ranks and branches was known only by the Calboros themselves, and the boy understands all this. The fighters insisted on waiting for the captain, and if the boy wasn't lying, they might have conflicts with the Damas branch. Suddenly, the voice of the captain rang out, asking what kind of mess they all made here. A man came out of the bushes and onto the lawn. The captain turned out to be a stocky man with traces of fights on his face and body as a whole. He was a wolf of the Demir Vium branch. The squad commander immediately released David and briefly told them everything the boy had told them. David was already tired of this conversation, but if the captain had joined them, everyone was now gathered on the lawn. The wolf asked if Kenneth's boyfriend was really from the Damas branch, and David hurriedly answered in the affirmative. For the captain, such a statement was rather strange. He did not understand that in this case, Kenneth had forgotten that this part of the mountain range is the territory of Demir. David laughed and pretended that he was simply not aware of such a division of territories. After a short pause, the boy added that it was all because he was not Kenneth. The wolf rolled its eyes at him. A second later, everyone around David was stunned by his sword. The boy no longer wanted to talk. As he continued to kill the hunting dogs, the boy said that he simply gave himself the most unlucky name he knew. The wolf did not have time to answer anything, because his head flew off his shoulders with one blow. The captain was no longer among the living. When only David and the squad leader were left on the lawn, the boy addressed him with the words he had said earlier about his bad end. With one lightning strike, David cut off the fingers of the opponent's hand that held the dagger. The opponent's reaction was unexpected. The man fell to his knees with his back to David and started screaming in pain. The corporal threw a map in the direction of the enemy and said that if he did not want to die, he would take himself in his hands and grab it. The commander of the unit of hunting dogs must mark on the map the location of all the branches that he knows about. At the silent question in Calboro's eyes, David laughed. Everything was completely clear, or the opponent just didn't want to do it. Raising his sword, the boy said that if he resisted, there was no point in leaving him alive. The commander of the hounds said he had nothing to write with, but David said he had made him a perfect pen. The opponent had to look at his right hand. It was far better than any pen in the world. Some time later, when the deed was done, David examined the map with new markings. He said that the commander had worked very hard. The guy added that, in his opinion, the commander of the hunting dogs even had a talent for drawing, and asked if he would be released now. But it would be better not to ask. After a moment, the boy's face was cut open by a lightning strike from the corporal's sword. David stood enveloped in moonlight. He radiated a powerful aura. The boy was not going to leave anyone alive. Thomas was turned against the tree on which the boy was leaning from this terrible sight that appeared before his eyes. David looked at his ward and said that he had warned him about this in advance. But in Thomas's opinion, it was already too much. Before the boys lay a whole pile of dead bodies of magical creatures and forest beasts. David looked at this pile of bodies and said that, as he said before, not to kill a Calboro in an encounter is a crime. But still, Thomas has nothing to worry about. They are all wanted criminals who needed to be executed. Suddenly, among the dead animals, the boy saw a blue bird. He said that if Professor Paul saw it, he would be very upset. Eventually, David asked Thomas if it was time for them to go back to the academy dorm. Suddenly, the boy felt how the egg on his belt seemed to move. He untied the pouch and tried to pull it out. But Thomas did not pay any attention to the hopes of his mentor. The boy pointed to something in front of them. The corporal looked in the other direction. A real tsunami of blood rose over the lawn, but all this avalanche froze in front of the boys. David forgot about his egg and grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing for another fight. Suddenly, all of the boys' worries vanished as the egg flew into the air and glowed purple. After a moment, the boys saw that this strange egg with an unknown creature inside was absorbing blood. Peeking over David's shoulder, Thomas asked the corporal what he thought was going on, but he had no answer. David was sure of only one thing. Whatever was under that shell, it was definitely something unusual. Sometime later, not a drop of blood remained on the lawn. The absorption was complete. David thought this was an interesting feature, but noticed that nothing had changed. And at the same moment, the egg cracked. The boy realized that the time for the hatching of the unknown beast had come. He was delighted. The amazing bird should have hatched soon. But having come too close, the boy lost his vigilance, and what was inside the shell flew straight into his face. David grabbed his nose. He didn't understand what the hell was going on here. Was this creature going to attack them? He opened his eyes and saw a very strange-looking dream bird right in front of him, which answered something in its own language. But no matter how closely he looked, this creature did not look like a bird at all. It was more like a dragon. Thomas agreed with him on this. In the books the boy read, dragons were drawn roughly like that. David's mind went back to the image of Marpez. He wondered where, anyway, she absorbed the mana to give birth to such a creature. The boy held out his hand and the strange creature rubbed against his finger with pleasure. David bent down to the little dragon's face and said that hitting him in the face was too much for a greeting. The creature closed its eyes and a strange pentagram instantly formed in the air. As the pentagram dissipated, David realized that all the wounds on his face had healed. This kid apparently knew healing magic. To all of the above, the incredible love of the creature for David was added. The creature did not look as capable as it really was. Thomas was in awe. He wanted to name the creature because it was not possible to call it like a dream bird all the time. Both boys thought about what name would suit this creature. But the creation did not allow them to finish what they started. Unexpectedly, the little dragon rushed away from the clearing in the direction of the forest. David was amazed at the speed of his new friend. Was the creature able to sense someone's presence at a distance? Sometime before that, a Calboro messenger of the Demir branch named Stephen had been running in the direction of the clearing. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, not understanding how it happened that while he was running on errands, all the members of the squad died together with the captain. And also, the boy managed to see this huge sea of blood, which was absorbed by an unknown object. Stephen decided to run away, but as soon as he took a few steps, a strange dragon-like creature chased after him. The boy turned so many times in horror that he could not stay on his feet and tripped over a root on the ground. He turned towards the creature that was hovering over him. It began to draw blood from his wounds. The boy started crying that he was bleeding and begging for help. Everything stopped with one word from David. He called the creature Sita, and said that in this way she would kill this boy. Thomas asked if it could be assumed that David had just named the dragon Sita. He answered in the affirmative. This name had been spinning in his head for a long time. The boy scratched the creature's leg and asked if it liked the new name, in front of the astonished messenger. Stephen realized that David was in that clearing with this creature. Was he the master of this monster? The corporal approached the dispatcher and asked how Stephen was feeling, calling him by name. The guy first frowned, and then quickly answered that he was alive only thanks to the stranger. Stephen understood that this strange boy knew his name from somewhere, but David, threatening with a sword, said that it was no use for the courier to know. Who would have thought that they would meet like this? In any case, David was glad to meet. He asked how the boy was doing poaching. Finally, the corporal called the boy a chatty Calboro hunting dog, much to Stephen's dismay. He immediately began to make excuses, calling himself an ordinary messenger. David replied that the boy needed to do something for him. Laughing out loud, the corporal added that something needs to be explained right away. This is not a request at all. David played with the gold coins, tossing them from his palm into the air. He was satisfied. Not for the first time, everything worked out, even better than he expected. Thomas was also pleasantly shocked. Thomas was a little confused when David said that even the water from the spring is equal to gold and made him collect some with him. Then the boy could not even dream that Marie's father would offer such a high price for this water. Thanks to Don Carabella, they don't have to worry about money anymore. Besides, they owe Professor Paul a lot. The boys were very upset when they went to thank the Varlev and show him Tsita, but he had already left on a business trip. Still, David reasoned that given the map he'd gotten from that hunting dog he'd killed, and at the same time, having given the task to the asshole messenger Stephen, their conversation would not be limited to simple gratitude. The boy scared Stephen so much at night that he would not dare to betray him under any circumstances. Thomas asked what David was going to do with all this money. The boy was exempt from tuition fees and even received a scholarship. The magician asked if David wanted to do something concrete with this money, and the corporal thought carefully. Come to think of it, the induction ceremony was supposed to start soon. They needed to hurry. A few days passed, and another coach arrived at the stagecoach station in the center of Vallon. The page kindly opened the door and asked the woman to leave, announcing that they had arrived at their destination. The girl was delighted. She looked around and could not believe what she was seeing. It turns out that the capital was just like that. David's sister Willow was in high spirits, Everything was shining and glittering around. The buildings and people were incredibly beautiful. Next to her, as if from the ground, David grew up and asked how her road to the capital was. The girl was even more happy. The boy asked if something like this had happened while he was gone, but Willow insisted that she should be the one to ask. She said that David does not represent her surprise when the girl saw a luxurious carriage in front of their house. Where did he get the money for it? She was also interested in why her brother had lost so much weight. Was he not eating well? David barely managed to insert a word, saying that he eats well. Having calmed down about her brother, Willow finally noticed the unusual creature on his shoulder, also looking at her curiously. She really liked this one. The girl asked what kind of cute creature it was. David answered that, for some reason, the little dragon had followed him. But these topics can be discussed later. They didn't have time now. They need to hurry. David took his sister's hand and said that he would be very busy when classes started at the academy. So the guy decided that everything he had planned should be done before that. The guy decided to dress his sister. She, of course, knew that David earned a lot of money and, in addition, received a scholarship. But still, she thought that the dress she was wearing now was too expensive a gift. The guy ignored her comments and asked the consultant if he could deliver all this. The fact was that the guy, in addition to the dress, bought a lot of other things for the girl, which were packed in boxes behind her back. David rightly felt that Willow had to go through a lot of bad things because of him, so it was time to pay her back. After these words, the sister's eyes filled with tears. She did not even notice when her younger brother became such an adult. Now Willow just couldn't be contained. She started running around the store and yelling for everyone to look at her kind and smart brother. David was very embarrassed by this behavior of his native person. He decided that they were finished at this location and should move on. The boy wanted to take his sister to the street of craftsmen. He needed to buy himself a normal sword. He opened the door to the shop, saying that some crazy idiot had damaged his sword, but he didn't see Jeffrey in the doorway. Looking back at the door, the boy shuddered in fright. Even Sita was frightened by the appearance of the strange Duke, who, judging by everything, was waiting for them. David asked what he was doing here, and Jeffrey replied that he had come to pick up a new sword he had ordered nearby. Passing by the store, he happened to see a boy and decided to wait for him. David understood that this is what a crazy stalker usually looks like, and he was also interested in the remark about the defective sword. The corporal was indignant because it was because of Jeffrey that his weapon was damaged. He did not understand why he could be blamed personally. The boy shouted that he could show Jeffrey what a truly defective sword was. The Duke replied that he was very interested in it. The boys had already almost drawn their swords from their scabbards, but Willow appeared between them. She forbade David to swear. The corporal started to make excuses, trying to explain what the matter was, but Willow shut him up again. The girl apologized for David's actions and explained that her brother can be abusive, but he is actually a good boy. But in the past, the annoying Duke had already forgotten all his claims to the rival. The heir to the great noble family of Grantius, the star of the empire, Jeffrey said in the future that at that moment he met a goddess. The Duke was speechless. The only thing that showed that he was alive was his red cheeks. Willow continued to apologize, saying that she did not raise David well enough. But Jeffrey, coming to his senses, asked the girl for forgiveness. The guy insisted that this whole situation happened precisely because of his explosive nature. They had nothing to apologize for. Only the Duke was to blame for what happened, and he insisted that the girl not worry, which won her heart. Willow called Jeffrey nice. She couldn't believe that David had such a nice friend. She really liked it. After a moment, the girl clung to the boy's arms and began to ask him to take care of her brother. Jeffrey Grantia, putting his hand to his chest, said that he agreed to do this, and to begin with, he would compensate the cost of David's sword. He didn't have enough gold with him right now, so he handed the girl his family's identification token. And with that token they can both go anywhere in the Empire. David's jaw just dropped. Doubting that the Duke understood the value of the item he had given Willow, Jeffrey recommended that he go to the forge at the west end of Craftsman Street. And this smithy had a 500-year history, so it is difficult for ordinary people to get there. But with this token, they will be let through. Turning to the exit, the boy finally said that he hoped they would be made a good sword there. David was amazed. He did not expect such a turn of events. Surely the Duke did not understand what he had just done. With the identification token of the Granzius family, you can buy even a decent-sized village. Is this really the same holy swordsman, Jeffrey, whom he knew from his past life? The next day, the Philian Academy's induction ceremony began in the square. The director of the academy, Donald, greeted the first-year students of the 787th batch. In turn, he said his title and name, with enough volume and pauses for everyone to hear and remember. He said that everyone present knows that they have talent. If they entered the academy, they proved their potential by passing a strict selection. The director was sure that he had united the boundless talent of the entrants right now in this square. The best teachers of the academy also joined this talent. All who are now in this place will go down in the history of the Empire. Donald finally once again congratulated all the students on entering Philian Academy. Willow, who was watching the ceremony, could not hold back tears of happiness. David understood that such moments in life are also necessary. The director suddenly snapped his fingers. A very strong energy appeared in the air, which picked up all the first-year students. Suddenly, one of them shouted that the heavens above them were collapsing, and indeed, the picture they had seen before them began to crumble. As it turned out in a moment, all the students of the 787th batch of Philian Academy were now in the arena. David told Thomas that it seemed like the headmaster had moved the entire playground with the snap of his fingers in an instant. Donald announced that at the conclusion of the induction ceremony, they would like to begin a meeting of the older students with the younger students. This event has traditionally been held for the exchange of experience between students who have just entered the academy and students from the second year. This event is special for Philian Academy and always takes place in a tense atmosphere. It usually looked like this. Those who took the first and second places in the entrance exams choose one opponent. These opponents were chosen from the 4 strongest second-year students, each of whom had their own fighting style. Donald explained that this event reflects the approach to learning at their prestigious academy. You need to learn not only from professors, but also from other students, because finding vulnerabilities, teamwork, and rivalry are the beginning of learning. This ceremony was the first step on the path of learning through duels between students of different courses. Donald noted that, of course, first-year students get the right to choose their opponents, and they can also refuse to fight. The director hoped that they did not frighten the newcomers too much now, and that they themselves would like to take part in it. The first and second-ranked sophomores immediately recognized Jeffrey and David because they were the main celebrities this year. This was picked up by the third and fourth-ranked students, who called David a comet who had overtaken the Duke in the practical exam. The second-year student was very eager to start a duel with them as soon as possible. The corporal noted the strong build of one of them. The boy decided that, if it came to that, it was a very good opportunity to show his sister that he could stand up for himself. And most importantly, David had a good opportunity to make new friends, because it did not pose any problems for him. Donald, meanwhile, announced that freshman representatives could now choose their opponents. The corporal decided to offer something first and raised his hand. Donald asked the boy to speak. The boy said that if he had the opportunity to freely choose his opponents, he would very much like to learn a lesson from all his respected elders. And the boy would not like to be limited to one opponent, so he offered to choose all 4 second-year students at the same time. This suggestion shocked the professors a bit. Donald asked Emma's instructor her opinion on it. The woman resolutely answered that the boy should be allowed to do it, the main principle of the academy. You can do everything you have the strength for. So whoever wins this fight, it will be a good lesson for many other students. Nevertheless, instructor Emma promised that if anything, she would gladly intervene in the match to settle the tense situation. The second year thought that the milk on the boy's lips had not yet dried, but he had the audacity to look down on them. Opponents decided to teach the boy manners and put him in his place. The chief among them reassured his friends. He said that no matter how defiant David was, the boy still defeated Duke Jeffrey. He should not be underestimated. So because of that, they have to go all out from the start. The guy got his sword. Willow was very afraid for her brother. Such determination of his opponents could become fatal for him. The girl shouted at the top of her lungs for David to be careful. If he couldn't handle it, he should give up immediately. Donald finally announced that if the parties were ready, the first battle between the seniors and the juniors could be considered to have begun. As soon as the sentence was finished, the first of the second-year students charged at the boy. The punch was pretty good. Much better than that Mary attack. Looks like these 4 are on a whole different level of power. David also noted the speed of his opponents and the fact that all his opponents acted in a very coordinated manner. As soon as the predecessor delivered his blow, the other participant of the match immediately entered the game. But the boy managed to avoid injuries, although the second-year students worked well in the team. In the end, David had to retreat to a safe distance. He decided that there was an urgent need to change tactics. The boy did not notice that the fourth opponent, the stockiest student, had already appeared behind him. He swung his sword at the boy and said that David had started all this in vain. He wanted a serious fight with the boy, which he thought could not happen anymore, although David skillfully avoided his punch. The attacks of the opponents were powerful enough. They also attacked in turn and without pauses. The boy understood that the second-year students were all at a very high level of skill. But he also missed. After a moment, the boy was no longer at the place to which the opponents were running. The stocky student's sword hit the ground with force. None of them even noticed that the boy disappeared from their sight. Davida was very impressed with the skill of Philian Academy, despite the fact that the boy managed to strike 3 opponents in a split second. In the end, only 2 remained active in the arena. The stocky student was impressed by the power of the freshman. David asked if the boy had lost his fighting spirit. If not, he promised to remain serious until the very end. The corporal rushed in the direction of the opponent. Without waiting for an answer, he prepared to repulse the attack. Unexpectedly, the sophomore noticed and recognized Instructor Emma's unique stance in David's movements. While the boy was focused on this, David managed to deliver a series of blows to his body. In the end, the sophomore's giant sword crumbled from such a powerful attack. The match was over. David turned to his opponents and said that he had learned a lot from them. All the spectators jumped up. There was violence. Everyone was wondering who this newcomer was. He was able to turn the situation upside down in a flash. Even the second-year students themselves, when they came to their senses, could not understand whether David was really a first-year student. The first-ranked second-year student looked at his broken sword and said that he had nothing against his opponent. David looked at his sister, who grabbed her neighbor's breasts and shouted that this is her brother. Now she won't have to worry that he will be beaten here. The boy turned to his opponents and said that they did a good job and he learned a lot from them. Against the background of his joys from entering the academy, the boy admitted that he had gone a little overboard, but they were much stronger than him. Now he knew it for sure. He thanked the second-year students profusely for accepting his challenge, much to the surprise of Mary and Thomas. The boy asked to forget about his today's rudeness. He hoped that he could still learn something from them in the future. The stocky student, after a minute of silence, shouted with a smile that at first it seemed to him David was an asshole, but he turned out to be a strong, well-mannered younger man. He grabbed the boy's hand and said that David needn't be so shy. The boy won honestly with his skills. You need to act more confident because that's what Philian Academy is all about. The sophomore raised David's hand above his head. Willow was shocked. Now David had shown his social skills, so now she had to realize that she had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, this whole scene was watched by one of the female students of the academy, who was also very interested in David and his abilities. As night fell on Philian Academy, all students were invited to the dining hall. David was always curious about what the banquet in honor of entering the academy looked like. He looked around with interest. In fact, the holiday turned out to be so grandiose that the boy did not even dare to imagine it. Mary said what she had said before. This is the most prestigious academy in the imperial capital. You shouldn't expect anything less from it. David answered that, stopped being surprised by everything. Thomas asked if the boy had taken his sister. The boy replied that Willow was too worried about him, so he had to calm her down for a long time. The guy even had to send Sita with her just in case, so there was no need to worry about the girl. Sita, after all, was not what, but a dragon. Thomas was amazed. David cared so much for his sister. The corporal considered such behavior absolutely natural, decided not to continue any more dialogues, but to check what they are fed in this academy. As the boy's teeth bit into the chicken leg, he heard Geoffrey's voice behind him, displeased that the boy was simply enjoying his meal. Frightened again, David jumped out of his chair and shouted what Uncle Geoffrey wanted from him this time. He asked why the Duke leaned back again. He replied that he did not come to fight, but just wanted to check something important. The boy took out his notebook and asked where Lady Willow's main deployment base was located, and how far it was from the imperial capital. David did not have time to answer the first questions, and the boy was already asking new ones, whether it is well guarded, how often bandits appear there. Finally, Geoffrey wondered if David had taken good care of the escort. The boy should have, at the very least, brought in mercenaries. David exploded. He said that he had taken good care of his sister, that she was being looked after by someone more reliable than ordinary mercenaries. So Geoffrey has nothing to worry about. Nothing is going to happen to Willow, unless there is a wyvern or something like that. But such words, on the contrary, only provoked Geoffrey. Now he was worried that if the wyvern appeared, the girl would be in danger. David was fed up with this. He asked what kind of old guy is organizing a circus here because of his sister. Who is he even to her? Unexpectedly, the argument of these two stubborn rivals was interrupted by the voice of a girl who said that they had put on an interesting show. She turned to Geoffrey and asked how Granzia's wolf had become so talkative. Judging by the appearance of the Duke, this girl was not at all to his liking. He asked what she needed, calling her Corinne. It was Corinne Akalusha. She took first place among those who entered the Faculty of Magic. The girl, laughing, asked for forgiveness. She said that she would not want the Duke to misunderstand her. But at the moment, she was not interested in him, but rather in his interlocutor, David. The guy was shocked and did not know what to answer to such a confession of a stranger. While David was thinking of some kind of answer, Geoffrey said that the girl must be at it again with her evil hobby. The Duke finally remarked that he was done with his work, so she could do whatever she wanted. But Geoffrey couldn't just leave and finally suggested that David send a couple of guards after Willow, but he asked him to just drop it. Thomas approached the boy and whispered that it was the same girl who had shocked everyone during the match. David asked not to remind him, because he himself remembered how Corinne showed complete superiority over all opponents. Remembering that explosion in the arena, the boy came to the conclusion that, in his opinion, she even went a little overboard. The girl smiled sweetly in response. She said whether it seems to him that it is necessary to teach those who are completely insolent. But David said he didn't understand what it was all about. He remarked that she had better get down to business. Corinne smiled wildly and replied that she was very impressed by the boy's talent and came to propose to him. A petty thief would not even dare to dream of such an offer. It was so special. David stared in amazement at the locket that the girl was holding in her hand. It was an invitation from the Acalusius family. Unlike other nobles who valued blood ties, talent is the main thing for Acalusia. That's how they took the place of one of the pillars of the empire. Those talents who, in their opinion, had potential, this family gave opportunities to become part of them. And the symbol of this possibility is the same invitation from Acalusia, the medallion that the boy now held in his hands. David asked if she had permission to just hand things like that out to people. Corinne said that if he was asking questions like that, he knew what it was. The guy could not tell the whole truth, so he simply answered that he had heard something about it. He learned about this medallion for the first time in a penalty shootout in a past life. When the commander-in-chief showed the medallion, the boy asked if a commoner like him could become a part of this great family. Florence looked intently at her young interlocutor and said that it was certainly possible. But first, the boy will need to pass a test from the head of the family, and for those who have talent, this does not pose any problems. So the boy should keep this in his mind. Once he washes away his sins with achievements in this war, he can receive such an invitation. The woman considered David a very talented warrior who undoubtedly had abilities. Corinne said that if the boy already knew, she saw no point in explaining everything to him. The girl hoped that David would make the right choice. She looked at him in farewell and said that, even if he was born a wolf, but living among sheep, he could become one of them. She left, leaving Thomas with an arrhythmia. David asked if geniuses always do whatever they want. It was a good thing that now he can contact Acalusius. This clan can be useful to him. In general, in the Philian Academy, the abilities of students were valued more than anything else. Depending on the grades, the environment also changed. The most striking example of this was the system of student dormitories. All the students with average grades were assigned to the Nician Hall, a perfectly decent building that didn't pretend to be overly fancy. Each student got a clean room there, a high-quality cafeteria and the like, a nice enough dormitory with everything they needed. On the other hand, 30% of the students with the worst academic statistics ended up in Crater Hall. The first day of all newcomers to this dormitory always began with cries of dissatisfaction. The representatives of the nobility were very worried about the fact that they had to live in this dilapidated shack, even without servants. But the commandant always apologized for the fact that there were no workers for the Crater Hall in the academy. 4 people were supposed to live in each room of this hall. The cafeteria, shower, and toilets were shared. To all the indignant shouts, the commandant replied that such were the rules of the academy, and that students should not look at him like that. It is better to let them study. If, after moving to this dormitory, grades did not improve during the semester, students could stay in this hall for the next semester as well. The last hall, where 10% of the best students lived, was called Nabardos Hall. In David's opinion, it was not difficult to describe this hall in one sentence. It was full of everything. The boy was surprised that all these advantages and luxuries were made for the students. It was indeed an outstanding academy. Suddenly, David saw on the table the same course selection form they had been told about. The guy realized that he just needed to choose the courses he would like to attend, but the list was quite long. In the first year, you need to adapt to the rhythm of the academy, so everyone advised not to choose too many courses. But all of them, in the boy's opinion, looked very interesting. This was a common mistake of first-year students, who were waiting for hell. A few minutes passed, and David sat contentedly on the sofa in the middle of his living room. Perhaps his choice was too exaggerated, but if the boy entered Philian Academy, he believed that he had the right to do so. But the boy's intentions were gradually destroyed. At first, the teacher of the basics of imperial swordsmanship said that the boy did not need his course. David didn't understand what he meant at first. They had just started training. But the teacher replied that these were just his words. The boy already at the beginning perfectly mastered all the basics of the imperial fencing technique. According to the rules of the academy, students were released from classes as soon as they mastered the curriculum. Otherwise, they would demotivate others. But in the end, the teacher added that the boy should not suffer. David should focus on his studies. In the end, this behavior of the teachers of some courses upset the boy very much. He was in despair. He was thrown out not only from the imperial fencing courses, but also from the archery courses. Next up was the teacher of the monster hunting course, who was in awe of David's abilities. Currently, the boy was expelled from everywhere. He presented his studies in a completely different way. His despair was interrupted by Emma's voice. The fencing instructor asked if the boy should be in class at this time. He seemed very familiar to her. Suddenly the woman smiled. She guessed that David was able to finish all the courses he signed up for. The boy replied that he thought the academy would be better. In fact, Emma was also surprised. The boy finished all the courses on the first day. But that was to be expected. It only took one look for David to copy her personal fighting technique. The woman said that in such a case, as an instructor of the Philian Academy, she could not close her eyes to this, and asked the boy to give her the sword. Confused, David asked why the instructor needed his weapon. Emma, not intending to answer, snatched the sword from the boy's hands. She only added that she was going to teach him important things. The boy continued to rage when the water in the pond suddenly exploded behind him. To David's surprise, Emma replied that she thought that was all the piece of metal in her hand could do. The woman added that this sword cannot even be considered a weapon. It only prevents the boy from revealing his full strength. Telling David to look more closely, Emma drew her sword and showed him the mana strike again. The fencing instructor's mana power was so powerful that it was able to create an entire hurricane. When the attack was almost over, the boy and the woman found themselves almost under a torrential downpour from the lake. Having hidden her sword in her sheath, Emma looked at the boy and asked if he now understood what exactly he was missing. The weapon is a strong and sharp piece of iron, made for battles with opponents. It is desirable not to break it during use. But if even this weapon ever breaks, you can always take a new one. In other words, it is a consumable. This is exactly what David thought, until he saw with his own eyes what the instructor Emma had done. It was completely absurd. The woman changed the sword and made the same swing, but the difference in power is enormous. One breath and a tiny drop of power. It would seem like such a trifle, but on the battlefield, this very trifle can cost lives, so wasting energy is certain death. Emma said that if mana is used, David just has to choose a suitable weapon, but of course he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand such things precisely because the boy still doesn't know how to use his mana. David had no idea that Emma knew, but she replied that it was hard to believe because the boy displayed such power without using mana at all. The woman claimed that one day the guy would still manage to start using her. He might not worry about it. But in order to properly use his abilities, he will absolutely need a good weapon. Emma saw that because of her words, the boy thought hard and invited him to her classes. The instructor added that only sophomores and seniors are allowed to attend her course, but she would gladly make an exception for him. But David has to come to his first class with a normal weapon instead of this piece of iron. This is a condition for admission to her class. On the very first day off, David and his friends came to order a sword, prompted by a dialogue with the instructor. They came to the same forge that Duke Geoffrey had told them about as he gave David his locket. According to friends, this forge looked very shabby. It felt as if it fell apart from one touch. Mary asked if the Grantius family really bought their weapons from this place all the time. David replied with a smile that it seemed to be the case. The boy said that they would only know for sure when they got inside, but inside it seemed to be even worse. It was strange for the boy, because Geoffrey couldn't lie. Suddenly a very angry voice asked who was making noise in his house, because he was, after all, asleep. After a second, the door to the room where the friends were was opened, and they saw a giant wolf in front of them, who asked who they were. Not getting an answer, the wolf asked if they didn't see that even the fire was not burning in the house. Why vote like that in broad daylight? David could not take his eyes off such a grand sight. It turns out that werewolves lived in this forge. The werewolf growled. He asked again why they had stopped, and the boy, taking out Geoffrey's locket, said that they had come for weapons. David added that Duke Grantius had recommended this very place to him for such purposes. He said that they had unsurpassed weapons. Werewolf recognized the token, but asked why David wanted it. He could stick it up his ass. It wouldn't make him Grantius. He added that he doesn't know where the information about this place leaked. But strangers should be dumped from here. They don't serve children. Although, after a moment, he added that there was one more option for David and his friends. The werewolf pointed a finger at Thomas and said that David could give the hand of this squishy bastard, and in this case, he agreed to change his mind. Showing his teeth, the werewolf said that he was very hungry and would not refuse such a generous offer. David was no longer going to tolerate such behavior of an insolent beast. In his opinion, the werewolf had reached its limit. A second later, the boy's sword pierced the werewolf's chest, which screamed in pain. The giant had to jump back to save his life. He held his chest with a paw. David noticed that his blow felt somehow strange, and only now did he realize that the werewolf was in armor that came out of nowhere. But it didn't matter to the boy. He said that he could just cut through her with his sword anyway. The werewolf yelled for David to wait. The giant beast shouted that the boy should not be angry, because it was just a check. It is a mandatory procedure for new customers. And also, today he just wanted to test his new invisible armor, which he made himself. so he went a little overboard with the provocation. Finally, the werewolf shouted that, in fact, he did not want to harm his friends at all. David took it as a simple refusal. Friends did not believe it. The werewolf assured that it would be quite the opposite if there were no inspections at the forge serving the Grantius family. He added that if the boy still couldn't believe him, David could personally ask Duke Geoffrey about it. The boy said that such a test was quite amusing. How quickly and painfully one can die. The werewolf again remarked that he had gone a little overboard. In the end, the werewolf got to his feet and with a smile said that his friends should forgive him. He didn't want to scare them, especially Thomas. Looking at the boy, the giant added that he doesn't like to eat people, so he can absolutely not worry about his life. Realizing that he had not introduced himself, the werewolf called himself Edward and added that he was not only the master's assistant here, but also a guard. He asked David's name, he introduced himself, and the werewolf asked if the boy had really come to get a weapon. The werewolf opened the door behind him and said that he would lead them inside. This place is just an entrance, not the skill itself. The real forge was inside the room he was inviting his friends to now. When David, Thomas, and Mary entered the next room, which was completely empty, the werewolf asked if they were steady on their feet. He clicked on one of the bricks and said that now their new customers will see a real miracle. Suddenly, the room started to fall down. David looked at the machinery spinning above them. The room was an elevator that was made of magical stones and pulleys, the fastest way to the forge. Werewolf noted that it was the best and largest forge in the empire, which was called the Grand Cappadocia. The boy was amazed that there was actually such a place underground. He could not think of anything else to add. Werewolf added that David could be happy, and because he had passed his test, Edward would take him to Cappadocia's best master. This majestic man was the best craftsman in the empire, who knew how to make unparalleled weapons. David would never have thought that there was such a huge forge under the capital. None of the representatives of ordinary people knew about its existence. Edward also found it incredible, after all, this forge only worked to supply the royal family and nobility. It was not about any kind of discrimination. The fact is that the best masters of their country work here. However, still, the best could be called Elder Brian, who lived here. He is a master who's been smelting metal for 400 years. Edward said that the old man was quite stubborn, but he had unparalleled skills, so the werewolf respected him. Edward kicked the door open and shouted his greetings to the elder, adding that he had brought guests with him. Brian noticed that Edward was being rude when he burst into his workshop. He told him to be quieter, but as usual, no one listened. Edward clapped his hands. He said that there's nothing you can do about it. There was a weapon in front of the door. That's why he couldn't open it properly. Regardless of the elder's mood, the werewolf continued to say that it was good to clean up. Brian grumbled that the wolf was mewing too much. Forgetting insults, Brian approached the wolf and said that, in any case, he brought guests with him. It turns out that they turned out to be not bad. Edward remarked that he had tested David. His swordsmanship was second to none, and Brian would be shocked to see it. Brian was very surprised by David's presentation. He remarked that the guy looked like a scumbag. Master asked if the boy could demonstrate his skills. He could tell a lot about abilities just by seeing them. David answered in the affirmative. But at that moment, Brian saw his jagged sword and snickered meaningfully. The master snatched the boy's sword from his hands and smashed it with one blow of the hammer. Brian asked if the boy had really been carrying it as a weapon all this time. After a second's pause, David exploded, lashing out at the master with complaints about what he was doing with his things. But Brian said that the boy could take any of the swords lying around, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to fully appreciate his skills. Whatever sword David chooses now, the master has agreed to give it to him for free, so the boy doesn't have to worry. He does this because any sword lying around will be 100 times better than the piece of crap he just smashed. The boy's anger subsided instantly. He took one of the swords in his hands and felt that it really felt different in his hand. But the guy was still interested in how different he was. David said that if he broke something, it wasn't his fault, and Brian agreed with that. The master asked the boy to fully invest in the new weapon, and David decided to recall the technique of Emma's instructor again. Brian recognized the person he reminded him of from the boy's first movements. David possessed Emma's technique. But the master's surprise was even greater when one of the walls of his house simply exploded and crumbled in the air. The other blacksmiths rushed to Elder Brian's house. No one understood what was happening there in broad daylight. Did the blast furnace explode? The answer was waiting for all comers. When the smoke cleared, they saw the master inside and his new clients, who remained unharmed. But despite the fact that everyone was physically intact, David and everyone in the room with them could not understand what had just happened. David was the first to come to them. He asked those present what happened. Brian's workshop was smashed in half by his blow. The guy said that he had absolutely no plans for this, but Brian noted that this technique absolutely belonged to Emma. Approaching David and looking intently into his face, the master asked if Emma was teaching the boy martial arts. The corporal was surprised to answer question after question, Could the master know the instructor Emma, and he answered in the affirmative. Brian, after a moment, added that he was the one who made the sword for her, a fact that made David wonder if he was talking about that comically long sword. The master blacksmith added that he called this weapon the secret sword, Urus. He rightfully considered it one of his masterpieces. The sword that David was holding, the sword of Urus, does not even fit in the soles. But Brian, nevertheless, asked if the boy liked it. He answered in the affirmative. The corporal called him incredible and admitted that he didn't think there could be anything special about the weapon. Brian said the same about the boy himself. But it turned out that the master had not seen such a great talent for a long time. He felt alive again. Brian noted that the great talent is both a great problem, and it will be difficult to decide on a suitable sword for him, because it is very difficult for any weapon to withstand the boy's blows. The boy looked at the blade of the weapon he was holding and saw a crack on it. David looked at the blacksmith and asked what he should do in such a case. He replied that ordinary materials would not hold. He said that he would have to use steel of the highest quality and alloy it with a special material. It should be at least a byproduct of Viverna. David took the pieces of his treasure out of his pocket. You asked how about this. He wasn't sure at first, but took it just in case. The master, of course, did not understand what the boy had in his hand, and he explained that it was the eggshell of a magical creature. Some time later, hammer blows were heard in the forge. Brian could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. The mithril hammer did not leave a single scratch on this shell. Did such a material even exist? Brian turned to David and shouted in delight that he could use such a precious material for his product. The boy replied that this shell was worthless to him, so it was more important whether it would be enough to make a weapon. The master promised to make the boy a sword in 2 weeks, and assured David that this weapon would be the best in the entire empire. Turning to Mary and Thomas, the man remarked that if they were already here, they could go to other craftsmen and order weapons from them. Brian couldn't kick an important person's friends out of the forge empty-handed. If they said it was from him, they'd be taken care of. The master added that he could take care of them himself, but now he does not want to be distracted and waste time on it. Friends watched in amazement as Brian's work boiled under his hands. David understood that this master was crazy, completely wrong at work. Meanwhile, discontent was rising under the forge. One of the interlocutors remarked that the people above them were very loud, and it was very annoying. He wanted to burn everything that was above them. But his opponent said that for now, it was necessary to endure. It was not time to reveal himself. To calm the boy down, he added that it wasn't long. From the blacksmiths to everyone in the empire, they would destroy everyone. The day would soon come when the entire empire would be buried in streams of light. None of the people knew that these two were now near one of the giants. David was delighted. The foreman, who was called the best blacksmith in the empire, said that he would personally make a sword for him. Thomas and Mary also placed their order with other blacksmiths, and it seems that it turned out to be a pretty penny. But David was not worried about it at all, because he was not even going to pay for all these orders. He put all the expenses in Jeffrey's pocket. The boy's only problem was that it would take half a month to create the sword. David was walking down the street and couldn't decide what he should do now to pass the time. Thomas and Mary were in class. Suddenly the boy realized that he was near the third hall for senior students, Hallelion Hall. Instructor Emma apparently held her classes here, and he didn't come to her because he didn't buy himself a normal weapon. But if he currently had a temporary sword, he could afford to attend her course. Suddenly, Emma appeared next to him, like a ghost, and grabbed the boy's ear with the words that they had not seen each other for a long time. She said that she gave him permission to come to her class as soon as the boy found the weapon, and asked what he had been doing all this time. Still holding David's ear, she asked if he had decided to start truancy, but the boy began to deny the fact. He mumbled that he had very good reasons for this, but Emma no longer listened to him, but dragged her inside. To David's endless objections, the woman answered only that she would listen to his excuses and explanations on the way to the training hall. The guy shouted so loudly that he was heard, even in the building. A girl with a stack of papers came to the window to find out what was happening, but she was not allowed to quench her curiosity. A boy who was passing by pushed her in the shoulder with words to get her out of the way. Dropping the papers she was holding in her hands, the girl began to excuse herself to him, but he replied that the teacher's assistant was too retarded. He said that she did not have time for distractions. She needed to prepare for class as soon as possible, and the girl agreed with this. Emma brought David to Arena Number 1 and introduced him to the other students, who might already know him from the academy entrance ceremony. But the woman, nevertheless, decided to introduce David to the students one more time. They lined up in several rows and listened attentively to the teacher. Emma paused for a moment and said that this asshole's name is David, and starting today he will be attending class with everyone in this hall. The boy bowed to his comrade and said that he was very pleased to meet the elders. The freshmen started debating whether or not he was the guy who took second place among first-year students. Some of them had already heard that David had passed his classes externally. Was he really that good? Despite the fact that he looked like a dork. David thought that these bastards were not paying attention to what they were saying. He was standing right in front of them and heard everything. But he was, nevertheless, glad to see some representatives of senior classes in this hall. Although among the ranks of students, he also saw Duke Geoffrey, who remained the person he did not like. Suddenly the hall door opened, and a girl's voice apologized to Emma's instructor for being late. The girl quickly approached the teacher, passing by David. She announced that she was delayed, preparing for the lesson. The boy recognized this voice, but did not dare to admit it to himself yet. Emma answered that the girl could not worry. She needed to rest. The instructor just finished introducing the new guy, the younger one everyone is talking about. Emma told the stranger to say hello to him, because he must know her assistant. The boy heard a greeting from the stranger in his direction. The girl turned around and said that she was a sophomore and worked as an assistant to Emma's instructor. It was Florence. She approached David and held out her hand to him, offering to establish a relationship with him. But the boy almost did not hear her words. Florence became famous for her exceptional ability to command, and she was also called the first woman to hold the post of commander-in-chief. She ruled the battlefield with her cool-headed judgment and outstanding leadership qualities. She was a real iron lady, and everyone who was under her command said a lot of good things about her. Some noted that her veins did not flow with blood, but with real red-hot iron. David would never have thought that the commander-in-chief could smile like that. It was clear that she had no memories from her past life. David was looking at the real commander-in-chief from his past life. He remembered her same request, that the boy told her to become a seamstress in the next life, but he did not understand what he should do now. But now he was worried about something else. One of the senior students asked the girl to look at his counter, and she willingly agreed to come over. Following the first, the second senior student said that her towel smelled bad and asked if there were others. The girl again agreed to help. David looked at this picture, how Florence ran from one student to another and could not understand why she was being so hard. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a senior student who offered him to arrange a sparring match. The corporal was surprised at this suggestion. The boy scratched the back of his head and said if it was so unexpected, David should excuse him. The senior introduced himself to Anthony and said that he was a third-year student. He had heard of David and thought the boy's performance was simply incredible. Anthony added that if it was true, he would like to have a match with David, to learn something from him. But he replied that he was busy. Anthony, as if, did not hear David's answer at all. He said that he was asking him for a duel, but he did not even take his weapon. Finding Florence with his eyes, he shouted for the loser to bring him a training spear. The girl agreed without even taking offense. The words of this brat made David very angry. He did not understand how this bastard dared to insult the commander-in-chief. A moment later, Anthony got his spear, but not the one needed to make excuses, and he lunged at Florence, who started to make excuses. Anthony laughed at the girl's behavior. He told Florence to look at herself and her pathetic excuses. He hit the girl on the head with a spear and added that the teacher's assistant could not be so brainless. She did not even have the right to come to class. Florence was only allowed here because she tearfully begged Instructor Emma, so she must do her job well. Anthony shouted that the girl didn't even have a conscience, and she started apologizing and saying that she would be more careful in the future. David could no longer endure this scene and grabbed Anthony's spear with his hand, which was supposed to fall on the girl's head once again. Anthony was indignant at David's actions, but David replied that if the respected elder wanted, they could have a match right now. If Anthony didn't agree to his terms, David said he didn't know what to do with him in that case. Feeling more and more furious, David asked the dumb question in Anthony's eyes if the idiot didn't understand that he wanted to fight. Anthony smiled and asked if he understood correctly why the boy had suddenly changed so much. He looked at Florence and said that most likely it was because of this fool. The boy probably knew her, or, in his opinion, it was even worse. If they were both commoners, they probably decided to date, and Anthony just didn't know. David told the boy to immediately shut the pelt and try to block his blows, unless he wanted to die. A second later, David's sword plunged into Anthony's ribcage, and he didn't have time to defend himself with the spear that started it all. The senior gritted his teeth in pain. He didn't understand how it could happen that this freshman was so strong without even using mana. With one powerful blow, David threw the opponent a decent distance. He could barely stand on his feet. David said that the reason why Anthony sneered so much was because he did not want to use a long spear, so he shortened it for the convenience of his opponent. He asked if he liked his weapon now. This question angered Anthony. This bastard dared to talk to him arrogantly. The senior rushed at David, saying that he had forgotten his place and threatening that the boy would not get out of here in one piece. A second later, the fragment of the spear that Anthony was swinging was torn into several more pieces. The boy did not even have time to blink an eye. Seeing the shocked face of his opponent, David said that he should only worry about himself and hit the boy with a sword. Anthony choked on saliva and blood and fell unconscious to the floor at the feet of David, who stood motionless. Looking at his opponent, who was unconscious, David said that he was lucky, because outside the academy, he would have already finished him off. Anthony's teammates were amazed at the end of this match. The boy was one of the best among the third-year students. Meanwhile, David turned to the other students who were insulting Florence and turned to the lazy bitch who asked for a towel. He said that if her towel stinks, she should deal with it herself. Why bother others with such trifles? The boy did not understand the behavior of everyone around him at all. In relation to Florence, the assistant teacher was not a servant to any of them. He began to call the girl closer to him and promised to fix her nose so that nothing else would interfere. Florence tried to stop him. She stood between the two opponents and said that she didn't know why the guy was acting like that. But everything was fine. But her assurances did not make any impression on the boy. David said that the girl should leave. He has no intention of tolerating these idiots. He couldn't bear to see Florence looked down upon, at the very least. No one in this empire should look down on this girl like that. David calmly asked Florence to get out of the way again and assured her that he would not stop until he had torn these bastards to pieces. David's intentions were interrupted by the voice of Instructor Emma, who ordered the boy to stop. The woman said that she would not blame the student for what happened during this fight. This often happens. But the instructor assured that if David continued to cause problems in this classroom, she would not let him get away with it. The corporal felt his body stop obeying him, but the instructor still insisted that he drop his sword and walk away. Looking around, David saw behind him a giant snake that was ready to jump on command. David realized that this gigantic creature could be a reflection of the aura of Emma's instructor, a former sword saint. Meanwhile, the woman said that what the boy is trying to do now cannot be called a duel in any case. She was responsible for this class, and therefore could not allow such a mess under any circumstances. David replied that, come to think of it, the woman always knew how to deal with her assistant, but not paying attention to it, just watching from the side. Emma replied that it only applies to her and the assistant, but not to David. The instructor noted that she was giving the boy a final warning. He should immediately stop and calm down. But David replied that whoever the woman was, his answer in this situation would never change and sent her to hell. The teacher realized that she had no choice and activated the attack of the snake that destroys. David, as if he found himself back in the past, he turned to Florence with a question. Why did the girl want to command in this war, when everyone scattered, and answered that one day he will understand that there is a destiny in the world, and everyone has their own. David didn't understand why she answered then exactly what Florence was thinking at that moment. This woman put such a big burden on her shoulders in her past life that not everyone could bear. Suddenly he saw the face of Florence, who said that she was sorry, and that the boy should not forgive her in any way for throwing the burden on him. David jumped up on the bed, not understanding where he was now and what had happened in general. Suddenly he heard the voice of the commander-in-chief, who asked if he had a nightmare. The guy was confused at first, but then he quickly got over himself. He laughed and replied that he didn't dream anything terrible. Everything is fine. He asked if they were in the infirmary. The girl answered in the affirmative and added that the instructor ordered to take him here. Florence also said that Emma's instructor promised to correct David's behavior in extra classes. Unexpectedly, the girl asked if it was because of her that David got so angry that he caused such inconvenience in classes. The boy replied that he could not stand it when the rules of propriety were flouted. He was a gentleman after all. Florence added that he was also a bad liar. The girl asked David not to feel hatred towards Anthony and others too. She understood their feelings. David was surprised how Florence could say such a thing, because the girl tried her best to help others. He was very interested in why the commander-in-chief constantly allows herself to be insulted like that. David thought it strange if all the seniors were acting like this to her just because of some teenage stupidity. He was also very interested in the behavior of the instructor Emma, who saw all this and allowed it to be done. Didn't Florence? It was not upsetting in any way. The girl laughed and asked not to misunderstand. The instructor behaved exactly as Florence asked for it. It turned out that she was enjoying privileges that she did not deserve. At first, only those who had reached the level of an expert could attend this course. But even after a year of academic leave, she is still barely able to control her mana. David couldn't believe it. Florence, who used such an incredible, powerful aura, was once such a girl. The commander-in-chief said that she asked the instructor not to surrender if any of the students misbehaved with her. The girl did not want to be a burden, because she took the place of assistant instructor Emma anyway, bypassing all the rules. If she enjoyed such privileges, then of course she felt that she had to pay the price for it, which was contempt. She said that it was not difficult for her to endure, but nevertheless, she thanked the boy for his concern. In fact, Florence already seemed to be used to such an attitude, but today the girl really had a hard time. David asked if Florence was putting up with all this because she wanted to be the commander-in-chief. The girl covered her mouth with her hands. Florence was surprised that it was so obvious. She couldn't say it out loud with such confidence. But the girl nevertheless dreamed of becoming the commander-in-chief of the empire, despite the fact that she was still quite weak. She was aware of how stupid it sounded coming from someone who hadn't even reached the level of an expert. But nevertheless, Florence still did not plan to surrender, no matter what you say. She is very good at military science and tactics. Suddenly the girl got up and said that the next class was starting soon. She added that David needed to rest properly. The boy thanked Florence for such care and help, for watching him when he was unconscious. As the door closed behind her, David thought back to her last words in her past life. Should he tell her to drop out? These thoughts gnawed at the boy in the middle. He did not know how to act so that it would be correct in this situation. A few days later the weekend came and the friends returned to Grand Cappadocia. David was unhappy. No one met them, although they were invited to come today. If the master was going to behave like that, then he sent him a carrier pigeon in the middle of the night, saying that he had made the masterpiece of his life. David saw this as a shit attitude. He poked the helmet that was lying nearby with the words that no one cleans here at all. Mary and Thomas looked at the boy and did not understand why he was so sensitive lately, especially after Emma's class. David interrupted their conversation, saying that they needed to go downstairs on their own. Mary said that it was not possible, but the boy replied that the master himself ordered them to come. There was no reason for arguments here. The guy found the right brick and the elevator went down. Rapidly gaining speed, he was not mistaken. Mary and Thomas began to panic, but David was focused on the master and how to train him. When the elevator brought them down, the friends saw before them a terrible picture of the burning Grand Cappadocia. Everywhere lay the dead bodies of blacksmiths and customers who came to the forge to receive their orders. Thomas very loudly called David to urgently look where he was pointing his finger. Down there, a huge stone giant was chasing after several blacksmiths. The men did not know where to go from him. Surprised, David asked what the stone giants had forgotten. But Thomas worriedly said that the blacksmiths were about to be caught, and they needed to be helped. As soon as the boy finished his sentence, David took him under the arm and told Mary to get the teacher or someone else here. A moment later, the boys jumped down David in the air, ordered Thomas to use telekinesis, and he used his invisible hand. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths were already out of strength and fell to the ground, preparing for their participation, probably in their last seconds of life. The stone giant ran up to the men and swung his large stone fists at them. A second later, the giant monster crumbled on the pebbles. David's powerful blow saved the lives of the forge workers. David turned to the blacksmiths and said that so much had piled up on him in recent days that his head was splitting. These gigantic piles of stones chose a very unlucky day for such a treacherous attack. The second stone giant appeared as if out of nowhere. He ran up to the boy from behind, trying to hit him in the back. David managed to jump back and jump over his head in time to counterattack. The stone giant crumbled like its predecessor, only its head still made some sounds as it fell. The blacksmiths were amazed. Was this the same boy who had come to Master Brian then? This boy kills stone giants with one blow. David, meanwhile, climbed onto what was left of his last opponent and asked to explain to him what the hell is going on here. When the rescued blacksmiths told how it all started and how a horde of stone giants attacked the forge, Thomas and David did not believe them at first. But the men were so confused and shocked that the boys understood. They themselves really do not understand how this could happen. These stone giants simply crawled out of the ground and began to destroy everything they saw on their way, and especially the blacksmiths themselves. Also, it so happened that one of them captured several masters, including Elder Brian, and then returned to where they came from. The werewolf Edward chased after the stone giant, but he is actually not a very good fighter, most likely. All the captives will simply be eaten. David rose to his feet and asked if there were any stone giants left here. The blacksmiths replied that the boy had dealt with the last one. The corporal turned to Thomas and said that the boy, together with Mary, would need to find all the wounded who were under the rubble. He handed the boy Sita and noted that the dragon's abilities should be enough to provide first aid. Thomas asked what David was going to do in the meantime, and he replied that of course he was going to save old man Brian. This old fart owed the boy the weapon he had promised to give today, which was why they had come to the forge. Meanwhile, Brian, clutching his new work of art to his chest, assured Edward that he had come down after him in vain, even though he was grateful to him. He wanted the werewolf to escape from the dungeon. With the invisible armor he should have gotten out, but he told the elder to lock it. Edward growled that it was difficult for him even without this pointless chatter, and the old man still did not think to shut up. He said that if Brian had so much strength to thread, he could use the sword he held in his hands. But the elder, closing his eyes, replied that he could not do it. This was his magnum opus, his monumental creation. He couldn't tarnish that sword with his pathetic swordsmanship skills. In Edward's opinion, the elder was insane. No matter how much the blacksmith was going crazy with his weapon at this moment, Now was not the time for that at all, because the stone giants were approaching. As one of them ran very close, he brought his stone fist down on the werewolf and blacksmith with all his might, trying to crush them. But to Master Brian's surprise, Edward turned out to be a tough nut. He held back the blow, and it didn't hurt any of them. But in the process of restraining the pressure of his opponent, the werewolf began to understand that even the protective spells on the armor could not withstand, and dissipated. The stone giant stepped back to strike again, and the werewolf thought that if he knew of his death, he would only create what he wanted. He regretted his last years of life and prepared for death, not knowing that David was already flying to help him. With a lightning combination of blows, the boy prevented the attack of the stone giant. Landing on the floor in anticipation of new opponents, the boy said that Edward is well done. He will deal with the others on his own. Master Brian immediately picked up the werewolf under his paws. He, like Edward, were glad to see David's unexpected appearance. They asked how he got here. There were many giants on the way, but the boy answered that while he was rescuing other blacksmiths, he dealt with them all. Stunned, Edward fell to his knees. He didn't understand how that was possible, but David noted that now was not the time to talk. He reached in the direction of the scroll that Brian received in his hands and said that he should give him the sword, because his weapon was already malfunctioning. The old man didn't immediately understand what he was talking about, and the boy added that the thing Brian called his magnum opus was probably his sword. An understanding was found, and the master handed David his creation. He added that he had not yet reached the scabbard, but the sword itself was already ready. Unrolling his weapon, David said he was now going to test how good of a craftsman Brian was. The boy made one swing of his sword, which smashed the other two giants, who were shocked by such power, to stone. David himself did not expect such power in his hands. The boy froze in place, admiring what he saw. Brian excitedly ran up to the boy, endlessly asking him if he liked the La Mancha sword, in honor of the dreamer who wanted to reach for the stars. The elder said that the sword is so light that the weight is not felt, at the same time stronger than mithril. It can withstand any sword technique. Moreover, the elder master did not add any spells to the alloy, but by absorbing blood, this sword could self-restore. The corporal was pleased to hear that the abilities of Sita's eggshell had now been transferred to his sword. David replied that the old man turned out to be much more skilled than the boy thought he was. Edward said that now was not the time to show off. In his opinion, it is necessary to escape from here as soon as possible. He and Brian were in the vanguard, so there should not be other people in the dungeon. David replied that in that case, Edward should grab the old man and leave, but he still needed to check something. The surprised master and the werewolf asked what exactly the boy was interested in seeing here. David replied that he thought rats had settled here, and in his opinion, these rats were quite large, so it was necessary to deal with them urgently. But the werewolf Edward did not budge. He once again asked what exactly David was talking about. The boy replied that something was bothering him. The corporal knew well from his past life how stone giants behave. These freaks don't gather in groups, and they don't attack first. And also, never before this day, he had seen such suspicious tattoos on the backs of these giants. Brian pointed out that it was a magic circle, and David asked if the elder knew what he was doing. The master didn't know much and probably couldn't say. He came closer, and looking around said that judging by the behavior of the remaining mana, this circle was quite insidious. In his opinion, the stone giants went mad precisely because of this strange magical tattoo. Elder Brian was very curious as to who could have done this, but David didn't have the answers yet, even though he wanted to know them himself. But the boy was sure that they could find out if they did not miss the opportunity, and went deep into the dungeon. It was decided to do as David insisted, and now the boy was already racing through the underground tunnels at maximum speed. At first the boy was not entirely sure, but the deeper he went, the more convinced he was that there were human tracks among the giants' tracks. After all, on the way he also began to see stones that reacted to mana. They were placed to guard the tunnels. Now David was sure that these terrible people had absolutely planned everything very well. Suddenly, running to the next corner, David heard some voices and stopped, listening. The boy was sure that the story had almost reached its logical end. He would soon find out who was behind it all. Peeking around the corner, the boy saw an oversized stone creature with a pair of hooded strangers standing in front of it. It was obvious to David that these two scumbags were behind all this mess and the killing of innocent citizens of the Empire. At the moment, the boy was more worried about the fact that he did not understand where this stone mountain came from. This giant was much bigger than the others. It seemed to David that this Bugai was sealed for now, and fortunately, because when it starts moving, people will not have overflows. Unexpectedly, two strangers started talking. One of them felt that an outsider had entered the dungeon, because the connection with the giants was broken. The girl replied that she was sure that a third party intervened in their affairs. The boy asked why the Imperial bastards reacted so quickly. The boy asked her what she was going to do. They had lost all the giants, and they were unable to manage this giant yet. He remarked that if things were going like this now, he could kill everyone single-handedly. The girl told Matthew to forget about it. Most of the workshops have already been destroyed, so the Empire's weapons are greatly degraded. In addition, if they reveal themselves now, that person will not remain inactive. She offered to retreat. Matthew said that, in his opinion, Lola was playing too safe, so the boy had no choice. He looked at the stone giant standing in front of them and said that he needed to be taken care of. Lola didn't mind. Matthew began to generate a spell and said that this smell of sulfur already tickled his nose and really sickened him. The corporal watched intently as the wizard turned toward the tunnel. In the next second, a fiery stream of energy flew towards David, which, having collided with the boy, exploded in the tunnel. When the flames and smoke cleared, the thieves finally saw the person watching them. Matthew asked who David was. But without waiting for an answer, he said that it didn't matter at all, considering how the boy managed to dodge the blow. Matthew activated the restorage, and noting that the boy was quite agile, he asked if he needed to bind his legs first. The wizard attacked David for the second time. The boy was shocked. Matthew had materialized so much magic so quickly. These two were extraordinary thieves. Matthew asked David again how he got here because the guards shouldn't have died so easily. After analyzing his opponents, David rose to his feet, leaning on his sword, and said that he should be the one asking the questions here. It didn't matter to the boy how passionate their relationship was, because coming here was a slightly wrong thing to do. Matthew said that the boy should behave in such a way that it would not hurt to kill him. Lola said that they were wasting time, but her henchman replied that he wanted to enjoy this entertainment, because there really wasn't much time left. He added that the day would soon come when this empire would be engulfed in starlight. These words made David remember his past life. The boy took a few steps towards Matthew and asked what he had just said. Now the corporal was even more interested in this couple, and in particular, whether they knew the meaning of the words that had just come out of their mouths. David prepared to attack and said that the two strangers must go with him immediately now. He had many questions for them. Matthew laughed and asked if the boy was completely out of his mind. He probably wants to catch them on his own. Does he think it is possible? David did not answer his mouth. His weapon spoke for him. The boy cut off the hand that Matthew was going to use to attack him. After the limbs separated from the body, the boy briefly said that it was possible. But for now, the opponent should just lie quietly. The sorcerer fell to the ground and began to crawl towards his severed limb, while David approached his companion. Lola did not know what to do at all. Her henchman Matthew could not react at all to the rapid attack of this boy. While the girl looked in confusion as her henchman picked himself up piece by piece, David grabbed her by the throat with his hand. The corporal said that she had better answer his question honestly, unless she wanted to become like her comrade. After David's words, the girl finally broke out of her stupor and used a protective mana shield against him. The corporal sighed. It turns out that the girl was not going to give up so easily. He noted that Lola had created a strong protective shield. But the fate of the barrier was decided by a combination of his lightning strikes. The shield crumbled into small pieces. Lola dropped her hands in shock once again. This little guy was able to cut through her mana shield with a few punches. But the girl's surprise was short-lived, because after a few seconds, David threw her to the floor, thrusting a sword into her chest. A sharp fall knocked Lola's hood off, and the boy saw elf ears in her. She was a half-elf who got in touch with a complete freak. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rang out behind the boy, which drowned out his words. To save his health, David had to remove the sword from Lola's body and repel this attack. The first explosion was followed by several more, and all of them were from the side of the giant stone giant. David turned around to see Matthew, whose arm had turned into something rather ugly. He thought he had chopped his arm off. Matthew shouted for the boy to immediately remove his hands from his henchman. David smiled and, thrusting his sword into the girl's leg, said that Matthew didn't seem to understand how things really worked. The guy looked intently into the sorcerer's eyes and said that, in fact, the sorcerer should understand. They are nuts. David added that Matthew has to choose, or he silently does what the boy tells him to do. Or that half-elf lying on the floor would also lose her arm. David wondered if she could grow a new limb in the same way. Matthew suddenly calmed down. He said that he agreed to obey David. The boy was satisfied with this choice. Actually, the corporal didn't want to shed any more blood either, so he took his sword out of Lola's leg. He looked at the girl and said that it would be bad if she died, but the smile froze on the half-elf's face. While David was wondering why Lola was smiling, the stone giant's hand hit him with such speed that he barely had time to put his sword down. A second later, the boy flew through the entire dungeon cave. Of course, he couldn't resist such a rock. Meanwhile, Matthew approached Lola and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that everything was fine and she now owed him. If he hadn't distracted the boy with a false attack, she wouldn't have been able to stealthily activate the giant to protect them. She only activated her hand, but that boy must have been seriously injured. Matthew ordered the girl to go to the church and report. He himself was going to finish off this little bastard. Lola was worried about the henchman and told him to be careful. The girl believed that this boy was a monster in the body of a child. Matthew replied that the girl could not worry. He would no longer be carefree. The sorcerer understood that in front of him was not a child, and if he did not kill him now, it could become a big problem in the future. Matthew needs to follow every move of his opponent, he decided for himself, but he did not have time to implement it, because he lost all his limbs. A moment later, with a nasty splash, all parts of the sorcerer's body fell to the floor, David standing nearby. The boy turned to Lola and asked where the girl had gathered. He had already said earlier that he had many questions for them. The half-elf was shocked. She did not understand how the boy could survive such a blow from the giant. She hastily activated some rune. David gritted his teeth and said that there was no way he would allow any of them to escape from this cave. But after a moment he realized that in a strange way, he could not make his limbs move. His body did not obey him. Lola stood opposite him, and after a short pause, said that everything had changed very much. She must report all this. After activating the portal, the girl added that David should prepare. She would learn everything about him and take everything dear. His family, lover, and friends. David couldn't let that happen. He had just found the hook, and he couldn't lose it, or it would happen again. The guy tried with all his might to move from his place, but managed to move. Only with his hand, he shouted for the girl to stop. Suddenly a green light illuminated the cave, and a female voice ordered the half-elf to stop. Instructor Emma said that she also has many questions for the girl, but first, she must answer them. The teacher is most interested in this question, whether the half-elf Lola was the same person who dared to lay a hand on her student. Emma approached David and said she knew what had happened. The woman praised the student for a job well done. David looked back at her and said with a smile that the instructor had arrived at his grandfather's on time. The boy said that he did not expect to meet the teacher here and added that he was very lucky. The woman replied that if he had the strength to talk, the boy would live. And now it was time for them to deal with these two criminals. Lola felt that the snake's aura paralyzed her whole body. Did the same person come here? Why did she appear here? Emma, meanwhile, approached the girl and grabbed her face with her hand with such force that she choked on blood. The woman said that running was not an option because Lola had done many things that could not be forgiven. But what angered her the most was that her student was caught. The instructor led the girl to the snake's mouth and told her to see what future awaits her. A few minutes later, Lola was already lying on the floor begging for mercy. She was crying. Emma said that David had done a good job. As soon as he was treated, everything needed to be reported to the principal immediately. The guy asked if the future the instructor was talking about was the Rodelin prison. The woman answered in the affirmative and asked why he was interested. The screaming fortress of Rodelan is a prison located in the heart of the sea. Criminals who rebelled against the Empire are kept there. It is famous for the fact that it does not disdain any kind of torture. Having found out everything he needed, David began to ask to be allowed to be present at the interrogation. Emma pretended that she did not understand what he needed, but the boy did not give up and grabbed her hand. He begged her to listen to his request at least once. David looked with pity into the eyes of his teacher, not letting go of her hand. The boy said that it was very important for him. Meanwhile, the mage's doctors provided first aid to all the injured in the forge and took them to the mountain. Mary and Thomas were finally able to catch their breath. It was as if a stone had fallen from their hearts. It seems that they managed to help all the victims. Thomas still continued to worry about their friend David, who still hadn't returned. Had something happened? Suddenly the friends heard the voice of the boy coming out of the dungeon. He said that the boy and the girl had done a great job. He was told everything, by the way. The boy heard that while Mary was running for reinforcements, Thomas, together with Sita, saved more than half of the people who were overwhelmed by the debris of the forge buildings. He asked if everything was okay with his friends, but received the same question in response. Thomas saw that the boy was covered in wounds. Young Mock ran up to David and asked him to get treatment immediately. He replied that he had already done it. It was better for his friends to rest. All the more so since the boy still had some things to do. He watched as two criminals were taken out of the dungeon on a stretcher. They were unconscious. A few hours later, David, accompanied by the academy's teachers, arrived at the meeting place with Rodelin's convoy. Suddenly, a cart pulled by a giant magical flying creature, driven by a masked man, appeared over a cliff in Grengno Forest. When the cart landed, this person approached the instructor and greeted Emma by name. Invisibly, two more joined him. He said that they had come to escort the criminals, having an imperial order. He approached the bound criminals and asked if they were the same people, and they answered yes. Emma added that the man had an amazing ability to regenerate. They should keep that in mind during the interrogations. The escort replied that the interrogator would be satisfied. For the first time in a long time, they got their hands on an interesting object. Having found out all the details, they captured the prisoners and promised to contact Emma after the interrogation. After a few minutes, the prisoners rose into the sky. Probably this was the last time when they could feel free. The instructor looked after the escorts and said that during the Sunday stay in Rodolan, these two will definitely talk. She added that she would be sure to notify the boy when they contacted her, so all they had to do now was wait. David had only to agree to the conditions that the teacher offered him. If he had to wait, he would wait. From that moment, time flew very quickly. The restoration of Grand Cappadocia also moved quickly with the support of the Empire. David happily returned to the academy and spent a bunch of extra classes on fighting techniques with instructor Emma. A few more days passed and the Rodolan fortress finally welcomed them into its arms. The chief interrogator was interrogating another prisoner. He was so engrossed in this case that he almost forgot about one circumstance. They were about to receive guests who were very rare in these places. A grizzled elderly man politely greeted instructor Emma and David inside the walls of the Rodolan fortress. He called himself an interrogator attached to those criminals they caught, and also, part-time, he will accompany the guests today. This man's name was Larry. He asked if the guests wanted to go to the prisoners immediately. Emma said yes, they wanted information. David was very surprised by the appearance of this interrogator. One could not immediately tell that this cute old man was Rodolan's executioner. The instructor replied with a smile that, to be honest, I still can't believe it. Everyone says that when they meet him for the first time. But don't judge a book by its cover. The boy will soon see why this man was called the worst night terror. Larry said that the camera is not far away, so he will only cover the main points. First, it must be said that he thought so from the beginning. These two turned out to be members of the Clavier Nebula. That was the name of their organization of villains. Instructor Emma remarked that she had never heard of that name. The woman asked if it was something like a Calboro, and Larry said yes, but added that they were much more dangerous because their identities were unknown. From the Great Fire at the Nalanda Granary to the blowing up of the Institute of Magical Engineering, they were behind everything that happened this year. The boy had not heard anything about them, but it turns out that everything was so bad that he decided to intervene in the conversation. David asked if either of these two captives had said anything about the starlight, or something about the arrival of a star. Larry replied, surprised that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. David, in order not to attract attention, said that he overheard the conversation of this couple before they were captured, and it seems that it has something to do with their goal. The guy decided to repeat his question. He thought that the interlocutor simply lacked understanding because of his respectable age. Larry didn't answer anything, but just silently took out his mask from his pocket and put it on in front of a surprised David. He seemed to become a different person. The man even got a little confused. It turns out that he had hid his face in the mud on their very first meeting with the boy. He felt a great shame. It seems that these two prisoners were not yet impressed by his sincerity. Therefore, he will have to open his heart to them again. David looked at the old man with horror and did not know what to expect from him. A picture of tortured former opponents appeared before his eyes. Were they the same people he met that day? Larry said that Matthew is a very interesting specimen. He regenerates his body with unusual dark magic. He asked if the visitors know how to get close to such people. It is easier than it seems. It is necessary to cut him so that he cannot recover. Larry said that he put his whole soul into cutting off Matthew's limbs, thus showing his sincerity. So from now on, they and this stump were good close people. But that's what the interrogator thought until the boy said that Matthew was dishonest with him. The man was very disappointed. After what happened between them, the boy was still hiding something. He grabbed the captive by the hair, lifted his head and looked into his eyes. Larry said he thought they opened each other's hearts. Matthew shouted that he had nothing to hide and told everything. But Larry said that he had hidden the information about the arrival of the star meanly. He let Matthew know that he wanted to end this sensitive conversation with him because Lola didn't have the strength to recover like he did. He, of course, does not care, but the guy should be aware that the girl may die if the interrogator decides to continue with her. David looked at the tortured Lola, who moaned a request to kill her. The corporal had never seen such cruelty, even in the army. But looking at Matthew, the boy could not understand how he still had the strength to hide something from the executioner. The main thing that David could not understand was why. The identities of the two criminals were revealed. Could the boy simply not be able to speak? Emma and Larry looked back at David. Silence settled in the torture chamber. The boy explained that this is usually done to soldiers on the battlefield. To prevent important information from reaching enemies, soldiers are often cast with magic that blocks the ability to tell secrets. It is quite possible that the same thing he had just described was done to these two criminals. Larry exclaimed that he was very ashamed. He missed such an important moment again. The man asked to wait a little longer and left the room. A few minutes later, the executioner returned to the room, holding something rather ugly in his hands. He explained that this piece of crap is actually called the cursed eye. It eats all the curses placed on people. When interrogating criminals who couldn't speak because of a curse, she was simply indispensable. The man approached Matthew, holding one of these creatures in his hands, and said that they would now begin the execution. He promised that the prisoner would be released soon, so the cursed eye could eat to his heart's content. A few seconds later, a purple light filled the room, and Matthew screamed wildly in pain. When it was over, Larry approached the captive again and repeated his question about the arrival of the star. The boy said that the star is an eternal being, the only blessed one that will save the miserable creatures of these lands. They are only torches, waiting for the arrival of a star that will come down to them from heaven. And their only desire is to destroy everything that can somehow interfere with this sacred day. Lola could not stand it and ordered the boy to shut up. Larry came even closer and said that he heard too many words. Matthew should explain everything simply for his sake. The man asked what would soon fall from the sky, and the captive boy answered that it would be the children of the star. After hearing those words, only David was scared in this room. He knew very well that it was about Daniel. The boy could not help himself, and despite all the warnings, Larry approached Matthew. He asked if he meant Daniel, talking about the children of the stars. Matthew raised his head and looked at David. He couldn't understand how he knew that name. Suddenly, his face began to blister and swell in different directions. The corporal could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, Larry ran up to the boy and, pushing him away from the captive, activated some kind of protective shield. A moment later, there was a big explosion that lit up the entire interrogation room. When everything fell into place, Larry said that this was not what he expected. The cursed eye drained the curse, but still, the captive exploded. David cursed and asked if this always happened. The interrogator replied that it was quite often, but such strong curses were rare. According to the executioner, the prohibition seems to have been twofold. First, not to tell anyone but members of the organization about the star's arrival. And secondly, they should not have said the words associated with it, which actually caused the captured prisoner to explode. Saying this, Larry walked as close as he could to David and, looking him in the eyes, asked who Daniel was. If the executioner was right, that name was the Clavier Nebula's secret information. He was currently wondering how the boy had managed to get it. He insisted that he should know about it because he was appointed as an investigator to investigate this case. David replied that he didn't know that much. He just happened to hear this name. The executioner asked under what circumstances it happened. The boy replied that, as everyone knew, he was the first person to encounter these two in Grand Cappadocia. In fact, everything happened by accident. He just overheard their conversation with each other. At first, their words did not seem important to the boy, but now he understood that it was a very important hint. That's why the guy got in the middle of the conversation. He apologized and asked Larry if he was okay with that answer. The executioner was suspicious of David's words. He was sure that the boy was not arranging something, but he did not sense a threat to the Empire from him. He assumed it might be because of the young man's look, his eyes burning with hatred for these bastards. David's impromptu interrogation was interrupted by Instructor Emma, who put her sword to Larry's neck. She said that the conversation was over. The man was interrogating her student right in front of her. Larry immediately backtracked, saying he didn't mean to and apologizing, adding that he just wanted to be sure of his assumptions. He asked if, in her opinion, it would not be better to check all the information that came to the disposal. Turning to David, the executioner apologized for being rude, but the boy replied that he did not hold any grudge. They resolved the misunderstanding. In fact, the boy was covered in sweat under his clothes. If he had been pierced, this Larry would absolutely want to question him. Meanwhile, the interrogator said he was sorry the cursed eye was dead. They were harder to catch than most fantasy creatures. David asked if these animals were really that strong, and Larry said yes, adding that if you look closely, they're also pretty cute to look at. He offered the boy to touch the one that was sitting on his shoulder, but unexpectedly, he saw that the creature had changed its color. Larry stared intently at the cursed eye as the creature managed to swallow the curse, and who exactly? Lola was too far away. Suddenly, he remembered the moment when he had protected David from the explosion. He had to touch the boy's shoulder. Did it happen at that very moment? The executioner sharply looked back in the direction of the young man, and quickly put a cursed eye on his hand, apologizing in advance. The magical creature immediately changed its color and began to increase in size. It was definitely absorbing the curse. Suddenly, after a few minutes, a cursed eye exploded right on David's hand. He barely managed to cover his eyes with his hand. He yelled why it exploded, and Larry replied that the curse was so strong that the eye couldn't handle it. He took the boy's hand and told David not to be afraid, but to listen to him to the end. The interrogator believed that the boy was under a curse and asked if he did not feel any limitations in his daily life. Not being able to run, for example, or touch iron, something that only he could do. David thought about it. It seemed to him that there was something. Larry did not demand an answer from the boy and did not want to insist. According to the executioner, he still couldn't help the young man in any way, but he should have known that judging by the power of the curse. Whoever put this curse on the boy, this creature or person hated him very much. Sometime later, he escorted the guests to the crew and remarked that he would continue questioning Lola as soon as the ban was lifted. Instructor Emma responded that she approved and said she would look forward to the report. Larry, meanwhile, was watching the boy, who was lost in his thoughts and not participating in the conversation at all. The executioner asked what he was thinking, and the boy replied that he had learned about the curse that had been placed on him all his life. The interrogator replied that he understood, but David might not worry so much. He is a student at Philian Academy. The boy did not understand what this remark was about. Larry smiled and replied that as far as he knew, there was a mage working there for a long time who was the best at curses on the continent. The name of this amazing woman was Professor Lillian Secret. She is the one to turn to with a problem of this nature. On the way to the academy, the boy's eye continued to bother him. It constantly itched. He had to scratch his eyelid. The instructor, looking at this picture, asked if the boy could leave his eyes alone and if he felt a strong itch. The boy answered in the affirmative. Ever since the cursed eye had touched him, the itching had been unbearable. Emma said it was a sign of the curse loosening. She added that the student may not be worried and asked if he remembered someone who could do this to him. He did not even have a clue about this personality. In his opinion, he could not be so hated because he led an ordinary, quiet life. But the boy decided to thank Emma for her help. She stopped Larry when he was looking at him with such anger. If it weren't for the instructor, he would have already forced a confession out of him for a crime he didn't commit. Emma laughed and replied that she was only acting as an instructor, and the boy had nothing to thank her for. David looked closely at the teacher. She had not only excellent skills but also character. She seemed to him a worthy person more and more every day. But the boy was very stressed by the fact that for some reason he did not know anything about her in his past life and did not see her anywhere. He was worried that it might be because of the infamous Clavier Nebula. Did those criminals have something to do with it? The next day, David and Florence met at the entrance to Sherry Forest, near the Column Park. The girl greeted and added that they had not seen each other since that day. If it were not for the instructor's order, they would never have met. Florence asked how things were going. David suddenly realized that he still could not understand the questions of the commander-in-chief. The guy grabbed his head. He didn't know how to behave with her, what to do, and how best to act. Letting go of the situation, David decided that he would think about it later. And now he had to smile. He replied that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time. Things were going well for him, and Florence said that after that day everyone began to get closer to her, so it was much easier for her now. Although she still had a strange feeling because of the fact that every time Anthony looked at her, he was scared and ran away. All the same, the girl felt that she did not like this situation. David was very surprised by such clarification. Florence said that the instructor told her about the boy's curse, and he confirmed that this information was true. That's why he came here today. He needs to meet with Professor Lillian Secret. But now the boy understood that this strange girl had very specific tastes if she decided to live in such a place. Florence supported this opinion, adding that the office of the sorceress is also unusual. Only students of the Faculty of Magic can find it. That is why she asked for help from an acquaintance from the Faculty of Magic, but she, it seems, was running late. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Corinne materialized next to Florence and cried out in a hug that she missed her sister. They had an everyday conversation about business, and David still couldn't move away from his state of shock. He saw absolutely definitely the same Akalucia who told everyone about wolves and sheep, but now the girl was different. Florence apologized for asking the girl so suddenly, but she replied that her sister could call her at any time. Suddenly, Corinne's smile disappeared, and she worriedly asked why Florence needed Professor Secret. There was a silence, and David realized it was his time to join the conversation. He greeted Corinne and replied that it was his idea. The girl's reaction was unexpected. She grabbed her head and shouted that David had forgotten it. Sometime later, the friends finally reached some strange small house. The boy asked if it was really the professor's office. He added that it was very suspicious, and asked Corinne if she had any desire to kill him and bury him here. The girl exploded. She shouted that there was no need to call her that, and asked what made him decide that she was going to kill him. Finally annoyed, she ran forward, saying that enough chatter, he should follow her. David was looking at the back of the girl, who continued to mumble something. They were friends with Florence, even though the commander-in-chief was also an Akalucia. After a few minutes, Corinne opened the door of the small house and invited the boy to come inside. David's jaw dropped. Did he now see the same Professor Lillian Secret in front of him? But Corinne warned the boy to take his time. They hadn't reached their destination yet. Approaching the woman sitting in the chair, the girl directed her hand at her, generating magical energy. She warned David to stand tall and not squirm, no matter what was about to happen. The girl loudly uttered some kind of magic spell of a few words. It was supposed to open the door. David looked at the grandmother, who remained unmoved. He did not understand what all this was for, if nothing was happening. Suddenly the grandmother began to transform and increase in size. She opened her mouth, which was the size of a room. David was really scared for his life at that moment, but Corinne told him not to worry, because this was the entrance to the professor's real office. Lillian Secret's cabinet was called Separacchio, and the boy was looking at it in amazement now. It turns out that old woman was the entrance. The boy considered such a decision, to put it mildly, very strange. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. The professor flew to him through the air and said that he was probably the same student that the instructor Emma had sent. Approaching David and touching his eyelids, the woman said that everything was as Emma told her. She sensed something very sinister inside the boy. Lillian was actually the best curse expert on the continent. The main feature of this young lady who smiled in David's face was that she was 83 years old. Seeing the boy's surprise, the woman said that you shouldn't be surprised. It's for personal reasons, in fact. This body is already over 80. David asked how she manages to look so young, but the mage replied that they would like to talk about it later. Now they urgently need to remove the boy's curse. She clicked her fingers, and David saw strange rings with runic inscriptions around him. But not only the boy was surprised, Lillian said thoughtfully that she would never have thought that there would be so many curses in one person. In addition, most of them were close to ancient prayers. Ordinary skills like this, you shouldn't even touch them. It's very dangerous. David asked what he should do in that case. Lillian answered that he should not worry. Their appearance and number are certainly surprising. But she, in turn, also keeps up with them. The woman asked to listen to her carefully. The boy's curses will materialize in his soul. David will have only one task, to find the source of these curses and destroy it. The boy looked at the sorceress full of incomprehension. He simply repeated out loud the phrase he heard. David asked how he was supposed to do this. The woman replied that everything would happen instinctively once he met the source face to face. After saying these words, Lillian touched David's forehead with her finger and wished him a safe return. The boy began to fall into some abyss. Above him he saw Lillian, who remained in the doorway and looked at him. After a few seconds, David was already looking around, looking at his spiritual world, which was created from his curses. Take a few more steps. The boy saw that he was standing in the middle of the lawn in front of his own house. David was surprised to analyze the information. Is the source of the curse in there? Inside, suddenly Willow ran past him. In the house, the girl immediately ran up to her brother. She began to admire him with interest. After some time, Willow asked her mother why the boy was sleeping all day and whether he was sick. The woman said that children always sleep a lot when they grow up, and Willow was no exception. But if David suddenly falls ill, she will have to look after him. The sister did not mind. She added that she will protect him because he is a brother. David realized that this was their house from when he was first born. This very boy was lying in the crib, over which his sister was leaning. Coming closer and looking into the cradle, he saw a little tomboy, himself as a child. This picture struck the boy. He believed that he was scary from birth. Nevertheless, David got into his past. Suddenly, the door of the house behind him opened, and the boy felt the presence of another person. The corporal's body went numb. The shadow man walked past him and was greeted with joy by his mother and sister. They obviously knew each other. David did not hear the stranger's voice, but he heard what his mother was saying about the boy in the bassinet. She invited the man to look at the child. The woman added with a smile that the boy was very similar to him. It turns out that David now saw his father's shadow. Suddenly, the mood of the conversation changed. The man pointed his hand at her, activating dark energy, and she exclaimed that her son could not be dangerous. All of her mother's objections were drowned in the magic spell, and she fell to the floor unconscious. After the woman, it was the turn of David's sister, who was sitting on her knees, looking with horror at her father and asking what happened to her mother. The man approached the child and did the same to her as he did to his wife. This picture greatly infuriated David. He was very worried about his family and did not control his emotions at all. When the female part of the family was finished, the father approached the cradle with David himself. Magic circles began to form on his hand. David recognized these runes that he saw around him. The room was illuminated by a bright light, and the boy, even closed eyes, did not help. He realized that it was his father who he had to break, the source of the curse. Lillian was also surprised. She had prepared so hard, but the mana was still used up. According to the sorceress, they were now faced with extremely strong, incredible curses. Corinne fearfully remarked that if the teacher even said so, how many curses were there in general? Lillian replied that about 10. The girl remarked that, in that case, it must not be easy for a woman to remove all 10 at once. But the sorceress replied that it was difficult and wondrous, not because of what they were working on now, just one curse out of 10. After doing his dirty work, David's father headed for the exit of the house. He stepped over both the boy's wife and sister without flinching, and the corporal still couldn't move. When the shadow went outside the house, the restriction on the boy's movement was lifted. David immediately ran to make sure that his sister and mother were all right. The boy saw that his family was just sleeping. He understood that he urgently needed to calm down. In this world, he could do only one thing. He needs to destroy that bastard as soon as possible, who even could not be called a father. In a fit of rage, David threw open the front door of the house and ran outside, trying to catch up with the source of the curse. But to his surprise, his father wasn't going anywhere, but was just waiting for the boy outside. David looked at the ghost with hatred. He asked what the son of a bitch had to do with him. He was silent, and David was even more furious. He demanded an explanation for what the bastard was doing to his family in front of him. Saying that he would never forgive his father for what he had done, the boy charged at him, the shadow preparing to defend itself. The swords of the two opponents collided in a fierce battle, but no matter how hard the boy pressed, his strength was not enough. He couldn't understand what was happening. The shadow was fighting as fiercely as he was, if not more. The boy began to suspect that his sword was also cursed, and precisely because of this, he would lose significantly. Several more series of blows passed, and the boy realized that his opponent had cut his hand. The opponent was not going to stop and attack the boy again. This time David did not have time to dodge the attack. Blood flowed from the corporal's mouth and many wounds remained on him. The boy could not believe what had happened to him. At such rates he would not only not remove his curse, but also die. David's extremely powerful sword could not even touch the opponent. Was he chasing him away because he couldn't do anything? Because after making his last blow, the shadow didn't attack? David couldn't let his story end like this, so he forced himself to get up because no one but him could do it. He wanted to ask the bastard a bunch more questions. Getting to his feet, David yelled that he wasn't done yet. Barely restraining his rage, the boy asked why his father did this. Neither his sister nor his mother showed similar emotions. The guy absolutely felt the connection. No stranger would ever receive such positive emotions from his relatives. Without a doubt, it could only be his father because the boy's sister, Willow, was looking at him the same way she was looking at the shadow. The boy, with tears mixed with blood, shouted to the shadows that it was him, and there was no doubt about it. From which side not to think about it. The boy realized that his opponent had nothing to answer all these questions. He clenched his sword and said that his opponent wasn't even going to explain anything, despite what he had done to his wife and daughter. A few seconds later, after a lightning attack, the boy chopped off his father's head. The head of the source of the curse fell to the ground and jumped up several times like a frog. David approached her and, leaning on one knee, said that if he doesn't want to, he can't say anything. The boy will figure it all out on his own. All David needed now was for the curse to leave his body. Unexpectedly, the boy came to his senses in Lillian's office. He heard the mage's voice behind him and looked around. The woman asked how he was feeling. The boy at first did not recognize the person who was in front of him. Was it the same witch, Lillian's secret? The grandmother smiled back at him. The guy asked why she suddenly started to look her age. Was it because of him? The woman answered that David has a good sense. But Lillian added that the boy should not worry. It does not apply to him. Let him, better, analyze his feelings. Maybe there will be some changes. The guy replied that, to be honest, he understood at first glance that the woman was an unusual person. But now he could already see how incredible Lillian's secret really was. The witch smiled back and said what that meant. Everything worked. Sometime later, the woman could not believe that the curse was hidden in old memories, which the boy himself did not remember. Also, it turned out that the person who put the curse on him looked like his father. The boy replied that it was possible. The magician asked why he said that. The boy himself said that it was impossible to make out the appearance of this person. But David heard what his relative said. To be honest, the corporal thought he felt something when this bastard touched his family. This something was so unfamiliar to him that he would not have been able to recognize such an unfamiliar sadness on his own. That is why, it seemed to the boy, that this was the reason why he was so out of his mind. Now, when he thinks about it again, it seems to him that this man, his opponent, felt the same way. The woman asked if the boy had no memories of his family at all. David answered in the affirmative and added that his sister had too. The boy explained that he and his sister had never even thought about it, as if those memories had been completely erased. The mage realized that not only the ability to perceive mana, but also the boy's self-perception was sealed. It was as if David's father had placed such a powerful curse on his son, and also, just in case, erased the boy's memories, and, precisely for this reason, some of his father's memories were transferred to David. Sometimes magic spells associated with memories have such an effect, which is why his memories could be reflected in the boy's imagination. The very fact that David was able to use mana even before he cut the curse indicated that the boy had begun to perceive mana for a while. This, most likely, was a consequence of the boy's reaction to the restoration of lost memories. David looked down at his hand and asked Lillian if those shiny curls that spread out in all directions were really mana. The sorceress replied that it is so. Now the boy can only see her, but later he will be able to easily manipulate her like other students. But this will happen only if the boy gets rid of 2 more curses out of 9 that are imposed on him. Of course, this process will continue for some time. It is not known where the curses placed on him came from. They are all very strong. The woman said that when she was ready, the boy would receive a message from her, and for now David could be free. The boy couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the face of the woman sitting across from him. It was again the same young girl named Lillian Secret that he had first seen in this office. The guy asked if the mage's appearance changes according to the hours of the day, and she answered that she has the same body as him, but with some peculiarities. The woman added that the boy may be a little confused because he revealed the unpleasant truth, but he should take care of his conscience. The future of any person is too precious to burden oneself with the past. David got up from his chair and said in parting that he completely relied on the professor. At the same time, on the other hand, under Grand Cappadocia, a well-dressed man approached the stone giant. He thought this giant was smaller in size. Did the student stop it on his own, without the help of Emma's instructor? After some time, a security guard approached him from behind. The man seemed to be expecting him, and called him by name Donovan. He asked how the guard's recovery went, and he replied that everything is going well. He will fully recover after Sunday. In addition, as the owner had ordered, they had time to investigate those bastards. There was no additional information in this place. But at the academy, they learned the location of the student who was in this dungeon at that time. Donovan asked if Duke Joseph Grancia would like to meet the boy in person. He answered in agreement, and immediately the stone giant's eyes lit up red behind him. Donovan, seeing the giant raise his fist in the air, asked if the Duke could temporarily step aside. The guard said that he and the others would try to stop the monster, but the Duke replied that there was no need for that. With lightning speed, Joseph drew his sword and, turning around, attacked the stone giant. A series of powerful blows backed by mana made the giant behemoth cry out in pain. The Duke turned to face the exit and sheathed his sword as he walked past Donovan, clanging him with him. They came out of the dungeon to the sound of stones falling on the floor. It was all that was left of the stone giant. The next morning in the Navarro dormitory pavilion, there was a knock on David's door. The boy got out of bed and went to open the door disgruntled. Donovan was standing on the threshold of the room. The corporal, without holding back, called him crazy. In addition, not intending to slow down in his emotions, David asked what he needed, whether the traitors had permission to come to this hostel. Donovan heard the insults at his expense and exploded. He asked if the boy knew who he thought he was bragging to. The boy saw the mana that enveloped Donovan from head to toe, and this energy was quite dark. Something must have mixed with this energy. Unexpectedly, the Duke intervened in their conversation and said that it was their fault. They came without warning. Donovan began to object, and the boy realized that he was now standing in front of a man who was called the Duke of the Empire. Duke Joseph Grancia apologized for the words and actions of Donovan, who was his knight of the escort, or bodyguard. But he asked if the boy would devote a minute of his attention to them, if, of course, he had no objections to this. David looked in amazement at the box that the Duke had brought with him. He asked if he correctly understood that they had finished making it only yesterday. David examined the scabbard of his sword, the La Mancha. It was truly an exquisite work of art. The boy asked why the Duke was doing this, and he replied that he had been asked to do so by the masters of Grand Cappadocia. To put it more precisely, Master Brian insisted on this. He was the one asking him for a favor. In addition, the Duke himself wanted to personally thank the boy for what he had done. The families of Grantius and Grand Cappadocia have long been good old friends. His favorite sword, the Pale Lord, was also crafted by Master Brian in this forge. That is why it is only natural for the Duke to congratulate the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia. He reached into his pocket and, saying that he had also prepared a separate gift from himself, pulled out something in his palm. David was impressed. Duke Joseph gave him a confirmation sign of Granzia, which even had the seal of the head of the family on it. The boy asked if the Duke had decided to give him such a precious thing as a gift. Was it not worth as much as 3 entire villages? Joseph replied that they are obliged to treat benefactors in a similar way. Now 2 more students have also received gifts. They also helped the boy in the forge, so they received the gifts of a master and an award from the Granzius family. David replied that his friends, Mary and Thomas, must now be praising the Duke as much as they could. Joseph replied that he was very glad to hear that, but they needed to move on to another matter that was bothering him. He asked David if he could tell him everything that was known so far about this incident that happened in the dungeons. Duke Granzius remarked that he was too interested in these reckless people. David was amazed by the aura that arose behind the sofa where Joseph was sitting. This is what brought the Duke of the Empire here. The boy said he didn't know how much the Duke knew, but he should have realized by now that these rats were a lot crazier than everyone thought. The boy said that he was very fast, because of which David had to spend a lot of strength and energy in order to hit him. David asked what exactly Joseph meant when he said he did not let him go. The boy was brainstorming with the Duke, but all the same, he was looking closely at the guard, who still didn't even move. He was reacting to their conversation. In retrospect, this feeling was similar to the repulsion David felt when he encountered the criminals in the dungeon. Was that person behind Joseph one of them? The Duke asked what had happened. David was constantly talking about something, until suddenly, abruptly, he fell silent. The boy did not understand the reaction. Was the Duke's subordinate releasing something around them? Duke Joseph Grazia was one of the most powerful men on the continent. Didn't he see what David was seeing now? Could it be that only a boy could see such things? In which case, he decided to ask. Perhaps the Duke had felt the appearance of a star. And David made no mistake in throwing the bait. Donovan's face darkened. The Duke put a cup of tea on the table and said that it was about the organization that supported the Children of the Stars, the Clavier Nebula. He couldn't believe that such a thing could exist on the continent, but the boy's words did not cause him any doubt. Joseph asked if the boy found it out on his own, and he answered that before the teacher came, he had to fiddle a bit so that the enemy would confess. Looking at Donovan, the boy laughed and said it was very funny to watch him cry and beg for his life. David wanted to explain in more detail, but the Duke refused. He asked to write a letter because he could not listen to the story anymore. The corporal did not insist and leaned back on the sofa with a smile. In fact, he saw that it was not necessary to continue. The moment the boy finished his short story, Donovan completely lost control of himself. Realizing that they had agreed on everything, the Duke stood up and announced that it was time for him to go. He understood that his urgent intervention would be needed. Finally, David said there was something important to know about these people, and Joseph became curious and asked what it was. David scratched the back of his head and replied that it was a long story, and it was rude to distract an already busy person. He promised to organize everything and send a letter to Duke Grantius in the evening. The boy was sure he would be very interested, especially when it came to the part with Daniel. Donovan's reaction was immediate. That same night, the boy slept sweetly in his bed in the dormitory. He had a 10th dream. Donovan, who had slipped into David's room, drew his sword and stabbed the boy in the neck, lighting up the entire bedroom. As the light dissipated, the Duke's bodyguard realized that there was no one in the bed. David's voice behind him said that the boy thought rat number 3 would not come today. Donovan was furious, but David said he should look to the other side of the room before fighting. Sweat broke out on the guard's forehead as the boy added that he had a special surprise for his guest today. In the corner of David's bedroom, in a chair, sat the young Duke Geoffrey, glaring silently at Donovan. After a moment of silence, Geoffrey said that his father's bodyguard should explain right now how this situation should be understood. A few hours earlier, on the top floor of the Navarre Pavilion, David had met with Duke Geoffrey. Geoffrey moved in as soon as he got word from David that Donovan was coming to attack the boy tonight. But the Duke did not believe this information, because this knight was one of the most talented and loyal in Granzia. He was his father's bodyguard. Now, immediately after appearing in the academy, the boy suddenly makes such a statement. David replied that in 4 years, Granzia has changed in many things. Not going to argue anymore, the boy invited the Duke to see for himself. In any case, Geoffrey had nothing to lose. If David's words turn out to be true, the traitors may be hiding their identities from the Granzius family. In the event of such a development, the boy will have to personally take care of getting rid of the third rat. Now, Geoffrey, who listened to David's suggestion, demanded an explanation from Donovan about his behavior. David laughed. He said the rat wouldn't admit it if you asked him. The Duke was very naive. How was he going to live in a cruel world? Instead of explaining, Donovan suddenly raised his foot and slammed it down hard on the floor. Energy beams began to form from his leg, which quickly engulfed the entire floor of the room. David suddenly felt his entire body begin to grow heavier as Donovan used his aura against them. Duke Granzius's bodyguard charged at David, delivering blow after blow to the boy. From such a mad pressure, the corporal could not stay on his feet and flew away to some distance from the enemy. Geoffrey, who had seen the entire fight, yelled at Donovan for an explanation and for him to stop. But this cry only provoked the Duke's bodyguard, and he chose his master's son as his target. Donovan's attack was as swift as the previous one. The young Duke barely had time to parry the blows. It was fortunate that Geoffrey had not yet been able to control the radius of his aura and could not use the technique, because others would be affected by his anger here. These words only irritated the young man even more. Because Donovan was right in his assumptions, the Duke could not risk so much. Attacking the young man for the 3rd time, the traitor said that he really, despite all this, was very sorry. He didn't want their relationship to end this way, but that son of a bitch David ruined everything. Jeffrey noted that Donovan's skills were very different from what the boy had known, and asked how long the traitor had been hiding his abilities. Donovan said that traitor was the wrong word, because from the beginning, the man had never been a knight of Grancia. Jeffrey immediately lowered his hands. He said that he was convinced and David could do what he wanted. At the same moment, the corporal activated. The boy fended off the traitor's attack and said that, in any case, it was very upsetting. Jeffrey did so much for the sake of one phrase. The young duke replied that he hoped that David understood that this was a very serious question for their family. After what happened today, there will be a bloody wind blowing in Grancia for a while. Suddenly the duke rushed straight at his father's subordinate. Donovan saw that despite being tired and exhausted by the aura, the boy was still able to use mana. After Jeffrey struck and knocked the opponent away, he wondered which strong swordsman he dared to go up against. Donovan couldn't believe what was happening now. Was the boy hiding his power too, but there was no reason for that. Did young Mr. Jeffrey grow so much in his skill in such a short time? It simply could not be. The traitor's thoughts about the master's son's genius were interrupted by David with another attack. The boy said that most likely Donovan was free, and now he was so sad that he completely lost his vigilance. The force of the corporal's blow was so powerful that Donovan could barely withstand the pressure. The traitor already regretted contacting these two monsters. He underestimated his opponents. David was surprised by the speed of Donovan's reaction. The boy, in turn, also did not expect that he would be able to dodge the blow. The boy was so engrossed in the thought of this that he did not notice the traitor's counterattack, and he pushed him back to the other end of the room. This attack by Donovan made a lot of noise in the dormitory, and the former knight was very angry with himself for it. The professor may come here soon. The traitor decided that fighting was an option, and it was necessary to retreat urgently. He turned in the direction of the door. The man was very annoyed. He couldn't believe that he had to go through so much trouble because of one damn boy. He understood that it was a mistake to think that his victory against these two was possible. He had to hide first, and then find an opportunity to get rid of them. The traitor's thoughts were brought out by Jeffrey's voice, which was flying towards him, already catching up. The boy said that the guard was right. The boy added that, unlike his father, he was not yet mature enough to use the storm sword properly. But it was unwise for the opponent to run away like that. No one else would fall into his trap. The former bodyguard of the Duke himself understood that there was only one traitor who needed to be punished. The next moment Donovan looked around. He saw a powerful tornado from the boy's storm sword attack right behind him. The traitor understood that he would not be able to counter such a powerful technique, especially when this boy was so angry, but he had no choice. When a powerful gust of wind took Donovan captive, he was only able to say the word star. When it was all over, Jeffrey sheathed the sword and said that from today on, no one in the family would remember the guard. David looked at Jeffrey, smiling. He said that he must have been very angry. But now even, it is not clear whether they can give the scumbag in such a state to Rodolin, who replied that he only cut Donovan's tendons. Jeffrey added that in any case he was glad that David was there, because he urgently needed to report this situation to the family as soon as possible. The boy looked the corporal in the eyes and said that they needed to list all the traitors as soon as possible. Before David could regain his composure, Jeffrey turned and ran away, finally yelling that he was leaving the rest to the boy. The corporal was displeased with this behavior of the young duke, because he was the one who broke everything here, and now he has to deal with it. David was so angry that he didn't notice someone coming up behind him until he heard a voice. The boy looked around and spoke, relieved that someone had finally come here, in response to a shower of questions. Principal Donald asked what kind of storm had just happened, and if the boy had been attacked. Together with the director, the boy saw instructor Emma, who was dressed in pajamas with a snake painted on her. The boy, seeing the home teacher, complimented her clothes, and she, not paying attention, said that David should answer her question. Donald supported the woman in her desire to know the truth. He added that Emma's pajamas are not important now. It is good that the boy was not injured, because he needs to explain everything. David agreed to the demands of the elders. But first, the boy asked the director to repeat something after him. He decided to check all suspicious personalities this way. Donald asked, laughing, what exactly he should repeat, and David said it was the phrase, Daniel Ruggle. Emma and Donald stared at the boy in shock. They didn't understand what it was about, but in the end, the headmaster complied with the boy's request without any problems. A little later, there was a conversation in the office of the director of the academy. Donald learned that there was a spy in the Granzius family. The situation was very serious. The director praised the boy for his work. Thanks to David, they managed to avoid many problems. The boy decided not to tell anyone yet that he had the ability to see mana. However, he wasn't 100% sure of it either. If God forbid there is a leak, not only he, but everyone around him will be in danger. Donald said that there would be a full-scale investigation of the Grand's family, so David could not worry about anything. Grandfather noted that the Empire was in debt to the boy again and again, after that incident in the village of blacksmiths. Donald added that he would like to thank David on his behalf as the director, and asked what the boy needed. He decided to take the opportunity. David didn't even think about it. He shot what he wanted to do inside the academy, and asked if he would get permission to do it. The next day, in Fillion Square, David was standing next to a bulletin board advertising his project. The guy asked everyone who wanted to know if they were tired of club activities limited to the academy. He had ideas about this topic, and the news for everyone is very good. It was about a special adventure club. One of the students tried to ask what this name meant, but David, covering his mouth, said that it was, of course, a good question. David said that this is a very constructive club that develops individual talents that will help the Empire from a practical side. Also, this is the only club that Director Donald agreed to operate outside of the academy. This information caused a bit more noise. Finally, the corporal announced that all those who wished to enter would be able to come to the first Halalayan arena at the time indicated in the brochure. As David was speaking the last words of his speech, Sita flew off his shoulder, and a girl passing by the crowd noticed her and stopped. She even forgot where she was going and approached the crowd to get a better look at the strange creature. A few days later, in the first arena of Galelian, a distressed David lamented his fate to Florence. He put on such a show in the square. The guy tried to convert new talents, but only his friends and acquaintances came to the arena today. Mary laughed and asked if David was serious about telling him to remember what he had done in his so-called interview. He beat people's spirits with his own hands under the guise of testing their skills, and also told very suspicious things to those who did not know or were ready to risk their lives. After that, rumors spread through the academy that you need to have 10 lives in order to join this club. David, after listening to the reproaches of his friends, said that this, in fact, is what the real battle consists of. Those gossipers are just cowards. After all, the boy only needed promising individuals. Such was the third-year student who had just gotten to his feet after coming to his senses. David said that he himself insisted on sparring, although the boy told him that these abilities did not need to be tested. They were familiar. He said that the third year had obviously passed. The boy's name was Danny Brown, and he thanked David profusely for accepting. David remarked that as an early warning, their club was going to be pretty tough and asked if Danny was up for it. The third-year student happily answered that this is exactly what he was looking for. His goal is to become even stronger. David replied that, in that case, everyone present can leave today. They need to rest before moving on to real business. Thomas asked what David himself would do, and he replied that there was time, so he wanted to wait a little longer. Who knows what might happen? David hoped that some other talent might visit him, but in the end, he was completely disappointed after a few hours. No one came. The boy said that he needed to gather and thanked Florence for her assistance. She found a moment to help him. The girl replied that she was really sorry. If it weren't for the help of Instructor Emma, she would also have applied for admission. David glared at Florence. He couldn't tell her that he couldn't take the girl to the club. He looked at the commander-in-chief and understood that soon he had to make a choice, to make her forget about her dream of becoming a general, or not. It was a difficult decision, so it was necessary to carefully consider everything. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a girl's voice. The stranger said that she was relieved that the boy was still in the arena. David asked if she came to the interview. The guy asked if the girl wanted to join the club, but she asked if she could do something in that case. The girl replied that if she joined the club, would it be possible to touch him? David, in fact, began to stutter. The boy asked what exactly the girl was going to touch. Suddenly, an obscene thought crept into the boy's brain. Silently, he shouted that the girl was probably a pervert. The watcher replied that David could calm down. It wasn't about him, he misunderstood. It was about the creature that David was holding in his arms. Hearing this, David laughed. He said that he should have warned her right away. That's why he misunderstood her. Pointing to Sita, David added that this little thing is always with him, so if the girl joins the club, she will definitely be able to touch her. After seeing how the girl reacted to this news, David was finally convinced that she was a very strange person. He couldn't believe that he hadn't noticed her before, and she didn't come very close. She was definitely an unusual student. Not that simple at all. The stranger asked what she needed to do to pass the interview. David replied that she had to show her technique on a magic mannequin. The girl said her name was Ruby DeKnight. She was a junior magician, and announced that she was starting an interview. Both David and Florence's mouths dropped in shock. This girl used dark magic against the magic dummy. Florence remarked that what they were seeing was unbelievable. Ruby could handle dark mana so easily. David was surprised by something much more. It was difficult to see, but quite noticeable, the blood-red energy that Ruby emitted. Her mana center was definitely a shadow claw. There was no point in arguing with the boy about it. In the end, a powerful explosion rang out from the girl's attack, illuminating the entire arena in red. Florence covered her eyes with her hand from this light, but David was so confused by this sight that he did not react to anything, but only looked at Ruby. When the smoke cleared, the boy saw a magical mannequin cut in half and said that it was not necessary to duel. Ruby passed the interview. But David was interested in the aura question, and was about to ask it when he heard a girl's voice in his head, asking how he was able to see. It turns out that Ruby DeKnight possessed telepathic magic, but the mage herself insisted on not saying it out loud. If someone else found out, it would be bad. The girl telepathically said that they had better go away and talk together. She also wanted to ask David something. Finally, Sita was in Ruby's arms and the sorceress was looking at her carefully, muttering something under her breath. A few minutes passed and she already tickled Sita's tummy and squealed with delight, and the girl told David that it was a dream bird. A bird that is born from absorbed mana is a very interesting creature. The boy had the same opinion about Ruby DeKnight herself. He had heard rumors that their species had long since left the Empire, but now his worldview was changing before his eyes. She was a vampire. Ruby replied that not everyone left. A small number of vampires remained, but they weren't looking for trouble, so they hid. David noted that despite this, the girl dared to come to such a famous club only because of Sita's mana, which she noticed at the meeting. Ruby replied that she sensed the creature when she saw it in the plaza. Sita possessed the energy of blood magic, the innate magic of her species. David finally understood that Sita uses the ability of vampires. The first thing she did after birth was to absorb blood. Ruby was struck by such a detail. She questioned whether the creature really used vampire magic immediately after birth. David answered in the affirmative. The next question was how long ago Sita was born. 3 or maybe 5 years ago at least. David replied that it was 2 months ago, and the girl did not believe what she heard now. This creature she was looking at now had dense blood mana. If it was true, then it was possible. The girl asked David if she could ask him and Sita a favor. The boy was embarrassed by such a question. Ruby said that at first she just wanted to look at Sita, but if the boy complied with her request, she would try to help him. Of course, now she needed to do research, but after completing what she had planned, the girl promised to help David. The next day, the friends met in the Nest, the location of Fillion's clubs. The Adventure Club now had its own building. David was pleased with the facilities of the academy. They gave an entire building to the student club, a very generous act. But before going inside, the boy decided that he should tell his friends about how they have changed a lot. Looking at Mary and Thomas, he asked if they had the weapons from Grand Cappadocia that Duke Grantia had sent them. They answered in the affirmative. Mary, it turns out, had changed the double swords to a single two-handed one that suited her strength, so the girl decided to challenge him. And Thomas flaunted his magical bracelet, which was made according to the wills of the magical city of Delpium. The boy said that considering the bracelet's mana control was much better, he considered his speed and strength to be doubled. Mary asked why David told them to come here with guns, but David said he would tell them when they got inside. Sitting at the table, the guy said that they were, of course, interested in why he decided to create such a club. They had only one goal. David made it a point to develop his talents as quickly as possible through hands-on experience. He didn't say exactly why out loud, but he thought that his comrades should prepare as best they could for the inevitable day. The first place David suggested all club members go was a mountain range that the Empire had no idea about yet. This mountain range was called Mount Wadian, and the friends, hearing this information, were collectively frightened. David said that as they all know, places like this are quite unusual, so it will be a good experience for the whole group. And also, he had his own personal affairs in these parts, which he did not want to spread now, but simply informed. To begin with, according to David, it was necessary to solve the problems of the club members, which, judging by everything, they had no idea. David took hold of his sword, and smiling said that the boys and girls must follow him at once, for it was time for the duels. Thomas and Mary did as David asked, but they wondered what kind of problem they needed solving. The friends had a theory that the boy wanted to make sure that they finished their studies early. He asked them not to be surprised. David said it would be at least Sunday after they left for the task, but they had to have couples at the academy at that time. In this way, it can affect the activities of the boy and girl in the club. The boy noted that the director will not be able to give them special permission. That is why the boy wanted to offer one way out. They should, like him, finish their studies earlier and become completely free. For these reasons, David took them to the club room on the second floor to start a private lesson. He wanted to see their skills. The boy told his opponents to attack in whatever style they were most comfortable with. They could not be afraid. He would only use the scabbard of the sword. He noted that if Thomas and Mary relaxed too much, it wouldn't be as much fun, so they had to be careful. Mary looked at Thomas and said that if that was the case, they should try this option. They should show the boy how much stronger they have become in this short time. Thomas didn't mind. The girl drew her two-handed sword, and the boy began to activate one of his crown magic receivers. Mary decided to attack David first and charged forward with a blow. David managed to jump back. He really liked the girl's determination. It was amazing how strong she was. But before the boy had time to finish his thought, as he saw Thomas, who lifted fragments of the floor into the air, the magician shouted to Mary that they were starting. In the same second, all the stones that were flying around flew into one target, at David, who was standing at the opposite end of the room. The boy deftly dodged every pebble, so now Thomas could use his telekinesis in this way as well. David even had to involve the scabbard of the sword in the process to deflect the falling rock, which he did not think of stopping. Thomas had a very good skill. While the boy was busy attacking the sorcerer, he almost missed Mary. The girl flew at him and shouted for David not to block, but to dodge. David decided to follow his friend's advice and jumped aside at the last moment. When Mary's sword hit the floor, the boy laughed out loud. He realized that if he hadn't dodged, he would have been dead already. Mary did not give up. Trying to get David, she struck new blows again and again. And so the time came when the boy switched from defense to attack, and now Mary had to block his blows, which was very difficult. David was pleased. These two had already exceeded his expectations in many ways. Thomas saw that David had already begun to push Mary away and rushed to the girl's aid, using the same technique, but on a larger scale. The attack was so powerful that David had to give up trying to attack the girl and start defending himself from the stones from the sky with the help of a sword. After a few minutes, the dust from the stones began to clear, and Thomas's attack was completed. David sheathed his sword and said that his friends were indeed getting better at their skills, especially since they were acting in concert. This meant only one thing, that even without David in the classes, they did not beat the crap out of them. According to the corporal, special success was achieved by Thomas, who became completely different, to be honest. David was even surprised by the upgrade. Thomas asked if the test was complete, if so, and David replied that of course that would be enough. The guy believed that the development would not last long. A month or even 2 Sundays would be quite enough. Hearing no objections from his friends, the boy said that, in that case, they would start private lessons. Thomas and Mary shouted that they had just finished sparring, but the boy did not care. He chased them around the hall and shouted for them to move more briskly. It got to the point that the girl and the boy had tears in their eyes. They shouted to the whole building to be saved from the restless David. From that day on, Thomas and Mary began to devote all their time to personal training, even reducing the hours of sleep. 15 days later, the director was surprised at the certificate of early graduation, which the boy put on his desk. All members of the Travelers Club were able to finish their classes ahead of time, and it was no joke at all. David added that, of course, not all subjects are here, but with such success, Donald should give permission to leave. The director did not cease to be surprised. The headmaster of the academy remarked that, as promised, he would give them an exit pass, and wished them a safe journey and success in their adventures. The next day, the friends already started to pass the first task of the adventure club, and went to the Wadian Mountains. The Marys were surprised because they had just started their journey, and here there is already such pure mana in the air, it will be even easier to train here. Danny was happy with the circumstances, and asked David what they were going to do next. The boy replied that he would let them know when they got there. Friends asked what they were going to do here, and David answered that they may not believe, but there is something to look for here for their development. Meanwhile, in the temple in the heart of the forest, the elf felt that a rather grand affair was taking place. Guests had come to such a harsh land. A little more time passed, and David announced that they were already there. The friends could breathe a sigh of relief. They stood on the mountain and looked at the valley where there was a whole camp of orcs. The boy said that they were just darkness here. Danny was amazed that orcs had created a whole village. David replied that they are often found in such god-forsaken places where there are no people. Now these creatures are few, but they multiply so quickly that soon they can be found all over the mountain range. Because of this, all human settlements that were nearby can be affected, which is why friends need to get rid of them as soon as possible. David said that this would be the first real fight of the members of the Travelers Club. He asked Thomas and Mary if they were up to the task. The wizard replied that he was too late when David told them they were looking for orcs. And now Thomas also saw that there were a lot of these orcs. He wondered if everything would be okay with the club members after such a fight. David answered that the orcs are ideal opponents for them, but there was one but. The dominant species of these places are ogres, and their friends definitely cannot cope with them, especially with their leader, a 2-headed ogre. This bastard is so strong that last time the boy almost defeated him himself. But the ogres will not appear soon, so for now, there should be no problems. The boy was already going to let the team start. Suddenly, behind David, he heard a voice saying that they meant well. but they still didn't have to. The corporal looked round and saw a stranger behind him, at whose appearance he was much surprised. He had seen no sign of the creature until he spoke. The elf said that he was just a priest who stayed in the mountains. He served an old soul with the divine name Seniel. As the corporal picked up his sword, the elf asked his friends to move with him to safety. He insisted that it was very dangerous, even as David put his sword to his throat. Thomas and Mary did not understand such cruelty on the part of the boy, but he replied that there are too many crazy people walking around now. He turned to the elf and ordered him to listen carefully and not to move. When he made it appear that he would follow these terms, David shouted that Daniel was a piece of shit. Sometime later, the friends were already following the elf, who said that as one who bowed to God, he did not take well to such words. He called that moment the most awkward in the last 200 years. David replied that he could not worry. It was a cry of respect. The boy asked how old the elf really was, and he replied that he stopped counting years a long time ago, so he himself has no idea. After a little silence, a new acquaintance of friends said that he counted somewhere, approximately 1,000. This caused a very violent reaction among the students. David looked at the stranger who was sniffing the flowers on the road and reasoned that he must have lived before the beginning of the empire. But there was something else. The elf said something, however, that now was an unfavorable moment for a duel. He again answered in the affirmative and explained that lately the monsters in the neighborhood have been behaving very strangely. Another phenomenon took place. The orcs, who usually did not lead a nocturnal lifestyle, began to walk in the mountains every night. And ogres who, on the contrary, rarely left their territory recently appear here very often. The elf believed that if the reason was not yet revealed, a little caution would not hurt, which is why he stopped the new acquaintances from carrying out their plan. The stranger announced that they could now rest in peace just here, and the boys, after a moment, found themselves in front of the portal. The elf led them straight to the temple of Seniel, whom he served, and invited them into the middle of the majestic building. Danny was amazed by such a sight. The temple appeared out of nowhere. Did the elf put a magical barrier on it? The abilities of the stranger were amazing. Thomas asked David if the boy knew there was such a temple here, and David replied that the boy should have seen his surprised face. The elf looked back at his friends and again invited them to the temple. This creature was far from the unusual elf that he seemed to be at first glance. When the students entered the main hall, they saw something they did not expect. It turns out that Seniel, who was served by an elf, was an ugly stone. The elf replied that this stone had a purpose, but he doubted that his friends would want to listen to this rather long story. He offered to take their things and rest. There were many free rooms in the temple and added that they could inform if anything was needed. Mary said that this was the perfect moment. David could ask exactly where he needed. The boy wanted to find the cursed eye. The elf asked in amazement whether he understood everything correctly, why the boy needed this monster. After taking a closer look at David, the new acquaintance asked if it was because he was under a curse. But really, the elf didn't need confirmation. It seems he was right because he felt a very strange, dangerous echo coming from the boy. Soon they sat down in the gazebo to drink tea and talk. The elf said that he understood immediately when he saw the boy that he was a completely unusual student. David laughed, but tensed up in the middle of what was happening. He himself did not notice how he followed this weirdo's lead. He grabbed his sword, thinking that maybe he was worrying for nothing, and this elf was not related to those bastards. The boy did not see their mana in him, and he did not show any reaction to Daniel's name. Suddenly the boy's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the elf, who said that the boy seemed to be thinking about something. He offered him to drink tea. David looked at the liquid floating inside the cup and wondered if his interlocutor had done something to the drink. The tea was on the table in front of him, and the boy began to smell some strange smell that surrounded him more and more. He felt this for the first time, raised his eyes to the elf and the summoner, seeing a huge flow of mana around him. The elf sat calmly, not moving from his place. He just asked how the boy liked the smell of tea. He probably liked it a lot. David answered the question in an enthusiastic voice. It was as if new eyes had opened. The world played with different colors. He asked how he achieved this, and Jerry replied that it was a tea made from medicinal herbs that rarely grow. Even on the ley line, it enhances the sensation. The result should not be immediate, but due to the fact that David's energy was blocked by the curse, the changes took a dramatic turn for him. Jerry promised that he would give the boy the right ingredients, and he could drink this tea on a regular basis. The elf asked not to use the cursed eyes anymore to remove his curse. The boy asked what was wrong with these creatures. Jerry replied that these monsters take away the curse, but they do so along with a portion of the wearer's life force. A couple of times won't do any harm, but if the guy does it all the time, you can't expect anything good. David's life would be in danger. He asked if the boy really didn't know these details when he wanted to use him. David replied that he really had no idea of such information. He just wanted to remove his curse as soon as possible, which Jerry could understand. Jerry advised David to stay away from the cursed eyes as much as possible in the future, because if something went wrong, the consequences could be very dire. David remembered that Professor Secret had also told him this once. Removing these curses was difficult, even for her. That is why during the last meeting Lillian said that she needed to prepare thoroughly. But despite the fact that David had volunteered to help, he was still very impatient that all this had happened because of him. The boy gripped the hilt of his sword, and thought that if he wasn't careful, he might die before he caught the huge bastard. Looking at the elf Jerry, the boy realized that he still had no idea who this man could be. In his past life, he couldn't clearly remember if they had met face to face. But despite this, Jerry looked somehow very familiar to him. David said that he was really in a hurry. These crazy fanatics have been active lately. Jerry asked which fanatics he was talking about, and David answered that these are dark and vile people. They are waiting for the arrival of the star. The elf listened carefully to the boy's words without saying a word. He couldn't believe that the fanatics who came for the star had returned again. At night, Jerry went to the stone he bowed to. If they were the fanatics David was talking about, there was definitely something planned right now. The elf felt that another catastrophe would happen, taking with it the lives of innocent people. Jerry was worried about only one thing. Would he have to watch it from the sidelines again? And if it is not so, is this child the answer of the deity for him? Does he finally need to enter the game? Suddenly, Jerry heard David's voice behind him, asking why the elf hadn't gone to bed yet. Jerry asked what brought the boy to the main hall at such a late hour. Was it not convenient for him to sleep? But he replied that he wanted a drink. David said that he had been watching the elf all this time and wondered if this stone was a divine statue. What was the meaning behind it? The elf replied that once every 1,000 years their church takes thousands of stones to the sacred ground, which is in the farthest corner of the empire. The strongest typhoons always rage there. Most of the stones stay there for no more than 200 years, after which they completely disappear. But even in such harsh conditions, there are stones that have stood there for thousands of years, proving that they transcend time. A noble soul is sealed in these stones, and they become a divine statue in Senial. The elf still remembers the day he carried this stone with his brothers. David felt that this story was very deep. The boy realized that there used to be many priests here. He wondered how Jerry was left alone. He replied that everything is more complicated than it seems. The elf understood that he had dedicated his whole life to a god who would never answer him. Jerry's faith also faded more than once, and he also once wanted to give up everything and go free. However, he was always stopped by a premonition, and now that Jerry is still here, he has a feeling that Senial's will be the catalyst. This deity, sealed in stone, could one day save the world. For the elf, it was nothing but a fate that he could not pass on to anyone. Even elf Jerry was absolutely sure that the same time as he had said before would soon come. The next day, the friends put Jerry's incomprehensible words behind them, and they began to really prepare. This unique tea prepared by the elf had a special effect that David's companions felt on themselves. With the help of the energy of the ley line, the members of the Travelers Club managed to sharpen their senses. At the same time, David himself went to the mountains with the elf Jerry to find even more medicinal herbs for his treatment. Jerry was kind to strangers and showed genuine concern for them, for a boy who was an oddity in all he had been through before. That's how these 2 peaceful days flew by in the majestic building of the temple in the mountains. But as always, a tragedy was waiting for friends around the corner. This tragedy hurt a lot and caused indescribable pain. The sight of the bloodied body of the elf Jerry, which rested with its back on the rock, will forever remain in David's memory. On the day of the attack on the orc village, friends said goodbye to Jerry on the threshold of the temple. He was very worried about their fate. He noted that they still haven't figured out the reason for the monster's strange behavior, and insisted that it would be better to prepare a little more. David replied with a smile that the elf may not worry about them. They will manage. The orcs are just behaving strangely, but they have not become stronger. Based on this input, it means that they won't have any problems and Jerry can't worry about their fate. Moreover, their mini-vacation will soon end and they will have to return to the academy. The elf sighed. He realized that there was nothing he could do. In this case, Jerry decided to put a spell on the students that would allow them to overcome the barrier. Now they can visit the temple freely. Jerry must be sure that if something dangerous happens, they will be able to escape immediately to a safe place here. In the end, the elf noted that friends should not lose their vigilance. Maybe their squad was strong enough, but the forest is very deep and dark. Meanwhile, in the forest that Jerry was talking about, the elf was losing her patience little by little. She couldn't imagine that it would be so difficult to find him. She realized that she would probably have to lure him out. But could she do it with the help of the dumb beasts that ran around here? In the end, the elf decided that she had no other choice. She would go there and meet Jerry herself. A detachment of the Travelers Club watched from the cliff as the orcs shared the treasures they had looted in the village. David realized that he had to act now. These creatures started robbing people. He asked his companions if they were ready to fight the orcs. It was time to disperse them. Meanwhile, the orcs were sharing their loot with each other and trying on pendants. They thought some of the treasures suited them better than human children. One of the monsters wore this pendant and remembered how the boy it belonged to whined as he killed him. Suddenly, the monster's conversation was interrupted by friends who were teleported from the top of the rock to the valley by Thomas. Orcs even completely do not orient themselves in space when Danny and Mary hit them with their swords. There was silence in the clearing. The other monsters looked at the newly arrived people with surprise and hatred. After a second, the first of them rushed to attack, but one by one they were defeated by the swords of Filian's students. Finally, it was the turn of the last two orcs, one of whom was hit in the head by a large stone. The second orc looked around in surprise at the victim lying dead on the ground. But he was so busy watching his dead henchman that he didn't notice how a large stone hit his head as well. And so, the last two dead orcs fell to the ground next to each other. The opponents of Filian's students were over. David was in awe of Thomas's advanced abilities. Finally, the boy took a shot. David, like an evil genius, leaned over the ear of his sorcerer protege and said that in this case, it was time to destroy all the monsters. A new horde of orcs ran into the valley and Thomas used all his power possible against them today. When everything was over, David's companions asked what they should do next. Thomas, with horror in his eyes, said that he was sure that he would be severely punished for what he had just done. But David approached him and began to assure him that if the boy was punished for this, they would also be punished. He turned to the rest of the team and asked if everyone was of the same opinion as him, and received an affirmative answer. Danny replied that Thomas didn't even have to worry about it, even though the boy would get more than anyone else. While Thomas cried, David reasoned that the friends had done well in real combat. They had gone to the mountains for a reason. In the end, the boy came to the conclusion that they could pump up their strength a little more, but David's thoughts were interrupted by Sita's paw. David looked at the creature and asked what it was, why it was worried. Was there something in the bushes? Having walked a little deeper into the clearing, the boy and Thomas realized that they had found a captive. The girl was unconscious and covered in blood. She was firmly tied to a tree. Thomas and the corporal rushed to help. The maid shouted that the orcs had left the girl just in case. David began untying the ropes and ordered Sita to immediately apply healing magic to the girl. Sita obeyed the owner's order, and after a moment the girl opened her eyes and saw the boy in front of her, who understood that she had come to her senses. David asked if she could say anything, but instead of words, blood began to spray from the girl's mouth. The corporal, seeing this, was afraid that Sita's treatment had not worked on this captured elf. After a few seconds, the girl coped with the flow of blood and noticed that David was surrounded by a familiar mana. Was he in the temple? She put her hands on the boy's shoulders and tearfully said that he should have taken her there immediately, to Jerry's. Suddenly the elf screamed that they were leaving, and if the friends were late, Jerry's life would be in danger. After such a passionate scream, the girl finally lost consciousness, leaving the squad of Filian's students in confusion. Sometime later, David burst into the temple grounds through the portal, loudly calling for Jerry to come to him as soon as possible. The elf was in the main hall and, seeing the boy, immediately asked why he came back. Did something terrible happen? David said to examine the elf. He said that they found her in the orc camp. This girl said that she urgently needed to meet him. Jerry listened to all the explanations, and looking again at the face of the girl who was lying on David's shoulder, suddenly made it clear that he recognized her. He said that the elf's name was Eva, and he was very interested in what happened to her. In the meantime, the friends searched the entire orc camp at David's request, but they didn't find anyone else. It's good that there was only one captive. Mary decided that if everything was like that, they also needed to return to the palace, but unexpectedly, the girl saw Thomas bent over the monster's body. She approached the mage and asked what he was looking out for carefully. Thomas replied that these orcs were somehow strange. He pointed to the body lying in front of him and asked if it had been like this before. Mary replied that the boy was right. She could not understand what it was. Thomas said that this is the first time he has seen this in his life. It is very similar to hidden double magic. But the boy still couldn't understand why there were magic circles on these orc corpses. The elf was put to bed in one of the rooms of the temple. Jerry let out a tired breath. Now it was time to rest. David was standing by the bed worriedly, and he asked if Jerry was really unharmed. Maybe he needed help too. The boy noted that even the healing magic didn't help Eve if the elf was also poisoned by some strange poison. Jerry replied that the boy had given him the antidote so he would be fine. He owed it to David because he almost lost his precious sister. The elf said that she also holds faith in Senial. Eve used to be a believer. He looked at the girl lying unconscious in bed and said that his sister's faith was indeed sincere. He did not know how to repay such a large debt to David for saving his sister. The boy scratched the back of his head and replied that Jerry was exaggerating. But the corporal, all the same, was interested to know about whom exactly Eva warned before she lost consciousness. The girl was so worried that she even asked the boy to warn Jerry about the danger. David decided to stop going around in circles and ask Jerry directly if anything or anyone was in danger. The elf turned away from the boy so that he could not see his face and said that, to be honest, he didn't even know who they were. The only thing he knew was that they glorified an unknown being as their god. These people were behind most of the crimes and kept their identities secret. As far as Jerry knew, they called themselves the Nebula Klager Church. David exploded like TNT. He couldn't believe that they were the ones targeting Jerry. The elf said that they often send guests to him. This church hadn't come forward in the last 100 years, so he had already decided that they had given up. But it seemed they were back at it again. David began to persuade Jerry to go with them to Philian Academy, but he replied that he could not betray the place. Besides, if he leaves, the inhabitants of the nearest villages will be safe, and he would not like to let that happen. The elf put a hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he and his friends needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Jerry hoped with all his heart that this danger would not overtake them. After saying this, the elf added that he hoped for David's understanding on the matter. David did not argue, but told Jerry to wait for his return. He would bring the strongest man he could find to help him. Until this moment, the boy wanted Jerry to hide and not get into fights. The elf replied that he agreed to all of David's conditions and volunteered to hide. At the end, Jerry said that he wanted to give something to the boy for saving Eve and put something in David's hand. When the corporal looked into his palm and saw a ring there, the elf said that with its help you can get to the magic tower, and if the boy ever ventures to the magical Tower of the Dawn, he must show it to the librarian. In this library, David will definitely find information about his curse. Shaking David's hand again, Jerry said that he begged the boy to be more careful and not lose his vigilance. The last few days had been very fun for the elf, and he told this to his new friend with a smile. David scratched the back of his head and laughed. He replied that they were not parting forever. The boy said goodbye and promised to return soon. As soon as David disappeared into the portal, the elf let out a weary sigh. He turned to his sister asking if he should tell him he was glad to see her. Would it be better to return to her as a murderer sent by the church? The girl who stood with her back to him smiled predatorily and said that her brother should not talk about her like that. Turning to face him, she added that the church had not touched Jerry for a very long time. But the elf remarked that they chose her for murder. She replied that such a thing cannot be said by a person who gave a paralyzing potion to his patient. Jerry replied that there was nothing else he could do in this situation compared to their ridiculous plan. Lemmeheim's shadow was captured by orcs, which is funny, but Eve said that otherwise she would not have been able to get here. It was quite difficult to meet Jerry. She tried to get his attention with monsters, but it was predictably not enough. To help the elves unexpectedly, they turned to the eyes. These children really had a lot of energy, which could be useful to Eva. Of course, at first the girl wanted to lure her brother out by slitting their throats. But suddenly Eva remembered their old days and decided not to. She asked if Jerry was affected by this information. The elf looked menacingly at his sister and replied that if she did that, he would not let her go. The elf laughed. She was not afraid of Jerry's threats. Her brother wanted her to stop joking. Suddenly the girl really stopped and said that it was time to follow the order of the church. Eva said that her task was to convince Jerry Lematian to go to the other side. If he refuses, Eve will not even flinch. She will resolutely kill her brother. David, who had almost reached the settlement of orcs, suddenly felt something unpleasant. He looked around and looked in the direction of the temple. His comrades appeared behind the boy and rushed to him. They had been looking for him for a long time. The boy asked if they searched the orc village, and Mary replied that there was no one there, but Thomas found something suspicious. David asked what exactly. The wizard said that right after David left, he found something strange on the body of the slain orc. The boy had never seen such magic circles before. David even wondered if he had heard correctly. While the friends were talking and discussing all the details, a powerful explosion sounded from the side where Jerry's temple was located. But not only the explosion created a danger for friends, unexpectedly, a two-headed monster flew to their lawn. It was a two-headed ogre in its own person, and it was incredibly fierce. The monster could smell human blood. Meanwhile, a life-and-death fight also took place in the temple itself. A sister tried to kill her brother. But Jerry was not fooled. He used the Ventus technique against Eva. In a matter of seconds, a huge tornado formed in front of the girl, which was rapidly approaching her. But Eva was not frightened by this. On the contrary, she was delighted by such a reaction of the opponent. The girl believed that this is exactly how her brother should be. She wanted to make him fierce. The elf was not going to just fight back. She accumulated a huge stream of energy and directed it towards her brother. When the two forces of brother and sister met, there was a powerful explosion. But no one was victorious. When the effects of the explosion subsided a little, both opponents became visible. They were standing opposite each other. Eva was not going to give up so easily and therefore decided to repeat her attacking maneuver. But even this girl's attack was repelled by Jerry's powerful protective shield. It seemed that her brother was stronger than her. In the end, due to the strong pressure on each other, the relatives caused another powerful explosion, which threw both of them in different directions. Eva laughed out loud. She noted that for an old man like Jerry, he was still smart as expected. It was a great loss for her to kill such a beautiful specimen. The girl asked if Jerry had decided to change his mind and join at least temporarily. She assured that the brother could claim a good position, but he replied that he had to refuse. He had no desire to serve the heresy. Jerry noticed that Eve was rusty. Who would have thought that she would be so slow? Her church did not follow its wards at all. The girl was not angered by her brother's remarks at all. She replied with a laugh that she just hadn't warmed up yet. She said that Jerry was so focused on making time for the kids that he didn't pay any attention to her. He also played such an idiotic scene in front of that boy in order to send him away as soon as possible. Jerry said that if the girl crossed the line, she would definitely not be able to come back whole. Eva laughed. She was not afraid of her brother's threats at all. She considered herself very resourceful. With a smile, she asked what to do, but in fact, Eve had already decided everything. An explosion occurred in the direction of the valley. Jerry looked back at the sound. He was startled in the direction he reckoned David should be right now. The elf was so distracted by the boy that he did not notice how Eve was already behind him, preparing to strike. She said that the brother finally caught on. He opened up and did not notice it. After a moment, his arms separated from his body and fell to the ground. The sister managed to hit her brother. In the forest, meanwhile, the members of the Travelers' Club looked in amazement at the two-headed ogre. They had seen such a monster for the first time. David shouted that his brothers needed to run back immediately. They definitely couldn't handle this bastard. But it was too late to warn. The two-headed ogre struck Danny with one of his giant hands before he could jump to the side. The boy flew to a great distance at such a speed that his friends did not have time to follow him. Danny hit a tree and lost consciousness. One of the ogre's heads immediately turned in the direction of Mary and Thomas, who froze in place. They were to be the next victims. The girl saw how the giant monster swung one of its fists at them. She knew that she had to run. But in spite of the danger, Mary and Thomas cursed, unable to move. Not even the fear of death would move them. Friends were saved by David, who at the last moment managed to block the blow of the monster with his sword. The boy held the fist of the two-headed ogre with his weapon and made his friends worry about himself. David repeated his request that Mary and Thomas take Sita with them and run. The corporal was going to deal with this giant bastard on his own. Suddenly, the ogre's pressure gave way to a decisive blow, which the boy countered with his sword. David shouted that his request should be fulfilled by Thomas and Mary as soon as possible. They agreed without thinking. David looked closely at the muzzle of one of the ogre's heads and clearly saw a magic circle in its eyes. The boy remembered that this circle looked the same as the magic circle on that giant in the dungeon. David grabbed his sword. There could be no mistake. This was Nebula Klager's organization. While the boy was thinking, the two-headed ogre delivered his blow. David managed to jump to the side. Any attack from the boy was met with furious resistance from the monster, but he was not going to give up. David noticed that the two-headed ogre remained as steadfast as last time. The monster brought its fist in for another strike. David didn't have time to dodge, so he had to hold back the opponent's pressure with his sword. Good thing it was strong. This strategy was prematurely unsuccessful, because the size of the monster, after all, greatly exceeded the size of David. After a few seconds, the corporal had already flown to a great distance from the enemy, to the other side of the clearing. But Sita's eggshell sword served the boy well instead of a shield. Deflecting the energy of the ogre's attack, the monster was just as strong as before. The ogre, realizing that he could not get the nimble boy with his bare hands, uprooted one of the trees that grew around the clearing. In fact, at any time, David would be happy to meet this monster again. After all, they had an unfinished match. But the two-headed ogre did something it shouldn't have done. It attacked David's friend, Danny. Thomas and Mary ran over to the boy, who was still unconscious, and began treating his wounds with Sita's help. David could not forgive the fact that his comrades were wronged right in front of him. The guy quickly jumped up from his seat. He was tired of the game of hide-and-seek and empty chatter. He moved in a complex trajectory so that the two-headed ogre could not calculate his path and repel the attack. In a few seconds, the boy overcame the path to the opponent and jumped out of the treetops above his head. Nine remembered that in his past life he never managed to catch this bastard. It only happened because the boy was never able to break through his thick skin and cause damage. But now, today, everything was different. With this sword and the technique his instructor Emma had taught him. The boy used Emma's fourth form style called Sword Whirlwind against the opponent, so he could pierce the monster's skin. Everything lasts no more than a few seconds. In the end, the boy flew over the ogre and landed on the ground. Having lost his enemy from the horizon, the ogre began to turn his head in all directions. David said that this should not be done. This is absolutely ridiculous because everything was over for the two-headed ogre. He was already dead. After a second, the monster crumbled into small pieces. The boy sheathed his sword. He was not very pleased with himself. David still had room to grow. The boy fought for a very long time with such, in fact, a weak opponent. The giants who were waiting for him in front were much stronger. David called his friends, and they quickly came to him. Mary was holding Danny on her shoulders. The corporal asked how the boy was doing. The girl replied that you cannot worry. See to help to provide first aid. Now they need a professional doctor. But apparently everything was not so bad with the boy's condition. David felt a real relief. The corporal ordered his friends to take Danny with them and head back to Philian Academy. Thomas asked what David himself was going to do. The boy replied that he would go back to Jerry's temple. He couldn't ignore the powerful explosion he heard before the battle. But when David passed through the portal, he was struck by the sight of the destroyed temple. David left here very recently and did not understand what had happened here. Looking back, he saw a one-armed Jerry approaching him. The elf, ignoring his pain, asked if David was okay. He was greatly relieved. He said he was sorry for not being able to help them, but his body was still not right. David couldn't understand what he was saying. The boy believed that no one could be protected in such a state. He asked what happened and who did it, but the elf replied that he should go away. Jerry noted that things are quiet now, but no one knows when the attacks will start again. Before the elf could finish his sentence, his body was pierced by hostile energy. David looked at his already close friend in shock, and the blood of the elf splashed on his face. While a shocked David was trying to figure out how to help Jerry, Eve landed on the ground behind him. The girl said that she almost stretched her legs and asked if it is possible to do this with friends. In fact, Eva never thought that, even without one arm, Jerry would be able to perform such a strong technique. The last powerful tornado almost took her life. The destruction was very strong. Eva looked at her brother and asked what would happen if she really died. He only cleared his throat in response. The elf remarked that if it wasn't for the protection of the stars she was under, who knows what could have happened. Looking at David, she said that it must have been really amazing to survive a battle with a two-headed ogre. Eve finished her taunt and said distractedly, she remembered that David was seeing this face for the first time. They could say hello again. The girl ran her fingers over her head. Her hair became half blonde. She thanked David for saving her. Finally, the boy realized that it turned out that the elf was this fierce monster, Jerry's sister. The guy couldn't believe that he personally brought the girl to the temple to do this mess. Eve thanked David for helping her cross the line. The elf promised that precisely because of this, she would kill the boy very quickly so that he would not suffer. After a second, Eve's energy rays flew towards David. The boy did not expect such a speed. When all the effects of the explosion settled down, Eva saw a large gash in the place where David was standing with Jerry. There was no trace of the boy. She could not believe that the boy was able to evade and even save her brother. He is not such an ordinary boy. David, meanwhile, bent over Jerry's body and ordered Sita to begin healing immediately. The elf absolutely needed to be saved. The little dragon strained all his neurons and activated the healing rune. There was no time to waste. David was furious. It wasn't enough to destroy the forge and spy on the Duke. They also crawled here, the Clavier Nebula. Eva laughed in response to the boy's anger. For her, these claims sounded quite funny. Eve assumed that the guy had to meet her kids. She heard that there was a guy who was destroying followers who were doing their tasks. In this case, it turns out that this extremely strong guy was David himself. Eva could not believe that the boy could reach such a level at such a young age. It turns out that the children suffered quite deservedly. The girl gave the boy blow after blow and he barely had time to dodge. The elf said that she was very interested in David. The boy deftly defended himself, but Eva wondered what else he could show against her. David saw the reflection of Eve on the blade of his sword. He realized that he must defeat the elf in one blow. The guy decided to attack. The roles in this match changed very quickly. Eva had to retreat. David tried to press down on her defenses and quickly threw one blow after another, their swords constantly crossing. The elf said that the boy loved her very much and even pity would kill him. Eve offered to join their sect. Jerry's sister assured him that she would take care of the boy and asked if he liked the offer, but he replied that the girl was talking nonsense. Eva replied that he can't break. He has no choice and released streams of energy that were not directed at David. The energy changes all hit Jerry, who was lying next to the rock. The elf even came to his senses from the pain. When Jerry's scream rang out on the lawn, Eva remarked that if David refused, she would kill her brother first. While the elf was telling David to flee immediately, Eve said that Jerry's life depended on the corporal's choice. But the girl's pressure did not make any impression on the boy. He replied that his choice was to cut the girl into small pieces. He yelled that Eve was a crazy bitch and charged at her, forcing the elf to jump to a safe distance. When Eva landed on the ground, she sighed theatrically and said that she didn't even know what to do now. After such an answer, the girl wanted to have the boy on her side even more, but David's resistance was furious. Jerry watched the match with the last of his strength, but he already felt his consciousness leaving him. Eve was delighted. She reasoned that it had been so long. She hadn't met such a talented swordsman in a long time. Suddenly, the elf grabbed David's hand when he tried to attack her once again. She looked at David and slowly said that she was really sorry to kill him. She asked him to stand straight or she might kill him. A second later, the boy received his first wound. Eve said that when David opened his eyes, the light of the star would be waiting for him. The corporal, falling to the ground, saw how the blade of the sword was approaching his neck. He knew that he needed to dodge urgently. Suddenly, a mana shield appeared between the boy and Eva, which the girl could not break through. The elf said angrily that Jerry had re-entered the game and defended David once again. The Fury's brother replied that he had already told her that if she touched the boy, she would regret it very much. The only one who was worried about Jerry was the corporal. He shouted that he should not overexert himself. The boy was capable of dealing with Eva on his own. But Jerry replied that David was well done. He managed to buy the elf time, but now the boy could leave the rest to him. Suddenly, Jerry's mana glowed blue and he pointed his finger to the side, saying, "Back." At the same moment, the elf's mana carried David against his will as far away from Eve as possible. Jerry's sister yelled that she wasn't going to just stand by and do nothing. As soon as Eve tried to move, she realized she couldn't. Raising her head, she saw several blocking spells above her. The elf was very surprised. She did not understand how with so many injuries her brother was capable of this. Jerry said that everything would end here. With the words of farewell to his former sister, he directed all the power of his mana that he had left just at her. The girl felt incredible pain while the flow of mana continued to increase, and soon a powerful explosion occurred. David saw how the elf drew the last strength from himself. The boy understood that he had decided to go to the end. Jerry's mouth was bleeding. He knew that he had to end it here and now, even if he burned his mana and life force completely. Eve shouted that for an old man who believes in ancient spirits, how could Jerry dare to do such a thing? After those words, Jerry's mana began to gradually disappear around Eve and change to her dark mana. The girl was wounded, but insisted that they were the chosen apostles of the star. As long as the blessing of the star was placed on them, no one would dare to stop them. Looking at her brother, she added that, in other words, people like Jerry were no longer needed. Eve said that her brother must die here and now. Sita, who heard these words, flew into the air between these two opposite relatives. Jerry realized that his attack had finally failed and called David mentally. He had to tell the boy something. The elf said that they had very little time, so he would get right down to business. It seems that Eve can neutralize his attacks with a technique called Star Blessing. Jerry noted that his sister was injured and her mobility was limited. David could rely on that. Jerry believed that precisely because of this, the boy should get out of here as soon as possible and prepare for the next battle, and he could leave this one to the elf. Eva understood that her brother and David were talking about something, and said that no one allowed them to exchange goodbyes. The girl generated her mana to attack and directed it at David. Jerry shouted in fear for the boy to be careful, but the corporal answered that he should not even think of giving up. They were not done yet. This girl, of course, does not know, but the boy has not been running away from duels and battles for a very long time. Preparing for another confrontation, David yelled at Jerry to finally believe him. The elf looked angrily at the corporal. Even when she felt sorry for the snorer, he still couldn't calm down. Eve generated a repeated stream of mana to strike and sent several energy arrows towards David. Jerry was not going to stand aside, even though the boy asked him to, and blocked the girl's blow with a rain of lightning. Eva looked at her brother and said that this little snot in a couple with Jerry already completely got her. But the elf didn't let her finish the sentence. He made all these bolts of his mana in her face. As the flow of mana subsided, Eve asked if her brother thought it would work on her. She was focused on Jerry and didn't see David running towards her. The elf screamed that as long as she had the star's blessing, they couldn't even touch her. But while the girl was saying this, David struck and cut off her arm, armed with a sword. Splashes of blood dripped over the boy's head, falling on his clothes. He hoped that Eve would think so. The elf stopped in surprise. She could not understand how the boy was able to break through the star's blessing. But he was not going to answer, but made another series of lightning strikes, cutting the girl's body into parts. Even when the girl's blood spurted from all the wounds, she still couldn't believe what was happening. Those were her last words. David looked back at the opponent and succinctly said that she could now go and ask her beautiful star herself. Falling into another world, Eve finally realized that this is how it all ended. She would soon receive the answer she had been waiting for so long. She mentally turned to her brother, saying that she was sure he understood exactly what she meant. Eva fell to the ground and David could finally rest, the boy leaning on his sword. In fact, the corporal understood that he was very lucky. Eva relaxed because of this blessing of hers. Otherwise, he would have been in her place. In the past life, no one, except the boy, could even touch the giants. They had the power to ignore all attacks, and the boy was interested in the fact that Nebula's pawns could also use such power with the help of the star's blessing. Jerry called the boy with his last strength and asked if everything was okay with him. The boy mentioned his wounded friend. David yelled for City to start the treatment again, but Jerry said he was fine. He wanted to ask David for a favor, so to speak, the last in his life. But in mid-sentence, the 1,000-year-old elf coughed, and his strength began to fail him. Jerry said that he regrets that in the last minutes of his life he appeared in front of David in such a terrible state. The corporal said it was X's fault, but the elf stopped him. He remarked that it was only a matter of time. No one was to blame. He warned David that in the future there will be a long and difficult battle. He will be wounded more than once, and there will be many losses ahead. Although he had no right to do so, Jerry was asking the boy to see the matter through. The elf believed with all his heart that David could defeat this huge evil that threatened the existence of all mankind. Suddenly, a green light began to emanate from the elf's body, which was so bright that David had to close his eyes. When the boy was able to look in Jerry's direction, he had already begun to change, gradually becoming petrified. The boy shouted that something was happening to the elf's body, but the elf just touched his face with a smile. Finally, thanking David for being his answer, Jerry left for another world, promising to be with the boy until the end. The corporal watched in amazement as the elf's body transformed into a perfect spherical shape of stone. The next day, David came to Senior's stone to say goodbye to his fallen friend. After this farewell, the friends finally left the mountain range and the temple, of which only ruins remained. The members of the Travelers Club returned to Philian Academy. Their first adventure ended, and much was left behind. The director of the academy received David in his office and admired his report about the first outing of his friends. But Donald noted that the boy's story was somehow too harsh. The guy replied that they just bumped into one crazy bitch and promised that it would not happen again in the future. It was important to the boy that the director of the academy did not prohibit the activities of the newly opened Travelers Club. But Donald replied that he was asking about David's wounds. Maybe their acquaintance with Jerry was short-lived. But during this time, he nevertheless became very close to the boy, and the loss of such a person is always difficult. That is why Director Donald once again asked the boy if he was really all right. David replied that he would be lying if he said so, but sitting and torturing himself would only frustrate the millennial old man. So David was of the opinion that the principal had nothing to worry about. He thanked Donald for his concern. Donald understood the boy's behavior and what he was trying to suppress in himself. He said that this time he would close his eyes to everything that happened. A group of travelers destroyed an orc village and also managed to defeat a criminal who was quite powerful. He couldn't punish the students for their achievements, but if the boy shot someone from this organization again, he had to promise that he wouldn't take any chances. Whatever happened, Donald was the man in charge of this academy. He couldn't sit back and watch his students get maimed. David replied that he promised, and saying goodbye very quickly hurried to the exit, promising to meet Donald before the next sortie. Donald realized that the boy had almost no classes at the moment, because he had finished all his courses early, so he had not heard that it was about to start. A little later, in the building of the Adventure Club, David met someone he did not expect to see. The boy asked what brought the guest to him, or rather, when he managed to return to the academy. Duke Jeffrey was looking forward to David's arrival. He wanted to talk to the corporal about the Nebula Clager organization. David asked what was next, what kind of conversation about the Clavier Nebula that needed to be done urgently. For the past 15 days, his family had been conducting extensive research operations in order to find rats among their own. Clenching his fist, the boy said that at the moment they managed to identify 19 traitors, 5 of which he personally took on. Those traitors still alive will be sent to Rotoland for further interrogation. However, there was one major problem. It seems that the Granzius family's interrogations of traitors no longer worked, and none of the 11 detained rats were lying. And therefore, given their caution, one could only assume one thing. David concluded the interviewer's point. He also thought that the rats might have learned to resist interrogation. The guy clutched his head. He was fed up with the fact that one headache was followed by another. In the end, it was getting to the point where the only way to count out the traitors was to personally monitor their mana flow. Herzog said that was all he wanted to say, and if any information came to light, he would let us know, pending further cooperation. Herzog wanted them to continue their collaboration at the upcoming midterm assessment test meeting, but David didn't even know what that was. 2 days later, on the day of the midterm assessment, the students went to a deserted island that belonged to Philian Academy, called Philand. The exam participants lined up in several rows in front of the instructor Emma, who checked that everyone was present. In the end, the woman announced the rules according to which the intermediate evaluation should take place. As the students knew, Emma's classes were practical in nature, and she would have liked to conduct tests on the battlefield, but this was not possible. Much to her dismay, The rules of the academy did not allow such a thing. David coughed. He was relieved at this information. And instead, test participants will be placed on the territory of the island and will be able to take part in real battles without restrictions. Of course, students may not worry about real death. For this case, the academy has prepared protective equipment. As soon as the owner is unable to continue the battle, the spell will work, which will move him to the square of the Philion Academy. In addition, the best doctors who can heal the most serious wounds with a wave of the hand will be on standby in the academy. The instructor concluded that students cannot worry about methods and means, and can enter any battle and give their all. Finally, the woman announced that her students would fight and kill to the fullest today. David noted that Emma was getting too excited. Taking the bracelet, the woman ordered to come up one by one. When she calls the name, wearing the accessory, they will move to the set coordinate point. Looking at the rows of students, Emma said that she would be the first to call Florence to her. The girl responded readily. David thought that, as expected, the commander-in-chief would also be taking part in the competition. Suddenly, the boy heard his classmates talking behind him. They believed that the girl would get a credit because of her position. They were unhappy that they were studying with a poor student. At least a girl never had to fear the last place. David was touched by such words about the commander-in-chief. They absolutely accurately described the situation of the girl now. Looking at the girl who happily received a bracelet from Emma, the boy understood that this was an objective assessment of her abilities. With such skills as hers, only death would await the girl on the battlefield. But the high command had no choice. After the boy put on his bracelet, he found himself in a forest in a moment. Looking around, David thought that he had come here alone. The boy even smiled. He would like to believe that, at least this time, luck was on his side, but that is simply impossible. Meanwhile, another student from Instructor Emma's class was already watching the boy behind one of the trees. The guy was very annoyed because this terrible monster fell into his opponents. In the end, the student realized that he had no choice and rushed at David from his seat, swinging an axe at the boy. As the smoke from the attack cleared, the boy heard David's voice behind him saying that it was too much to attack the younger man from behind. David put the blade of his sword to the opponent's neck and said that this is exactly what elders do. If the boy was right, he was very upset, and David didn't know yet that there were several more opponents watching him at the edge of the clearing. Eventually, the boy sensed someone else's presence and spoke, sounding like the students had decided to form a temporary union. Maybe in the Philion Academy this is a good option to deal with the main enemy. Turning sharply 180 degrees, the boy threw his sword at one of the opponents, who was hiding in a tree. When one of the students dropped out of the game, David said that this was clearly not the best strategy right now. The leader of the temporary coalition shouted that the surprise attack plan had failed, and everyone should prepare for a fight. Even a monster cannot stand against them all at the same time. They have a great advantage in numbers. But David calmly replied that he was not against the fact that they all attacked in a group. Yes, even. It was more interesting. A few minutes later, the boy was already hiding the sword in his sheath, maybe because the opponents were sophomores. It took some time. David was worried about Florence, who at that time was driven to the edge of the cliff. Her opponents did not think that the girl would last so long. But looking at the girl now, the boys had no doubt that this was her end. The chief among them asked why Florence didn't just give up and finish the test. The girl understood, looking at those who surrounded her, that it was more than her strength, but at least she was able to attack them by surprise. Since the leader of this coalition was Frank, the best student of the third year, Florence believed that they did not expect to get nuts. Thanks to this frivolity, those fools opened up too much and gave the girl a good opportunity. Florence had only one chance now, a chance to destroy them with one blow. The boys did not expect such a rapid turn of events. The girl rushed at them like a lioness. The first thing they did was to instinctively jump back. But Florence's sword did hit some opponents. The boys were bleeding. Florence understood that it was impossible to stop. The main one remained. It was necessary to gather energy and direct it at Frank, all at once. The girl lost her temper when the guy counterattacked her with his mace in the chest. The blow was so powerful that Florence flew a great distance away from her opponent and fell to the ground. Frank said that he was interested in what the girl was going to do, but the boy's mother-in-law saw that it was just a silly child's game. He said that Florence was not a stupid girl and understood everything perfectly. No matter how hard assistant instructor Emma fought, she didn't have the strength to defeat Frank. The boy suddenly laughed. He said that anyway, he was amused to watch how Florence traded. Meanwhile, David was watching this dialogue from the branch of the nearest tree. The boy was glad that he had made it in time. He knew that this would be the end. For the commander-in-chief, this method of struggle was the best strategy. She first confused the opponent with the help of the landscape of the area she chose. In addition, in the face of a greater force, she was able to gain an advantage and not lose it. Only the current general Florence cannot come out of this battle victorious under any circumstances. Because the whole thing, we, as a boy and a girl, were in a gap in the difference in level and skills. Florence was not going to die like that without resistance. She rushed at Frank again, but he was able to block her blow. He asked what exactly the girl had decided to do. Did she think she could withstand his pressure? Florence answered in the affirmative. She replied that the exam wasn't over yet, if the boy hadn't noticed, and there was no way she was going to give up. Suddenly the girl attacked Frank with such pressure that he could barely hold his mace in his hands. But no matter how strong the commander-in-chief's blow was, she saw that she was only able to scratch her opponent's face. Frank got angry. He shouted that Florence was good at annoying other people and slapped the girl on the back. When Florence fell to the ground, the boy said that as a student who was not keeping up with the program, the girl behaved with dignity. But what happened? Why is the girl upset? What was she counting on, directing her blade against him? Was she hoping for support or some skill? Why didn't she want to give up and fight against a freshman without outstanding talents? To be honest, it seemed to him that the girl understood better than anyone that she had no chance against him. But in that case, Frank couldn't fathom what the hell kind of girl did it, and dared to take such a ridiculous step. Florence was silent for a while, and then answered that she just had to do it. The girl remembered her past. Emma's assistant said she should become a general. Frank chuckled loudly. He didn't understand what it was all about. Florence answered that it was directly related to the match. For the sake of her dream, she should not give up. The girl believed with all her heart that this dream was her destiny, which nothing could replace. Frank swung his mace at her and said that it was time for the girl to stop talking about a dream she had no idea about. Lowering his mace at Florence, the boy said he didn't want to listen to any more of this nonsense. But Frank did not expect that the girl would have a defender. David cut the boy's mace in two with his sword. The corporal apologized for interrupting the conversation and added that he thought Frank should stop. The shocked third year did not understand what had happened a few seconds ago and why this boy was thanking him for aging. But Frank had no chance to develop this thought because David cut him with a sword. Choking on his own blood, the boy chastised himself for being so careless. David sheathed his sword and asked if Florence was all right. She thanked him for saving her. The commander-in-chief was interested in how the boy ended up here now, but David was not going to answer this question because he considered it trivial. David admitted that he would like to hear something from Florence, and that is why he protected her from her opponents. The girl looked at David and asked if we would talk about why she wanted to become a general. When the body language confirmed that she understood correctly, Florence asked why he was interested in this question. He replied that it was important to him. Emma's assistant lowered her head sadly and asked the boy if he had heard anything about the Night of the Fang. David asked if he was talking about that invasion incident 10 years ago, the first battle between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. In fact, the Beastmen wanted to stop the expansion of the Empire in the north, but that night the girl lost her family. Florence remembered how, as a little girl, she would ask where her mother and brothers were going because it was dinner time. Her family looked at her, standing on the threshold. The girl was still too young to understand the events that were happening around her. In the end, Florence's mother leaned over to her daughter and said that she could not do anything. She and the girl's brothers had urgent business. The woman got up and, looking at the man who was holding the girl by the shoulders, said that he should take care of her daughter. In Florence's memory, this was her last conversation with her own family. She learned most of the information much later. On that day, the knights of the village were involved in an operation to block the breached wall, and this was not a strategy. They were simply thrown there to die. Everything happened because of mistaken thoughts about the power of beastmen. This day became a tragedy. Soon, as David probably knows, there were negotiations to end the war between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. Instead of relinquishing the Beastmen's territory, the Empire incorporated them into its fold. But for the village of Florence, whose residents were sacrificed to achieve this result, nothing has changed. The Empire, after all, installed ridiculous tombstones in the cemetery. The girl remembered how in this cemetery she saw one of the surviving soldiers who had lost his arm and was crying over the graves of his comrades. He stood next to her and shouted at the tombstones, not understanding what his comrades had died for. Someone could say that those events were a noble sacrifice, but the girl did not agree with this. If it were not for this, her relatives would not have died. They could negotiate peace at first, and if they did fight, there were many other ways to take advantage of the terrain. On that day, all these deaths were not a noble sacrifice. It was the negligence and incompetence of the leadership. She knew that for sure. Even now, telling the story, the girl understood that she still could not bear it. Florence said that she was going to become a general so that there would be no more senseless victims. The girl was sure that she would achieve her goal of becoming the best commander-in-chief of the Empire, because a memorial monument, which depicted those who could still live, was not needed by anyone. Suddenly, Florence realized that she was very passionate about your story and asked for forgiveness. David replied that the story was not a pleasant one, But thanks to the fact that Florence had finally opened up to him, the boy now knew something absolutely certain. David finally decided, as expected, that he would not be able to abandon Florence. But at the same time, he would close his eyes to the death that was approaching the girl. He did not want to experience it again. The death of Jerry was enough for him, although the boy knew him not so long ago as the commander-in-chief. Suddenly, David and Florence's conversation was interrupted by a flow of blue mana that increased by the second. Florence immediately recognized who it belonged to, and David gritted his teeth. The boy was so impatient. He turned to the girl and said that it seemed their time was coming to an end, so David decided to say something short. He asked if the girl was familiar with shadow mana. The conditions for her awakening are difficult. When she learns to use it, she will become much stronger. The guy said that one of his friends, referring to the commander-in-chief herself, had made a name for himself on this, and that he was the same as Florence. The guy was sure that the girl would succeed, so he encouraged her to learn more about this mana. Seeing Florence's excitement, he said that now it is enough for her to know that David has decided to be on her side. He will definitely help. The future commander-in-chief did not know how to react to such a confession of the boy. She was very touched by his concern. Not expecting an answer from the girl, David unexpectedly pushed her off the cliff. The guy was smiling. He said that third place would be enough for Florence today. Watching the girl fall into the cliff with screams, David said that they would see each other again and very soon. The boy solved one problem, and now only the two of them remained in this location. The Duke was standing opposite him. David said that, judging by the pomp with which he appeared, Geoffrey's comrades had already abandoned him. The Duke agreed with this statement and added that only the two of them remained on these islands. He drew his sword from its scabbard and said he didn't have to explain to David exactly what that meant. The corporal imitated his action and replied that he did not need an explanation. Such circumstances were already known to David better than anyone. He noted that Duke Geoffrey had wanted to find out for a long time, and now the moment had come. The two Parubkas crossed their swords and a bright light shone on the rock. The energy in both was very powerful. Now it will be known who is the coolest. Florence woke up with a scream of terror. She still thought that she was in a state of falling. But seeing in front of her a crowd of students who were looking at a big screen in the sky, the girl realized that she was already in the academy. After examining herself, Florence realized that she had been healed, which meant that she had failed the exams and returned. Suddenly the girl remembered what David told her before she passed out. Florence took third place. This could mean only one thing. Only these two crazy people remained on the island. Meanwhile, the fight between the boys turned into a chase as Geoffrey tried to catch up with his opponent, who was flying through the forest. Realizing that David was too fast, Geoffrey activated his mana that flew in front of him and swirled the air into a tornado. David called the boy a bent bastard. The Duke had learned to split his storm sword and direct it straight into the target. Of course it was dangerous, but if the Duke decided to disperse his force, David had a chance to counterattack. The guy used one of Emma's instructor's styles called longsword against the Duke. As the two opposing forces clashed, a powerful explosion rang out again. David barely managed to block the Duke's counterattack. If he hadn't split the power of his aura, the boy would have already lost. David wondered what, after all, had happened. The growth of Duke Granzius exceeded all his expectations. Geoffrey's wielding of the storm sword comes off much more skillfully now than when they captured Rat Donovan. He even matched David in attack speed, and then he lacked speed as much as it was possible. David noted with great displeasure that this bastard had become much stronger than he had been at this age in his past life. The Duke was also surprised. Of course, he did not use the storm sword to the full, but he could not think that the boy would deal with him like this. David could really cut through mana, and also, the boy had mastered the technique of Emma's instructor's sword to perfection. He had increased his skill. Suddenly, Geoffrey felt that due to the increase in speed with the help of mana, he was already almost at the limit. He needed to finish as soon as possible. And David thought that if the Duke adapted even more to his movements, the boy would have no chance of winning against his technique. David prepared for another attack. It was not possible to pull anymore. It was necessary to finish Geoffrey right now with one blow. Another fight between the two students ended in a draw again. They were wounded, but still standing. Time was running out, so David decided to try again and rushed in the Duke's direction. For his protection, Duke Granzius activated the storm sword again, which raised a large tornado in the middle of the clearing. But Geoffrey's attack did not have enough power. When the wind dissipated, the boy saw David in front of him. Duke said that the boy had to urgently dodge the storm sword, but even after doing so, David still managed to counterattack. While Geoffrey was busy assessing his condition, David attacked him a third time. Duke Granzius smiled when he saw his opponent's actions. He said that David never tired of surprising him. David did not like being laughed at and replied that he had cut Geoffrey with a sword, and he was still so pleased. In the boy's opinion, the Duke was really a sick bastard. They met again in a fierce fight, inflicting yet another injury. The character of both gifted students was very stubborn. Each of them wanted to win for himself. The audience at the academy, meanwhile, couldn't take their eyes off the screen. They couldn't believe that this was a fight between first-year students. They thought it would be more fair if the academy held a separate exam for them. Even if a war broke out there, the forest wouldn't be so badly affected. Florence, hearing all this talk, was very worried about David. But Emma was satisfied. This fight was interesting. Both candidates have grown a lot since entering the academy. However, the woman could clearly see that both fighters had already exhaled, so whether they wanted it or not, the next exchange of blows could be the last. The boys stood facing each other, swords crossed, none of them willing to yield to the other. Herzog said he was lucky to meet such a worthy opponent. Joining the academy was his best decision. Jeffrey asked if the boy felt it was time to end their match. David replied that he felt the same. It was necessary to put an end to it, because it seemed to him that feelings of attachment to the Duke were emerging. The boys attacked each other again. A third powerful explosion took place. Jeffrey was going to go all out and warned his opponent. He wanted David to show him what he was capable of. Hearing these words, the corporal smiled. Once again, the boy was convinced that the Duke of Granzia was absolutely, definitely mad. But after saying these words out loud, David thought that he was obliged to win this boy over to his side. But before doing this, it is necessary to finally show the Duke which of them is the boss on this island. David jumped forward and punched Jeffrey before he had time to orient himself. The boy had already flown behind him. Duke couldn't fathom how his opponent had become even faster with such wounds, but David continued to deliver blow after blow without stopping. Jeffrey didn't have time to keep up with his current speed, as much as he wanted to. The strain on David's body from such extreme speed would be beyond imagination. The Duke could not understand only one thing. Does the boy himself not understand the consequences that can await him? Raising his sword above his head, the Duke shouted that thanks to David, he had learned something new again. Stealing his sword into the ground, Jeffrey invited his opponent to attack. David, as if he was only waiting for this offer, he rushed in the direction of the Duke. David was almost beside himself with rage. This sick bastard couldn't catch up with him, so he decided to release the sword mana in front of him. Because of the wounds, the Duke could not control his mana normally, and he also felt a wild pain during this use. Jeffrey must have had such a strong desire to win, but David wasn't planning to give up either. The corporal understood that they were both approaching their limits. They simply did not have time to fight boringly and for a long time to the end. The guy decided to reach his opponent with one powerful jump and deal with him with one blow. But Jeffrey said that he thought so. The boy would rush at him. David did not disappoint him at all. Duke began to accumulate even more mana in order to put all his strength into the upcoming counterattack. By all indications, this skirmish really should have been the last in this brutal contest. The Duke used his Storm Sword aura to its full potential, and it, forming a dome around the boys, released an energy beam into space. The shockwave destroyed everything around the two opponents and turned the living forest into a pile of upturned earth and rocks. When the energy of mana settled in a huge gap, David and Jeffrey were left standing as well. While the Duke struggled to hold on to his sword, David decided to seal the score and lunged at him. The corporal was not going to die together with the Duke. He did not think that he would put so much strength into the Sword of the Storm that he would even suffer from it himself. Duke Granzia saw his opponent coming towards him. David thought that he really was a fool when it came to swordsmanship. But thanks to such a crazy Duke Jeffrey Granzia, the boy understood something important. David realized that entering Philian Academy was his best decision. One of them was going to die on this island today, and David wasn't going to be the victim. All the observers held their breath, and Instructor Emma sighed with relief. The final was finally approaching. The boys met again in a fierce fight. The metal rattle of weapons sounded on the lawn. Once again, everything was illuminated by a very bright light that hid behind it the winner and the loser. As the lights faded and the smoke cleared, observers saw the opponents still standing, seemingly unchanged. Suddenly, the Duke said that he had nothing more to show David. Jeffrey Granzia's legs buckled and he fell to the ground at David's feet. The corporal laughed at how many words there were, but now the Duke was in such a state. With the words that the victory was his achievement, the boy also began to fall to the ground. Both boys lay next to each other and didn't move. The match was finally over. On the square of the Philian Academy, the audience watched this picture in complete silence. When the crowd heard that the finals had taken place, there was a huge uproar. The students were ecstatic. The midterm was finally over. After some time, David regained consciousness. The boy was lying on a bed in the infirmary. The consequences of the duel with the Duke were still felt in his body. Florence and Emma stood by the corporal's bed, waiting for him to wake up. Instructor Emma said that the exam was over. She and the Duke had done such things that cleaning up after them was even more of a nightmare. But according to the woman, their match was beautiful, and all the damage was worth it. Emma said that if David woke up first, that means that at the very least, the boy has more stamina than Jeffrey. This information encouraged the corporal. He shouted that this means the Duke lost. Emma replied that it cannot be called a victory, just like a loss either. After a short pause, the instructor announced that both boys had returned at the same time. And therefore, after the meeting, both students were awarded a draw, and they will share the first place. David hung his head. He assumed that would be the end of it. Emma noted that the boy took it better than she expected. The instructor, as well as Florence, thought that the boy would start screaming, not recognizing this result. But David asked who they thought he was. The boy scratched the back of his head and said that he just expected it to end like this. That bastard Jeffrey turned out to be an extremely strong opponent, much stronger than the corporal had previously thought. So in a sense for David, this outcome of their match was obvious. But now David planned to train even harder so that next time he could defeat his opponent completely. Emma looked at the boy and reasoned that he had grown not only in skills, now it seemed that the boy had even grown up a little. Everything was true. There was no reason to get drunk. Both guys got a good experience from the fight, especially David. Instructor Emma said that the boy had finally successfully used his mana. David was shocked by such information. He even questioned. Emma asked if he did not use mana in the last blow. David looked at his hands. If you think about it, at the moment of the impact, the boy felt something strange. Emma confirmed that it was sword energy that could only be released through mana. David moved to a new level that was completely different from the one he was on before. The instructor looked at the boy's reaction and understood that, judging by the reaction, he would not be able to repeat this at will. The instructor said that it is necessary to fix this moment urgently, because unlike other students, bans are hanging on the boy, especially considering the fact that no one knew when the enemies would show themselves again. The instructor ordered Florence to take David to that useless bastard tomorrow at dawn. At first, the girl did not understand who it was about, but after a few seconds, she asked if it was Professor Gerard Stoneson. The next day, the girl met the boy. Florence had not seen this professor for a long time, and David could not believe that Emma had ordered this. The corporal asked Florence if Gerard was that good, and she replied that in the field of mana control he was the best. Everyone often asked him for help. During mana control classes, students sometimes get their mana tangled and their cores begin to harden. In such situations, the students just need to be taken to Professor Gerard, and he will easily deal with it. David asked why Emma didn't love him then, and Florence replied that she didn't know why, but she thought they just weren't compatible. She told the boy that when he meets the professor, he will understand everything himself. This person is very specific. David smiled and let the situation go. It had nothing to do with him. The main thing was that he would be able to use the mana. But if this Professor Gerard really was that good, it might mean he knows something about General Florence's mana. Not much was known about shadow mana in his past life, so David knew almost nothing about it. If they were going there, it would be a good idea to ask about it. Florence heard how David managed to talk to the Duke before leaving. She wondered if he had accepted the boy's offer. David laughed out loud and said yes, saying it was an offer he couldn't refuse. In the Travelers' Club hall, Jeffrey said that he and David were on the same page if they decided to meet immediately after discharge. Duke Granzius said he wasn't going to settle for a draw either and grabbed his sword. But David said that Jeffrey should calm down. He was also unhappy with the result, but that was not the reason he had invited him. These words of the boy confused the Duke. He could not understand for what other reason he could be invited, except to fight. But, after a moment, seeing David, who was holding in his hands an application form for joining the Travelers' Club, the boy offered him membership. As they go beyond the school and get real combat experience, Jeffrey asks if he wants to befriend the enemy that will one day defeat him. With a contemptuous snort, Duke Granzia asked why David thought he had nothing to do. He went to the exit saying that he was not going to listen to this nonsense. But in the back I heard the laughter of David, who said that he was planning to have a housewarming party with all the club members. This party was supposed to take place on the very day that his sister Willow was going to move to the capital. Jeffrey stopped in an instant. He yelled at David to repeat immediately if Lady Willow was moving to the capital. A second later, the guy rushed back with a bunch of questions. He demanded details. Where the meeting was, whether it was safe there, whether the girl would have security. But David wasn't going to answer his question, because Jeffrey wasn't even a member of his club, so why tell him such details? But if the Duke, after all, decides to join the Club of Travelers, he may change his mind. Once Jeffrey had signed all the necessary papers, he handed them to David, a process that took a few seconds. But when all the formalities were settled, Duke Granzia began to demand from the corporal to tell him all the details of the matter. Now David told Florence all these details and added that this man would become the head of the Granzias family. He was now worried about their future. Finally, Florence spoke as they arrived at the location. It was Professor Gerard's workplace. The boy was looking at a huge tower in the Gothic style, around which ravens were circling. This tower had the number 41. David wondered why this tower was so gloomy. He understood why Professor Lillian was so creepy. But what was wrong with this guy? The conversation was interrupted by a voice behind them. The man asked why the vile swordswoman's assistant had come to him. Looking around, David saw Professor Gerard in person. Florence stammered in greeting and said that David had problems with mana control, so the instructor asked to bring the boy to him. Gerard mockingly asked if the instructor Emma herself had sent the boy and girl to him about such trifles. After looking at David, the man said that he was probably a promising student. Gerard immediately asked to score as a courtesy. The professor immediately asked how much money the boy had with him, but the corporal at first did not even understand what the question was about. The professor replied that he does not volunteer and takes money for his services. Looking intently into David's face, he again asked how much money the boy had prepared to fulfill his goals. David could not believe what he was hearing. He asked the professor if he was serious now. While David screamed that the teacher was forcing him to pay for services, he sarcastically replied that the boy had outstanding analytical skills. Gerard said that for 1 hour of work he takes at least 10 gold, and that, of course, from one person. This professor was not kidding at all. He was absolutely serious about all this. He was flaying 3 skins from his students. David said he didn't have the money, but maybe there was an option to negotiate. Gerard replied that as an alternative, the guy could go to hell. And if the guy is still going there, he can ask this bitch, Instructor Emma, for 10 gold coins. Gerard was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and said that there was another option, and the students should follow him. I wanted to offer the boy and girl an arrangement, and judging by everything, the friends had no other choice. On the way, David kept answering Gerard's questions about Jerry's ring. He didn't even notice how they came to this room. This place was very strange, and David could not say that it was clean here, rather empty, as if in a prison. As soon as they entered the middle, the boy stopped hearing any sounds from the street. Gerard had put a silent spell on the entire tower. Even the locks on the doors were reinforced with magic. The corporal wondered what the professor was doing here if he needed such serious protection magic. Gerard sat down at the table across from the boy and girl, and said that before they moved on to the topic of conversation, he would like to look at the ring. David said that this thing was very important to him, and asked the professor to be careful, but he replied that the ring was valuable to him too. Looking at the thing closer, he felt how pure and ancient mana it was. The dragon had devoted more than 2,000 years to the study of elemental magic. Holding the ring in his hand a little longer, Professor Gerard suddenly felt that it was not a dragon's mana, but an elf's. The boy was amazed, but Gerard replied that in order to become Filian's professor, you need to be able to do at least this. In the end, the professor gave the ring back to the boy, and said that the terms were simple. He was asking permission to release some mana from the ring. He explained that his experiment required the mana of a race that lives long and practices magic for many years. In Filian, of course, there are higher elves mages, but their mana and souls are not suitable for this artifact. For a young man who is still studying at the academy, the boy managed to make impressive connections. Gerard said that in return, he promised to fully support David in all his endeavors. The offer was tempting. But David would like Professor Gerard to help solve the problem of Florence, who suddenly jumped. The professor replied that he only needed a little mana, and the boy also set additional conditions. David got up from his chair and said that if they couldn't agree on this, he would leave. The professor wasn't going to change his mind. David and Florence went to the exit. Gerard said that he was offering a 50% discount. It was all in vain, and in the end, the professor agreed. He noted that David is also very good at negotiations. The guy thanked for the compliment. Gerard said that for starters, they should look at the student's problem. If Emma sent the boy to him, the problem is serious. He activated a magic circle in the middle of the hall and asked David to stand in its center. The teacher himself approached the boy and stood behind him, putting his hands on his back. A second passed, and Gerard said that the boy had recently started to feel mana. There were almost no traces of its use in his body. David replied that it was only possible to sense mana, not use it. All because of the bastard who put the curse on him. Gerard knew this was no ordinary curse. It was now trying to close David's mana channel that was barely able to open. He said that now he will try to pour his mana into the channel and force it open. The pain will be as if a knife was run through the boy's spine. But David had no other choice. He must endure this torture. After a moment, despite the fact that the boy was not ready for it, the professor began his treatment method. David shouted to the entire tower. While David was in excruciating pain, the professor was able to enter his mind, and so far, everything was going very well. But unexpectedly, Gerard felt a huge flow of dark power that enveloped him in a matter of seconds. The amazed professor could not understand what he was seeing in front of him. This crap was of gigantic size. He had never seen until this moment an ordinary guy with such a crap in the middle. The professor tried his best to fight the darkness inside David, but it was winning. Suddenly, the professor flew out of the circle and started vomiting blood in front of the students. David rushed to him with all his legs and asked if everything was okay with Gerard, why he interrupted the procedure so suddenly. But the teacher, unexpectedly, instead of answering, began to say a spell that was supposed to open something. The words Gerard was saying were familiar to David. He heard them with absolute certainty. It was the same spell Corinne used. With the help of this spell, they got to Separacchio, and that is what was happening again. At this time, Professor Lillian was sorting through some literature. She noticed that, unexpectedly, Gerard opened her door and wondered why. Seeing David and Florence with the professor, she asked what was going on here, the students calling for her help. Lillian ran to Gerard, trying to understand what was happening. She shouted that the professor urgently needed help. Putting a magic circle on his head, the woman saw everything with his own eyes. She asked the corporal if it was true that Gerard poured his mana into David. The boy replied that they wanted to expand his mana channel. Lillian replied that the professor had acted so rashly, because in the case of David one had to be very careful. She believed that part of the boy's curse was, at the moment, transferred to the professor through mana. It is a curse of supreme evil, so no one but the boy can withstand it. If things continue as they are, Professor Gerard Stonson will die. David asked Professor Lillian if the professor would die because of his curse. The witch replied that if they didn't do anything now, that's exactly what would happen. It was a good thing that the curse hadn't had time to seep deep into him yet, so the woman was confident that she could pull it out. After a few minutes of hard work, a monster with many eyes appeared from Professor Gerard's mouth. With one skillful movement, the woman tore it from the body of her colleague, and she immediately began to growl loudly with anger. Lillian shouted that David must now cut the creature, and the boy did what was required of him without hesitation. When everything was over, Florence rushed to help the professor. The man was barely breathing. Gerard thanked Lillian for saving him, but she replied that it was thanks to his reaction. If the curse had penetrated deeper, nothing would have happened. They asked if he remembered her story about meeting the student with the worst curse recently. So it was David. The boy ran up to the professor and asked how he was feeling. He replied that everything is fine. Thanks to David, he had an unforgettable experience. He would never have thought that such an incredible curse could even exist. It must have been difficult for the boy to live with it. But whatever it was, Gerard believed that he had kept his promise. The boy was very surprised by such a statement. Gerard asked Professor Lillian to urgently look into the student's condition. Following her colleague's request, the woman was amazed to see that mana was flowing freely through David's body. The professor ran up to the boy and began to examine him more closely, albeit weakly, but his mana channels really opened. She asked if the boy had tried to lift the curse recently, or if he had fallen into a pit with cursed eyes. He replied that he had done no such thing. Lillian said that she didn't know why, but the curse blocking his mana was loosened. Even now, the strange power continued to destroy him. It could be compared to the rain and wind that sharpened a giant stone. Of course, the curse was still trying to shut down the boy's mana channels. But with this power and channel expansion, it wasn't easy to do so. David was ecstatic. He asked if he could now use his mana. Lillian said yes, in theory. The boy will have to learn how to use it for a long time, because the curse is still trying to block his channels. But if David will train every day, then in 20 years he will succeed. David was not at all satisfied with such predictions. What these 20 years meant, he could not wait that long. Lillian considered it a miracle. Because without a complete removal of the curse, which is very dangerous, the boy can solve this problem only with his training. Gerard said there was a way to speed things up. It all depended on David's efforts, but he could cut the time down a lot. The professor suggested using a mana training method he had invented himself. He put his hands on the boy's back again and ordered him to listen carefully. Right now, as far as the professor could see, David could control a very small amount of mana. The boy's canals have just opened, and they are much narrower than those of other students. If a guy learns this method and trains hard by expanding his channels, he can increase the amount of mana he can use. It all depends on the boy's abilities, but in 5 years, according to Gerard, he will be able to use as much mana as the others. The professor said that he would now pour his mana into the boy so that he could understand where his channels flowed. It's still risky, but there may not be another chance like this when David's curse is lifted. Gerard announced that they were starting, and in the same second, the boy felt an incredible pain throughout his body. This training method differed from others, in that the boy needed to adjust the speed and direction of his mana as precisely as possible. David should not rush. His task was to channel his mana carefully. The guy should strengthen the weak and sluggish channels with his powerful mana. It is necessary to repeat the path that Gerard showed the boy, with his mana, step by step, taking his time. After all the careful manipulation, the boy's mana will gradually become his power. He asked the boy if he understood what exactly needed to be done, and he answered decisively and affirmatively. David agreed to try again, but alone. This time the professor was surprised. He, just once, showed the boy the way, and he already remembered everything. He also directed the mana perfectly. But really, it made sense if that bitch looked at him. David's talent is on a whole other level. Gerard dropped his hands and said that thanks to David, he would not have to face this curse again. But the boy almost did not listen to the mentor. He looked at his hand, around which he saw his own mana. The boy realized that he was changing and becoming completely different from what he was in his past life. Then David could not even dream of his mother, but now he can use her with ease. Looking back at Gerard, the boy sincerely thanked the professor for his work. Now the boy understood exactly why the professor wanted money for his services, but unexpectedly, Gerard fell to the floor unconscious. When the sorcerer came to, he said that he had dealt with David's problem, so now he had to fulfill his part of the deal. He replied that this would not be a problem. But first the professor needed to be treated. He replied that his condition was of no importance. It was much more important to him to save her, even at the cost of others' lives. He begged that David would now fulfill his demand as agreed. Gerard clung to the boy's form. He wasn't going to back down from what he had in mind. He needed the ring. Lillian said that, probably due to excessive work, the professor had a temporary clouding of his mind. Apparently he needed the ring for this research that he kept talking about. She looked at Gerard and said that because he is still clinging to the past, all this is happening. David and Florence decided to rush the professor to the doctor's office. Florence drove the boy, because the nearest medical office was in the Lection building. All the locks on the doors should be engaged. They have no more than 5 minutes. But unexpectedly, everything did not go according to plan. The magical lock on the door strengthened because Gerard used his magic against it. After that, he pointed his hand to the opposite end of the room and said that now the students should look around and go in that direction. David looked in the other direction and saw how, instead of a wall, a passage began to form before his eyes. The boy looked at the professor and said that this was not like leaving the tower. He needed to open a door that was blocked by secret magic. But Gerard insisted on going down after her before the rose withered. Descending the stairs to the very bottom, Florence and David froze in place. They could not understand what was happening here. David didn't know what Professor Gerard was doing here, but it seemed to him that now they saw something they shouldn't have. In the middle of the large hall, the boy and girl saw a huge flask with some kind of liquid, in which was a beautiful woman. David came closer and said that because of this woman, Gerard had caused all this commotion. It was very likely. The boy put the professor on the floor and asked Florence to help him. He wanted to find something that could help them. In this basement, traces of terrible experiments on monsters and suspicious ingredients were stored. Already at first glance, the boy could tell that these were unusual studies. In fact, David could not imagine how far Professor Gerard had crossed the line. He wanted to investigate the mystery of the resurrection. He looked back at the professor and thought, what kind of old man was he doing here? Gerard said he was almost done. He had very little left. David read the first entry in the diary, which said that, fortunately, the professor had managed to preserve the body before it began to decompose. The body is a shell that houses the soul, so as long as the shell was intact, there was still a chance. The man firmly believed that he could bring his only wife Selena back to life. Everyone around said that no one had been brought back to life yet. But it didn't matter. Gerard decided that he would never give up. The 54th attempt to bring him back to life was described. The heart of the ogre that Gerard had bought on the northern black market had worked. During the 76th attempt, he was dismissed from his position. Without money, he could not continue further research. A source of income was needed. With the help of the professor's place, Gerard was able to transfer Celine to the basement of the magic tower in Filion. From that day, he became a teacher. The man couldn't bear to teach the students stupid things, but he had no choice because it was the only way to cover the costs of rescuing his wife. There were a lot of entries in this diary, but the result was one: no progress. David realized that when he wondered why the professor was so addicted to money, he unexpectedly found this. Of course, this type of ingredients is not so easy to get, but it is impossible to do it in the usual way. In the end, this man did everything possible and impossible to save his loved one. In his past life, David often encountered such people. Because of love, people went so crazy that they gave up everything. Even now, among his entourage was the same person. Of course, it was Duke Geoffrey Grantius. The only problem was that such people do not end well, because there are those who take advantage of this weakness to harm them. Suddenly, David read that the professor had no choice but to agree to a contract with suspicious people. David now held a note in his hands, which, judging by everything, was sent to the professor by the same suspicious people. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Gerard, who asked what he was doing. The professor asked if the boy had rummaged through his things. David replied that of course he hadn't. The guy explained that he was just looking for something that could help them. To make the version look more believable, David added that he can't even deal with mana normally. How can he figure out what's here for what? Meanwhile, in the depths of a remote cave. The chief was informed that contact had been established without any problems. At first there were some doubts, but the conclusion of an agreement is just a matter of time. He desperately needs the essence of pure blood, which only her master can give. The chairman found it amusing. This Gerard is willing to go to hell for one single woman. In his opinion, human beings were so stupid, but he was even fine with it. Gerard gave the boy the ring and apologized for making him wait so long. David asked what exactly the professor had done. He only needed a drop of mana, but thanks to this, the next step in the experiment was completed, so he is thankful for everything. Gerard said that he assumed that David already had a rough idea of what kind of experiments were being carried out in this laboratory. Although he thought it was presumptuous, but asked to keep what the students saw a secret, David saw no problem with that. The professor liked the boy's answer very much. He sincerely thanked David for his help and understanding. Suddenly, Gerard turned to Florence and said that now he had a desire to deal with her problem. Looking closely at the girl, the professor said that it would probably not be as difficult with her as with David. But there was also a rather unusual energy coming from Florence, which he still couldn't fully understand either. After saying goodbye to Gerard, the boy and the girl went their separate ways, each on their own. David was satisfied that something had been stolen. The corporal reasoned that if the connection between these suspicious people and the cult was proven, it would become another thread in his investigation. Perhaps Professor Gerard Stonson himself was a member of the same cult. I want him to help him, but this did not change his suspicions. If this turns out to be true, David will have no choice but to do it. All the contents of the note disappeared. Only these spots remained. Maybe it was some kind of magic password. Then it's difficult, and you need Thomas to look. These blood spots became larger and unexpectedly separated from the note and flew into the air. David looked at this strange phenomenon. He did not know how it would end. Blood seemed to dance in the air. Suddenly the boy heard Ruby's voice. The girl said that it was a letter written with the help of vampire magic. She came because she felt it. The vampire, in fact, did not expect to see David here, just as the boy did not expect to see her. They had not seen each other for a long time. David said that there had been no news from her since the girl had taken Sita for research. They must have been very busy. The boy asked how the research was progressing. The girl answered that thanks to David and Sita, they had made significant progress. Instead, she taught Sita blood magic, and as expected, the beast's talent exceeded her wildest dreams, something David would be surprised to see as well. Remembering the letter, the girl asked where the boy got the letter of blood. He was surprised and asked what exactly she was talking about. Was it about the note? A sheet of blood is one of the main manifestations of blood magic, which can be used to compress large amounts of information. Vampires often use such letters during secret negotiations. In order to read, you just need to pour mana into it like this. Suddenly, words written in blood appeared in the air. It said that you need to go to the address to get what you need. The essence of blood is the next material for the professor's research. But since when has Nebula been volunteering? Ruby also couldn't believe that Crooked Hook, who had signed the note, could go along with such an arrangement. David asked if she knew them. Crooked Hook is an organization of young vampires who are no more than 200 years old. They were engaged in all kinds of low and dark affairs. These things they justified the revival of the golden age of vampires. These creatures were completely immature. Adding to all this strangeness was what these vampires were saying about the essence of pure blood, which was rare, even in the vampire world. Ruby asked if David could tell who the original recipient of this note was. This is a very important question, because if this person takes such an offer lightly, he can lose much more than his life. Such words of the girl made David very worried about the professor's safety. He said that he actually found the note in Professor Gerard's lab. Ruby expected something strange, but the boy was talking about Gerard Stonson, the former head mage of the Tower Full. David was amazed. Was the professor really that great? Ruby said that his magic was known, even among vampires. He was 1 in a million. The boy asked if this meant that Professor Gerard was safe and could take care of everything himself. Ruby replied that he is so strong that he can get rid of several immature vampires at once. But, if a man really needs the essence of pure blood, the matter may have a different development. This is a special object with a large content of blood, the mana of vampires, collected in the body of someone who has practiced blood magic for a long time. This object can be quite effective depending on the use case. Unless the vampire who owns the essence releases it personally with blood magic, it will just be a normal red stone. In other words, without cooperation with vampires, it is impossible to get this essence. David asked if the girl meant that the professor would have no choice but to agree to their terms. Ruby replied that she understood roughly what they wanted from Gerard. Bloodhook's goal was clear. Meanwhile, representatives of the vampires were already waiting for the appearance of the professor at the entrance. And so finally they saw that he appeared. It was their new candidate for subjugation, about whom the master, magician Gerard Stonson, spoke. One of the vampires asked the other if this sorcerer was really that great because he didn't feel any energy from him. The second replied that one should not lose his vigilance because he was still in full bloom, even fighting with the holy sword Emma. Turning to Gerard, the vampire greeted him, but he replied that he did not see their master here. The vampire replied that he was waiting for the professor in the middle, but before that, the man could not take off his cloak. The vampire assured that these are just warning methods. They need to confirm the person's identity. Gerard said that vampires only have a scary name, but in reality they are some kind of cowards. The professor took his hood and, showing his face, asked if that would be enough. The vampire replied that he thanked Gerard for his understanding and added that it was indeed enough to pass. He said that he would lead the professor inside, but suddenly saw the edge of a sword under his cloak. He did not understand why, but unexpectedly, Gerard approached him and said that he had seen this before. With a combination of several blows, the professor dealt with all but one of the vampires, cutting them into several pieces. David, under the guise of Professor Gerard, smiled and said that monsters can go to the afterlife. A few days before, Ruby and David were talking again at the Travelers Club. The girl brought with her the transformation potion that the boy requested. She said that with the help of this potion, the boy could assume the form of Professor Gerard for 30 minutes. Although the period of reincarnation is short, but the effect is obvious, so the guy will be able to deceive the eyes of bloody hooks. Ruby asked if David was sure he could handle it alone. They were still young, of course, but still, they were at least 100 years old. She didn't know the boy's skills, but offered to go with him. David replied that if people of the same race clashed, she would be in trouble. The boy laughed aloud and promised that nothing would happen to him, telling Ruby not to worry. Of course it will be so, because it cannot be them. And here David, under the guise of a professor, has already cut down almost the entire squad of vampires who met him. The head of the vampire the boy was talking to rolled to the feet of the last survivor. This vampire couldn't believe that there was actually a person standing in front of him. This person was definitely not Professor Gerard. The boy suddenly grabbed the vampire's face and squeezed tightly, forcing him to remain silent. Threatening the creature with his sword, the boy says that from now on, the creature must only answer the questions he asks. He should do this only if he does not want to be left without all his limbs. Sometime later, the boy was already moving through the dark tunnel, which was illuminated only by torches, which were rarely found on the road. As that vampire said, there was no trap along the way. This guard turned out to be more honest than he thought. If David had known this in advance, it would have been possible to do without excessive sacrifices, but there is nothing you can do about it. In any case, this temple seemed somehow strange to the boy. Maybe because of the pictures on the wall or the atmosphere. He seemed to have seen it before. Suddenly the boy began to smell some very strange scent. This scent tickled his nostrils more and more as he walked forward. David decided that now was not the time to be distracted, because there were much more important things to do. The terrible smell of blood was coming from the door he saw in front of him. David stopped to mentally prepare himself for what was behind it. Gathering his spirit and opening the door, the boy saw a terrible picture. One of the vampires was drinking blood from a severed hand. Next to him, the others were engaged in the same action. The vampire, who was standing in the center, said that he thanked Gerard for the way he had traveled. This slender blonde, smiling, called himself the leader of Crooked Hook, Gregory Arnstaffel. He added that he was sorry for having to show him such a dirty side. Since the professor came later, they had to have dinner. Gregory asked if Gerard did not want to join their ceremony. He needed to calm down. There were no living people here, and therefore there was no one to save. David tried to calm himself. He had to focus on the primary objective and replied that he was sick of the picture. He asked if there were a few guests here for a simple exchange. But Gregory replied that he should not feel forced. They just need to attract new talent. It's been a while since Crooked Hook got together, but Gerard needs to know that their intentions are sincere. The professor said that it didn't matter at all if they gave him pure blood essence, and asked what the terms of the deal were. Gregory replied that everything is simple, because of the blood oath, the guarantor of which was life. The professor should become a member of their family. Gerard replied that this was some nonsense. Did the vampires want him to become their slave? Gregory replied that he was sorry that the professor thought so. It was nothing compared to something so modest. Rather, the professor must give up his weak human flesh and receive an honor that he could not even dream of. Together, they will give a new life to the vampire race, but for this, first, it is necessary to get rid of the older generation, the generation of pacifists. They would be direct witnesses of these historical events, and Gregory was going to give Gerard a chance to experience it. According to the leader Bloody Hook, the professor will be a proud warrior in the holy war for the revival of the vampire race. After speaking all these wet dreams out loud, he asked if Gerard did not consider it an honor that no ordinary person could see. The professor replied that he didn't know about happiness, but he couldn't imagine how crazy the members of the Bloody Hook were. Gregory laughed. He noted that since he is still human, it will be difficult to understand such a deep meaning. He suggested thinking about it at the very moment when the exchange will take place, because this is the only chance to get pure blood essence. Gregory could guarantee that if the professor refused now, he would never get it again, anywhere, because this rarity was difficult to obtain even for them. The professor replied that, looking at what was going on around him, if he made a deal, they wouldn't just let him go. Gregory replied in agreement and snapped his fingers. At the same moment, vampires ran around them. Bloodhook's head spikes surrounded Gerard, which the head vampire thought might help the professor make the right choice. Gregory remarked that the professor should not even resist, had he not yet noticed that the flow of mana here was unstable. The equipment here is of the highest quality. No matter how strong a magician Gerard is, he will not be able to use magic. And if the man chooses to use the force to use it, his mana core will explode and Gerard will never be able to use mana again. Finally, the vampire said that if it had come to this, the professor should think about whether he wanted this to happen. After all, after that, the man will be as inanimate a piece of flesh as his precious wife. And personally, for vampires, Gerard will be an appetizing bag of blood. Gregory asked what the man thought about this, and assured him that everything would end very quickly if he just accepted his offer. Suddenly, Gerard began to remove his hood, saying that the vampire bitches had prepared very well for this meeting. But it won't be him if he doesn't manage. On behalf of the professor, David declared that he was happy to come here. Gregory noticed with amazement that the boy was not Gerard and asked who he was. While he was shouting at his subordinates about how a man had appeared here, the boy took hold of the hilt of his sword. Devi acted as usual with a combination of lightning strikes. He got rid of all the vampires in the radius available to him. He didn't want to answer Gregory's how question, because he didn't see any difference in telling him his whole plan in detail. Having finally transformed into himself, David, with Sita on his shoulders, told all the vampires to close their sucking mouths now. Gregory exploded with anger. He shouted that such a miserable person had too much insolence to do such a thing. But while the blonde vampire screamed to the whole room, David managed to be right next to him. Before Gregory could understand what was happening, he smelled blood around him. It turned out that David managed to cut off his hand with one lightning strike. The boy was not going to stop at his achievement and made several more quick blows across. After such manipulations, only the body and head remained from the vampire Gregory. For 100-year-old vampire, this pain was unbearable, especially since he felt it for the first time. In the end, Gregory couldn't resist and started threatening David again, who stopped this flow of nonsense by punching Gregory in the face. The vampire flew to the other side of the room screaming in pain. The boy said that he should be there. To begin with, the boy needed to finish his business. The limbless vampire could wait. The other representatives of the Bloodhook organization watched in amazement at what was happening. This unknown boy was very strong. The leader of their organization ended this fight with his defeat, not being able to even counterattack. They were going to attack the guy in a group. David said that he had heard from Florence that they mosquitoes used blood as a weapon. Now the boy saw with his own eyes that it was true, because there were whole rivers of blood around him. One by one, the vampires began to run towards their opponent. They had no other choice. This attack was called Bloody Harvest, but David couldn't figure out what the pool of blood was that was getting bigger and bigger, spilling around him. Eventually, one vampire yelled that they had immobilized their victim, and after that yell, the others closed in on the boy to strike them all together. But their expectations were in vain. The boy cleverly repelled the attacks of the undead. He managed to reach every opponent and inflict mortal wounds on him. But to replace the fallen, there were always those wishing to die. This stream seemed to be endless. The vampires were fast, and on top of that, they had a terrifying regeneration rate. Suddenly, one of the opponents, who was standing far from David, shot a bloody shot in the boy's direction. This tactic proved to be effective, as the corporal had to dodge, causing his defense to sag a bit. The boy understood that these vampires had even medium-level magic skills. Probably this was the power of Bloody Hook. In this case, the boy decided that there was no point in wasting time. He saw another vampire who was carrying him towards him. With one lightning strike, the boy cut his head in half. He didn't even have time to squeak. The opponents were showered with an avalanche of blows from David, which did not leave them a chance to regenerate. The guy wanted so much to get rid of the problem, but one of the vampires suddenly realized that he was seeing something strange. In addition to this place blocking mana, this guy also had his legs tied. It was unclear how he could do such things in such a case. The vampire had already begun to question whether or not the stranger was an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the boy noticed the same thinker, and asked him if the vampire was going to attack. This bloodsucker was the only one left alive besides David in this hall. David pretended to be trapped. He said that the point is that his sword is somewhat special. With those words, the boy stepped out of the crooked puddle. The vampire's first instinct was to run. He turned to face the exit, but David caught him with one blow and cut him in half. The boy looked at what was left of his opponent, this cowardly scum, and really wanted to run away. In the end, it didn't matter. The boy had dealt with the pests. It was necessary to remember what they stopped at with Gregory. Gregor had a feeling as if he was being pierced with needles. He could not understand what had happened, because he had just regained consciousness. David sat beside him, holding onto his sword, which was stuck into what was left of the vampire's leg. The corporal said that he was worried about the fact that he would completely black out, and therefore tried to bring him to his senses. Gregory thought that the members of his clan would deal with this boy, but now he saw that they were already dead. Their bodies were lying around. David leaned over to the vampire and said that he had played a bit. Now that his friends were in this state, he noted that Gregory would not want to join them. If David is right about these guesses, then they should come to a good deal, and Gregory should give him the essence of pure blood essence. The vampire clenched his teeth. He understood that he was now in a difficult situation. He would never have thought that it would come to this. Suddenly, Gregory exploded. He shouted that his brothers could have remained alive. What the hell they had done to them, and for what? David did not understand who the boy was talking to. Had he gone crazy? The corporal did not feel that behind him was the person to whom this vampire was addressing. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the boy, ordering the boy to get out of the way immediately, because the newcomer was not going to do it again. A second later, David flew to the other side of the room, and he did it against his will. The corporal grabbed his throat. He knew that if the stranger wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. The stranger continued to stand in one place, looking at what was left of Gregory and paying no more attention to David. The man said he was disappointed when Gregory offered him a deal if Gerard was to become his servant. Red eyes focused on the vampire's eyes. He asked why the bastard of the Arnstaffel family was making promises he couldn't keep. To Gregory's objection, the man said that he was not only obsessed with primitive things, but also could not distinguish the right decision from the wrong one. Saying that the Bloodhook leader's plan had failed, the stranger began to generate blood energy. David, who was watching this from afar, suddenly heard that the stranger was taking away the pure blood essence from Gregor. After these words, blood began to flow from Gregory's body, which gradually filled the entire room. The leader of the Crooked Hook clan begged the stranger to stop and give him another chance. Gregory's eyes melted. But all requests were in vain. The essence of pure blood finally formed under the stranger's hand, leaving only a bloody mass from Gregory. David wondered what the man was going to do after such an unexpected appearance here. He looked back at the boy in surprise. The corporal said, "If the stranger is the true owner of pure blood essence, then he had better cooperate with the boy, especially if he wants to stay whole." The stranger said that the boy is as proud as Gregory. He called David an interesting human child and asked what would happen if he decided to decline the offer. David immediately exploded and prepared to attack. He said that in this case, he would teach something to the brazen killer. When the boy rushed to meet the stranger, he said that the boy's teeth are sharper than it seems at first glance. The corporal managed to damage the man's body, which was enhanced by blood mana. The man came out of the shadows and said whether it would be correct to be called, in this case, by another name. He asked if David had any other talents and offered to help him demonstrate them. The cocky stranger was very strong indeed, and it was not easy for David to hold back his blows. The bloody cutter technique was used against David, and the boy once again used almost all the power of his sword to restrain him. But in fact, such pressure only irritated David, and in the end, the boy cut his attack in half, saying that he should get away from him. Seeing that the boy had managed the previous attack, the stranger activated a crooked shot against David. David immediately recognized this type of attack because the vampires had used it against him just a few minutes ago. Of course, this attack was much more powerful, but that didn't change the fact that the magic was the same. David was not intimidated by this power. He was able to interrupt this attack as well. The boy cut the mana as if he were cutting butter with a knife. The man smiled. He said that David was really talented. He had never met such guys on his way. And it wasn't just that the boy could block his blows with ease. The man understood that David was like cutting his mana into pieces. At first, the stranger did not expect anything worthy, but the boy really turned out to be an interesting opponent. The corporal, gritting his teeth, replied that the cursed mosquito was behaving like a master. He had already managed to buzz. The boy rushed to the attack and shouted that the man had to shut up immediately or he would help him in this. The stranger just laughed in response. He praised the boy for a good speed of movement. Pointing his hand upwards and generating energy, the man said that in exchange for what the boy had deprived him of, he would grant him mercy. Suddenly, the fight was interrupted by a third party who ordered both to stop immediately. The newcomer descended to the ground with such speed that she raised a pile of stones around her. Both boys were surprised to see Ruby Denight when the smoke cleared. The girl looked at the stranger, calling him Patrick, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, adding that she was not very happy about it. David wondered what the robot was doing here, because she herself had told him not to come here before. But all the reproaches stuck in the boy's throat when he realized that Ruby Denight, it turns out, was familiar with this scoundrel. Ruby replied that everyone knows him. His name is Patrick von Warsaw, a relative of the great vampire lord, and also his most loyal assistant and protector. Patrick replied that he could not even imagine the circumstances under which they could meet again, and, it turns out, in such a place. The guy with deep feeling in his eyes said that he really missed the girl and asked how she was doing. It was unexpected. It must have been 83 years since their last meeting. But Patrick wondered why the girl decided to get involved in this boy's business, although it was not important now. The main thing for the vampire was that they met again, but Ruby interrupted him, insisting that he not come so close. The girl said that she still hasn't forgotten what happened that day. Ruby Denight continues to see this horror even now, even with her eyes closed. The last time they had met, she had clearly seen Patrick standing over her and the girl she held in her arms. The vampire replied that the girl probably needed a little more time to forgive him. Ruby knew that such an ending was inevitable. Patrick tried to harm the Lord and failed to save her sister, who was not a normal person. This girl was constantly laughing at something, but the boy himself understood that the past could not be brought back. Patrick really understood Ruby's feelings. David understood that he had fallen into some kind of family feud, and he couldn't wait to get out of here as soon as possible. Ruby asked why Patrick had a bloody cutter. Did he contact such minors? Besides, the vampire lent them the essence of pure blood. She asked if the boy had any dealings with Professor Gerard Stoneson. Patrick replied that if Ruby really knew him well, she could guess what these things were. The boy, covering half his face with his hand, said that they had not determined the winner then. Having met him that time by chance at the other end of the continent, they clashed in a duel like real warriors. Such opponents could be counted on the fingers. If only then the sun had not risen, nothing would have prevented them from determining the winner. Since then, Patrick has been trying to track down Gerard, but he simply disappeared without a trace, and he still hasn't been able to find any trace of the professor. For several years their fight was not over until these drawings came along and offered a settlement. Gregory stated that he knew Gerard Stoneson's location, and if he gave them the pure blood essence, they would not only bring him a man. Bloody Hook promised to make it so that Patrick could enjoy fighting him for eternity and kill him over and over again. The trickery of these small insects was very tempting, but it was all in vain. It turned out to be nothing more than a child's babbling. In conclusion, all members of this clan ended up with the same as their deal offer. However, thanks to this human boy, Patrick got that sweet taste of battle again when he decided to face him by force. Patrick realized that in 10 years, no, just 5, this boy would definitely be able to put his sword through his neck. This old vampire had never seen the mysterious energy that David possessed. It really impressed him, but it was still too early. He couldn't make the same mistake again and hurt Ruby again. Patrick generated pure blood essence and released it towards the boy, saying that he could take it. 9 finally got what he came here for, the essence of pure blood that Gerard wanted so much. The boy asked Patrick if this was a valuable item for vampires, and he replied that usually they do not give such things away, even at the cost of their lives. But what will become of one piece? If he gives it to his killer and the girl he met many years later, it might be enough for forgiveness. Finally, the vampire said that he would still take that wall and immediately aimed at it with his bloody energy. Breaking the wall on a stone, Patrick said that his powers were still there, and this explosion was David's energy. The boy's energy seeped even into the walls of this building. Patrick hoped that the boy would become even stronger before their next meeting. Then the vampire would enjoy the battle even more. David told Ruby that this vamp was as strange as possible, but that energy was the corporal's mana. Sometime later in the tower, David gave the essence of pure blood to Gerard. The professor asked where the boy got it from and what in general happened. The man couldn't believe that David would give him such a precious thing so easily. He confirmed that he really spent a lot of effort on it. David said that the professor does not need to know all the details in that one. Out of gratitude for such an act, he even fell on his knees in front of the boy. All the long years of trials he had gone through flashed before Gerard's eyes. The man tearfully thanked the boy again. David couldn't stand it and lowered himself to the level of a professor, saying that he didn't even let him brag. Meanwhile, Patrick was watching this whole scene from outside. He finally found Gerard Stoneson. The vampire believed that only a fight with an old friend who had given up a long time ago could be more boring, but it is interesting to see how the professor lives now. Watching what was happening inside the tower, Patrick still felt Ruby's presence nearby, and told the girl not to worry. Ruby replied that she knew Patrick wasn't one to do such lowly things. Of course he wouldn't do anything to these two. In fact, the vampire appeared here now to thank the boy for helping her friend. Patrick could not believe what he heard now. For such a confession should be thanked that human David. He was very sorry now that he couldn't stay forever with Ruby at this moment. It was time for Patrick to go back. He said that recently among the vampires, due to some gangs, there is a lot of trouble, and this caused the hunt for the essence of pure blood. Dissolving in the air, Patrick finally told the girl to call if she needed help. He was always at her disposal. Gradually, the vampire turned into a bloody flower, and a voice in the air said that the girl was forever his blooming rose. After that, with the help of mana and pure blood essence, Professor Gerard began his 144th experiment. According to the teacher, a lot of time had to pass before certain changes could appear. But this expectation, nevertheless, gave him hope and forced him to live on. Gerard said that he was so happy about David's find that he didn't immediately notice that something had changed in the boy lately. The professor noticed that some cursed energy seems to be escaping from the boy's body, and it is getting stronger. As ironic as it sounds, maybe the boy picked up this energy from Bloody Hook. David replied that it was a little different, although you could say that. Rather, the corporal thought that he was just lucky. David already had time to think that this was a very familiar place. He did not expect to guess like that. Was Jerry's soul really located in this dungeon? This giant stone radiated familiar vibes. Due to the fact that the place was well classified, it is unlikely that Bloody Hook had time to visit it. To David, this whole space somehow reminded of an abandoned old temple in the mountains. Suddenly, the large stone that stood in the center began to emit such a strong flow of energy that the boy had to cover his face with his hand. The energy enveloped the boy in a dense shell. David could feel it seeping into his body. Gerard said that he doesn't even understand what kind of gift of fate the boy got. But one thing can be said. Such luck is very rare. Due to this energy within the boy increasing, David's mana is also expanding. Perhaps there is a purpose to this. But for now, it is necessary to dwell on the fact that the boy's mana has grown significantly during the time they have not seen each other. It doesn't even make sense for David to control her now, because he was already controlling her unconsciously. The boy also noticed these changes within himself. The corporal hoped that maybe now he was able to fight not with some pathetic copy, but could use a real sword. 3 days later, something happened in a town at the foot of the Romera mountain range called Marbas. The troops of the Imperial Army in full equipment visited the peaceful inhabitants who were busy fishing. David, Jeffrey, and Thomas also came to this city, but because dragons were rumored to have appeared here. Because of this news, they had to quickly come to David's homeland. The Duke had told this information 4 days ago, ahead of Willow. This information was that the monsters that lived in the mountains of Romera had gone mad for no reason and were approaching the city. Fortunately, according to the Duke, they had not yet managed to reach the civilians, and the soldiers of the Imperial Army had already arrived in the city. Jeffrey remarked that he had been told this morning that dragons had been sighted high in the sky above the mountains. These monsters are the lords of the sky, capable of killing with the poison that was on their teeth and claws, so even the best warriors tried to avoid them. If such monsters attack the city in a pack, the probability of Willow's defense may drop to 0. It was in this way that Jeffrey convinced them to go immediately to save David's sister from danger. David could not forgive the monsters for this. They had spent so much time to plan his sister's move, and everything had failed like this. The boy decided that once they got the girl to a safe place, he would bury these monsters alive in the mountains. David ordered Jeffrey to go first and find the Imperial troops to deliver the commission, and he and Thomas would join them later. The Duke asked if it was necessary for them to separate, and the boy answered that he wanted to examine everything around. It seemed to him that something was wrong here. Finally, David warned the Duke not to even think of courting his sister unless he wanted this day to be his last. The Duke was indignant and replied that he just wanted to ask her one question. His lady is in danger. He, as a loyal warrior, cannot allow this to happen. Before the corporal had time to answer him, Duke Granzia spurred his horse and galloped off to the city. Thomas asked what David meant when he said something was wrong. Did the boy feel something strange? The corporal replied that suddenly calm creatures began to riot, and giant monsters began to appear around. Does not this remind Thomas of anything? This already happened in Grand Cappadocia and in the mountain range, and the destruction also began. The boy was sure that all this was happening just like that, only because those scoundrels from the Klager Nebula were behind these events. So far, this has only been David's guess, so the scene of the incident needs to be examined first. In this life, the boy was an ordinary warrior, but thanks to his extraordinary mana, only he was able to find and defeat these bastards. A few kilometers away from the friends, at the same moment, a large pack of orcs was moving through the forest. Nebula member Klager, who was sitting on the giant ogre's shoulder, said that they had deftly, instantly, made all the monsters rise. He even felt sorry for him. If it weren't for the Baron, he would have punished all those sinners a long time ago. But now nothing could be done, if he was now their new leader. Suddenly the orcs stopped in place, as if they were afraid. The scoundrel tensed up. He did not understand what was happening to them. why they all, as it were, drove into the ground. Were these stupid orcs really afraid of something? But with their brains it is simply impossible. They are not capable of feeling fear. The forest ahead suddenly lit up with red light, and the boy saw the silhouette of a warrior with red eyes. As the unknown man began to move in their direction, a gigantic beast-like mana energy appeared behind him. The villain saw a giant saber, claws that were blacker than the shadow of the night. He could not believe how this was even possible. How could this creature hide here all the time? How did he end up in this forest? But those thoughts were interrupted by the beast's hand on his face. A second later, the tiger tore off the criminal's head, and the sentence was carried out. After that, the ogre rushed at the opponent, but the same fate awaited the monster. In the end, all these creatures died from dismemberment, which was carried out with bare hands. One sight of this opponent instilled animal fear in others. From that moment the hunt began. The target, Harold Torgan. David and Thomas, gradually moving along the road through the forest, unexpectedly saw that the entrance to the city from this side was already blocked. It was annoying. In addition, there were prison guards at the entrance, not ordinary soldiers. The guards announced that the passage of outsiders is prohibited today. Those who wish to enter should enter another way, or wait for the opening of the gate here. Forewarning all objections, they said that this is an order from the Imperial Army. This city is currently under attack by monsters. Finally, the guard said that Harold Torgan himself had given the order. This information made David's eyes widen. Harold is the one who led the strongest unit in the Imperial Army, and the one who defeated Instructor Emma to obtain the best sword in the Empire. Thomas noticed that things had gotten so bad that a swordmaster had come here. David didn't see any logic in it. Was it all because of some monsters? One could think anything, but David's thoughts about this situation were true. Those bastards from the Clagger Nebula were involved. The boy told Thomas to prepare properly. They had to jump over this wall and explore the forest nearby. The corporal was sure that traces of these bastards remained in this place somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, a flock of dragons, one of which was sitting on a female rider, was already flying to the place where the boys were. The rider could not understand how it happened. Her brother is now on the ground, but he has not answered for a long time. He said to wait, but everything took a long time. The rider was worried that something had gone wrong with her brother, in which case it was necessary to take some measures in advance. The girl chased away bad thoughts, in any case, the heart of the whole plan. Dragons, if she flies here and there, will create even more problems. The slightest mistake in the plan could fail because of her Baron. In that case, she would not be forgiven for it. That is why the rider decided to just fly. According to the plan to the final destination, her only duty is to deliver the dragons safely. Taking any other measures could be dangerous for the entire mission as a whole, but the girl did not know that she had already caught the eye of David and Thomas. David told Thomas to launch an attack, and after a few seconds one of the dragons was hit in the head by stones. An avalanche flew at the flying monsters. The rider was frightened, seeing how a huge stone fell on the dragon flying next to her. She couldn't figure out where it came from, but Thomas, meanwhile, was building up his mana power to attack. When the stones in the dragon's reach became many, the boy ordered it to explode. Debris from the explosion pierced the monster through, as if bullets from a shot. The rider who was flying next to this place directed her dragon to the side, one less tool in her squad. The girl could not believe her eyes. She thought it was impossible. Stones of this size simply could not be controlled so easily by someone. The rider said that this was possible. If only the greatest mage could stand on the ground now, but she knew that it could not be. The criminal was completely focused on her thoughts, so she did not notice David, who was already right next to her. He flew up to one of the dragons. Finally, a worthy opponent appeared to test his sword. David cut off the monster's head with one swing. The boy felt that the sword was more powerful than expected. The power and range of the blow was not at all comparable to a sword that had no mana. This blow shocked the girl even more, who had already begun to understand that she had fallen into some sort of ambush by the Empire, while the girl was looking in the other direction, tracing the head of the second ward with her eyes. David landed on the dragon's back behind her. The guy asked if the girl thought that such giant thugs would not be visible from the ground. Seeing the surprised face of the sectarian, the boy laughed and explained that he grew up here and knows everything about this area. After a second, the rider regained her composure and began to generate mana to attack. She shouted that the boy was no one to mess with their plans. After a second, the hand that the girl was planning to fight with was separated from her body. David apologized for not being fully adjusted to the features of his new sword yet. He only wanted to cut off the brush. However it was planned, it turned out that David cut off the entire arm completely. After a few seconds, the girl felt indescribable pain, and with tears in her eyes began to shout that the stranger was a complete bastard. The guy said that if the girl is so badly injured, she should be dealt with to the end. If she was carrying out such a difficult mission alone, Maybe she was just forced to do it, or someone was guiding her. David, showing his sword, said that this is her doctor because of them bastards. His village is now in danger, and she is shaking. The guy ordered the rider to stop pretending and to answer frankly what the bastards who planned this case together with her had planned. Through tears, the girl asked David not to laugh and said that the stars themselves gave her fire. But precisely because of such godless people as him, the whole great mission failed right before her eyes. David could not understand what kind of cunning trap it was. The boy had not yet seen that a giant dragon had already appeared above him. While the corporal was interrogating the girl, the dragon had already begun to close the distance between them. Finally, David felt that something was happening behind him. He looked around, and his surprise knew no bounds. There were only a few meters between the giant dragon and the boy. The monster had already opened its mouth. David thought that the girl had specifically pretended not to know about the attack in order to prepare such a trap. The rider laughed out loud and shouted that the impudent boy understood everything very late. According to the girl, this dragon was the strongest. It could not be compared to the one the boy had caught before. The girl screamed that he would swallow the boy in an instant, but suddenly, a bright light cut through the dragon's face. When the light went out, the dragon's body began to split in two. It died instantly. On the other side of the monster's dead body, the boy saw Harold Thorgan in his own person. The rider was also amazed. She did not expect to see such a warrior here now. Surely everyone knew about their plan. David knew that any development of events was possible now, because Master Harold Thorgan was not familiar with him. And so, what the boy predicted happened. The mighty tiger registered him as a scoundrel. Harold attacked the dragon that still had 2 humans on it, releasing his mana towards it. After a moment, the head of the last living dragon separated from the body. Free fall began. But the tiger decided that this was not enough, and further dismembered the body of the giant monster into several parts. David was unpleasantly impressed. Harold Thorgan did not even use his sword for this attack. He did everything simply with his own hands. This master could attack with such force, even without a weapon, that it was even possible. A few seconds later, the dragon's body, along with the rider and David, fell to the ground, causing a powerful explosion. When the dust and smoke cleared, Harold was seen standing on the horse's back and holding David by the neck, suspending the boy in the air. Squeezing the boy's neck tighter, Harold said that he should think carefully before answering who they were. The corporal was outraged. This stupid cat had linked him to those fanatics. Did he think David was linked to rats? The eyes of the tiger and David met, and the boy was able to say whether Harold wanted to die. After a moment, the boy swung his sword, shouting that Thorgan should shut up and get his paws off him. The counterattack was effective, and the tiger broke away from him. The boy grabbed his throat. There was a big difference between them. As David tried to strike, the boy knew that Thorgan would be able to parry one attack. But now the tiger didn't even resist. Probably that's how he defeated the instructor Emma. Even without fighting with the tiger now, the boy understood that he would not defeat him for anything. He freed his neck from its paws, but he would not wait any longer. It was clear that the swordmaster had been careless once, and was now targeting the boy with renewed lust. Suddenly, after a few seconds of silence, Harold blurted out that the boy turned out to be a former corporal. David was confused by this remark. He did not know how to react to such idiotic, at first glance, but true words. Coming closer, the giant tiger said that the boy should raise his sword immediately. It was as if he was giving instructions, saying that the position should change from the side to the center and behind the head. And with the words that now David must fight back, attacked him with his weapon, an explosion rang out. When it was all over, Harold said that the exchange of blows was not bad, although most of the attacks obviously lacked power. But Thorgan also noticed that the boy's defense had now become flawless. However, all the techniques used by David during the fight were very familiar to the tiger. He asked if the guy was recruited by Emma's instructor, and David answered that he was a student at the Philian Academy, giving his name. David asked if the tiger wanted to learn from them, but he was no match for them anyway, as Harold was a noble fighting a fragile apprentice. Jumping back far enough for another jump, David yelled that the tiger was going to fail his test now. The boy smiled and asked if the swordmaster understood exactly what he was talking about. Harold Thorgan furrowed his brows. This little one was very insolent. It was unclear whether he was a mentor or a student. In the end, the tiger apologized for his rude greeting. You can get to know a man much better by fighting him. He said that if the boy was also a warrior, he should know what he was talking about. David smiled and responded with a sarcastic chuckle. After a moment, David rushed in Harold's direction, saying that, in that case, it was time for him to say hello as well. But enraptured by the idea of a duel, the boy did not notice how 2 hyenas and a bear jumped out into the meadow after him. One of them quickly caught up to David halfway and grabbed his throat with a giant red paw. The bear turned to the commander and asked what kind of little one he was holding in his hand. The gray fighter was a member of Harold's army, the imprisoned hyena, the captain of the 3rd Squad, Dennis. He asked if this boy was one of those cultists. A red-haired member of Harold's army, he was an imprisoned bear, the captain of the 2nd Squad named Bradley. Bradley looked at Dennis and said that everything was obvious. The fact that the boy still chose to attack with one sword decided everything. Saying that they always solve such questions in one way, the bear pushed the boy to the other side of the clearing. David managed to orient himself in time and managed to land on his feet. The bear rushed after him, taking advantage of the boy's temporary inconvenience. He tried to attack him. But to his surprise, Bradley realized that this strange guy was able to catch him from behind. Bradley had to admit that he was facing a very unusual boy. Unexpectedly, this fight was stopped by a lioness who began to threaten both participants with swords. She asked why Bradley was fighting without the commander's permission. It was frankly disgusting behavior. She hoped that one more punishment might finally bring the bear to his senses. The imprisoned lioness was a commander of Harold's army named Lucy. Finally, Harold Torgan himself decided to intervene in this conversation. He said that it was necessary to stop there. The boy was not one of those crazy people. What the bear saw was just a greeting answer from this boy. It turns out that David received recognition from the commander. Bradley couldn't believe that this snitch could be honored with such an honor, but the tiger replied that no less should be expected from the boy. All conversations of this plan must be stopped, because in front of them was a student of the instructor Emma herself. It was about the same woman who was able to defeat their entire army. Wasn't it about that swordswoman who was more terrifying than any monster? Bradley, catching Vietnam flashbacks, said that, to be honest, he thought the woman was a dragon in a human shell. The bear ran up to David and, grabbing his hands, began to apologize for his behavior. He could sometimes jump to conclusions. Bradley insisted on forgetting all their misunderstandings, and David thought about how much Emma had told him that he was acting like this. Harold asked Lucy if the situation ended in their favor. The woman answered in the affirmative. She reported that as the tiger ordered, they dealt with those flying monsters. Also, the commander could no longer worry about the sectarians who led them. David raised his head to the sky to see members of Harold Thorgan's army flying into the clearing from all sides. As the warriors lined up across from their commander, Lucy officially informed the tiger that the ambush had succeeded. Harold said that he now had to formally introduce himself to David. He said that they were expecting the strongest unit of the Imperial prisoner army, and also, fulfilling the will of the Emperor, he leads a secret squad for the search of sects. It was he who was assigned to destroy the Nebula Klager sect. David decided to ask again to make sure that he heard everything correctly. He was interested in the squad to search for sects. At the same time, at the other end of the Romera mountain range in the city of Nimboten, people saw the guards. Willow, who was also on the street at that time, could not understand what was happening. She asked someone to explain all the circumstances to her. A few seconds later, Jeffrey appeared in front of the girl, and she immediately recognized him as one of David's friends. The boy apologized to Willow for scaring her, and due to the emergency situation, they needed to send in the army urgently. Jeffrey hoped that the girl would forgive them for such rudeness and, of course, such unexpected news. The boy knelt in front of the girl and introduced himself. He said that they had the honor of coming here to help Miss Willow with her move. Looking at David's sister with love in his eyes, Jeffrey asked if they should start collecting her things. David wanted to satisfy his curiosity about the sects and was waiting for an answer to the question. David knew very well that such a squad did not exist before. Was it because the palace was worried about the sects after he caught Nebula Klager's gang? But the boy, nevertheless, did not expect that such a squad would be led by the swordmaster Harold Torgan himself. David asked how the tiger, without revealing his identity, managed to find all the cultists hiding here. The boy had heard that even interrogations with forbidden methods had no longer worked on these scoundrels. The tiger asked if it was Emma who told him such details. Suddenly, the conversation between the tiger and the boy was interrupted by the shout of Thomas. David looked around. The boy was hanging in the air because he was being held by the skin by one of the warriors of Harold's army. The imprisoned hyena reported that this kid was walking in the forest and aroused suspicion, which is why he was caught. He asked if the commander wanted to finish off Thomas right away, because the kid was meowing without breath, which made his ears wither. To Thomas's howling about his friend's search, David admitted that, as ashamed as he was, it was true. When night finally descended on the forest, the tiger was told what they had learned while dealing with the sectarians in this area. Lucy said that the bastards had taken over the monster's brains. It seemed like they were going to start an unexpected riot, but it was just a ruse. The real goal of the criminals was the mountain range itself. That is, speaking of the range itself, one must understand the road through the Romera range. This road was one of the main ones in the state for the transportation of goods. About 1/3 of all cargo was transported through it. By destroying this road, you can undermine the country's economy, cause irreparable damage with one blow. It was no wonder that this bunch of rats tried to use the minds of monsters to take over this place. However, David could not understand how these unfortunates managed to do this in the first place. The road along the ridge had a very high value, which is why they were strictly ordered to do everything so that this mission would not be disrupted. But this place could not be destroyed so easily, even by gathering several dozen monsters or causing a general riot. David could not believe it. He leaned over to the rider and said that if she wanted to save her life, she should tell them what they were hiding. The girl closed her eyes and smiled. She asked if the boy thought that they were afraid of some kind of death. Suddenly the girl's face lit up with a bright light. Through this light David heard that she called him a sinful bastard. The boy saw how the mana of the bodies of all three captives began to merge into a single entity. The girl said that although her skills were not enough, although she was not able to complete her assignment to the end, she asked the Star Path for the last time to take the energy from her body to the last drop. The girl wanted to incinerate all the traitors who just so decided to hinder them in their righteous mission, to follow the Star Path. Sometime later, the three members of Nebula Clager cautiously made their way through the forest. One of them looked at the sky and said that, after all, their brothers did not dare such a noble feat. Although it was just a group of cultists, they were pulling out all the stops to stop Harold's squad. The noble followers had to make such a sacrifice. The other two turned to the Baron. They believed that it was better to postpone the attack. But the Baron replied that he did not agree with this opinion. Then the enemies would have more time to defeat them. In this case, it will be more difficult to once again plan a trick with noble self-sacrifice. The Baron believed that it was impossible to wait any longer, although not the main goal. But they would take the beginning of the Romera mountain range from these dirty sinners. The orb he held in his hands activated and lit up the clearing with magical circles. He said that this explosive mechanism is the development of the great scientist Douglas, who himself connected 30 spells and put them into this mechanism. This sphere is able to destroy everything that was around. They only have to guard this mechanism until it absorbs the required amount of mana. The former commander of the guard army and the former mage of the Green Tower readily volunteered to carry out this Baron's order. One of the men said that it was rumored that the Baron would be promoted to the rank of Elder, who had recently passed away after this mission. He asked if he had received the blessing. The Baron laughed and confirmed the information, saying that it usually does not happen that way. This was done for this mission because they needed to get a power that could save them with an explosion, so he was blessed earlier. Of course, the Baron's strength now cannot be compared with the strength of the Elder who died, but together with the received blessing. Now, no matter what happens, he will easily be able to give a decent rebuff to the opponent. It should be noted that the Baron's reaction was lightning fast. He managed to form a magical shield when he sensed the approach of enemies. The attack of the Imperial detachment crashed into the dome of the protective barrier of the sectarians. The Baron said that they could send a mechanism to accumulate mana only from this place, but they could be hindered now. The members of the Clager Nebula could not understand how they had been found so quickly. Harold asked if the conspirators really thought they could hide from him when they stepped into Romera's territory. He immediately knew where they were. The tiger said that he was just waiting until there were very few of them left. Harold Thorgan called them hunters blinded by lust and faith, and he challenged them to a duel to try to defeat him. 10 minutes before, Harold had asked if captive rats used mana as gunpowder to blow themselves up. He ordered Lucy to retreat with the whole squad back, promising that he would deal with it himself. But he did not have time, because David rushed at the prisoners first. The guy, as always, performed a series of his trademark blows in a flash. The explosive energy that the captives had accumulated immediately dissipated in the air. The shocked rider could not believe her eyes. This guy surprised her. They wanted to attack the opponents with their last explosion with their brothers. But everything did not go according to plan, and the girl, along with the loss of her head, felt devastation, and her siblings died with her at that moment. The boy looked back at their bodies and said that if they were going to commit such perversions, it would be better if they died. Harold watched David's movements and could not believe that the boy was capable of dispelling such powerful magic with mere physical strength. Now the tiger was finally sure that this boy was really using his body's mana. David turned to the tiger and said that he fought with sectarians and understands everything. You can't do well with rats. Even if you let them go, they won't get better. They definitely have some ulterior motive, and the leader of this sect is at least equal to Harold's power level, if not higher. And if Torgun is in charge of this sect-hunting unit of his, he should know how to find the members of this sect. In this case, he must cooperate with David. The boy will make sure that they can get mercy from the Emperor. Harold Torgun was now standing across from a trio of conspirators who, in fact, weren't all that hard to find. Baron understood that before the tiger's attack, he did not feel the presence of mana. He thought that it was not mana, but some kind of wind caused by a normal collision. The swordmaster, Harold, in the man's opinion, must have immediately understood what it was when he heard a clear sound. Whichever way you look at him, Harald Torgen was a real monster, but the Baron only offered flattering greetings. The man confidently told his followers that they would have the strength to resist such a monster. They must endure all trials for the purpose given to them by the stars, even if it means sacrificing themselves. After a second, the Trinity began to prepare for the fight. Activating its mana, the tiger was in no hurry. Harald said that the mage teamed up with swordsmen of a fairly high rank, and that, in his opinion, was a pretty good decision. If the tiger brought his warriors here, the rats would make good opponents for them to train with. The swordsman tried to reach Master Torgen with his technique, but he easily repelled his attacks. The rat considered it an honor. Throwing blow after blow, the boy cried out in delight that it was unlucky to meet warriors as majestic as them. The boy called the tiger to show for being called a great swordsman. He wanted Harald to split his weapon. In such a case, it would be a great honor for a swordsman to die at the hands of such great warriors. Unexpectedly, Harald decided to satisfy the enemy's request, and grabbing the blade of his sword, broke it into pieces. The tiger said that the boy had said that he was honored to fight them, but in fact, he dared to say such a thing at the same time, using a power that does not belong to him. With one lightning strike, Harald Torgen took the opponent's head off with his paw. The tiger said that the boy should not dishonor the honor of other warriors by calling himself the same warrior. The other two sectarians were in line. They watched in amazement at what had befallen their brethren. Before the young mage could activate his mana, Harald had already torn him in half with his paw. It was the head rat's turn, the Baron still hiding behind the protective dome. The tiger lashed out at this protective shield with such force that it almost drove it completely into the ground. The Baron seemed familiar to him. Tens of years ago in the west village of Aden, thousands of civilians were sacrificed for the sake of black magic. The explorer of the border between life and death who suddenly disappeared was the bloody wind of Aden, who was called the Baron. The Baron narrowed his eyes with pleasure. He considered it a real honor. His name was known by the master himself, however. The man abandoned his old affairs a long time ago. Now he was a simple Starpath explorer, but Harald didn't care. The tiger finally broke the protective dome. It didn't matter to Torgon who the sectarians were. The truth for him was that the rats needed to be destroyed. According to the sectarian hunter, they were incapable of correction, and in this he completely agreed with David. Suddenly, the Baron activated the protection of the stars, and Harald was pushed away from the man. The tiger's attack failed. The Baron said that even their carefully selected followers did not stop the tiger. Now he felt how strong the swordmaster was. But the Baron was sure that against such a great power, which the stars gave them, he would still not be able to resist. The man said that even one like Harald was nothing against the power of starlight, but a pitiful swordsman. Completely losing all fear, the Baron threw his arms to his sides and shouted, asking what the tiger was going to do in response. He asked how Harald felt the power of the stars and begged the stars themselves to hear what Torgon would tell them. The tiger thought it was nonsense. The Baron fooled himself, thinking that he had started a new life, but until now, he was in this illusion. This is exactly what Harald Torgen considered the biggest fatal mistake of his opponent, the Hunter Baron, blinded by his illusion.